Yeah, yeah. What up, Lan? Yeah. Bearded conversation, homie, tap in. Why you hating? You already know we locked in, the world's greatest. Broadcasting, laughing, they love it, but don't judge us. Off the block, giving it back. Bearded conversation, homie, tap in. Why you hating? You already know we locked in, the world's greatest. Broadcasting, laughing, they love it, but don't judge us. Damn. Got it off the block, forming a dynasty from a rock. Laid back in the cut, press play, can't get enough. Yo, let's chop it up in every location. A bearded conversation, opportunity keep knocking like child support payments. Started from the bottom like basements, now we famous. Podcast official, the topic will probably hit you from a distance like a pistol. Subscribe so you can listen to survival of the fittest. We talking it how we living it. Rolling like a dealership, managing several businesses. T-shirts, podcast, no, you don't need a membership. Just follow us on YouTube, Knowledge Supreme Infinite. Chicago got a zipping excited, let's talk about it. Going live, check your notifications so you can holler. Or leave it in the comments, debate it, just being honest. Chicago topics, worldwide views, we supersonic. Big gang is conquer, circle back round like every week. Tell a friend off the block, it's where we meet. Bearded conversation, homie, tap in. Why you hating? You already know we locked in, the world's greatest. Broadcasting live and they love it, but don't judge us. Got it off the block, giving it back to hood lovers. Bearded conversation, homie, tap in. Why you hating? You already know we locked in, the world's greatest. Broadcasting live and they love it, but don't judge us. Got it off the block, giving it back. Come on. The hood lovers, off the block, giving it back. The hood lovers, broadcasting live. Off the block, giving it back. Off the block, giving it back. Off the block, giving it back. Off the block, giving it back.
Yo. Welcome to another episode of Bearded Conversation, man. It's Wild Ass Wednesday, man, and we got some wild shit to talk about. But before we get to any of that, man, let me do this first and foremost. Y'all know how I like to start off every show. Let's keep everyone in our thoughts, our prayers, our views, and meditations. Once again, let's keep everyone in our thoughts, our prayers, our views, and meditations. And lastly, family, let's keep everyone in our thoughts, our prayers, our views, and meditations. That's people we come in contact with on a day-to-day basis, people we record you with, our families, our extended families, and more especially our family right here on this channel. Secondly, don't forget to master these 5 key components of life. That's love, peace, respect, motivation, and inspiration. That's love, peace, respect, motivation, and inspiration. And one last time, y'all, that's love, peace, respect, motivation, and inspiration. And don't forget the most important part about all that hold all these things together. That's that support. So don't forget to E40 that thing and sprinkle a little support on top, because a little support go a long way, y'all. You know what I'm saying? Big shout out to my co-host who ain't never in the building. Big shout out to Roscoe P, L Boogie, and my co-hostess with the mostest, my little one, AJ, love you, son. Hey, man, Leo gang, big Leo gang in the building. Big ups and salute to all my Leos, man. You feel me? AJ got a B-Day coming up on the 9th. My twins' birthday on the 10th. My birthday this month as well. Big shout out to all of July, all August Leos, all the ladies, all the fellas that's Leos. Big shout out Leo gang in the building. You feel me? The best side. You know what I'm talking about? Best side. You know. But yeah, man. Yeah, man, those 5 key components, man, those things are very important to support. Appreciate everybody for tuning in. Make sure y'all hit that like button as you guys come in. Share me out. Big shout out to my blooder for being in the building. What's going on, my blooder? What's happening? Hey, make sure y'all go subbing up, man, to my blooder channel, man. TMB 4.4, the podcast, man. Make sure y'all tapping in and tuning in and checking them out. Cito, what's going on, my boy? Big ups to my boy Cito, man. If y'all want some good music, make sure y'all go get that band lab and type in to my boy, your boy, our boy, Cito boy. Miss Jess, how you doing? Goddess, how you doing? How you doing? Everybody doing this evening, man? Everybody doing this evening. Yeah, man. Make sure y'all, again, make sure y'all hitting that like button, man. Make sure y'all, networking and sharing everybody and subbing up to all everybody channels, man. You know, it's all about that support. So before I get to my content and get to doing what I do, because people, they kind of wicked around here. You know what I'm saying? So the thoughts, views, and opinions of Bearded Conversations are the thoughts, views, and opinions of me right now. The thoughts, views, and opinions of Bearded Conversations are the thoughts, views, and opinions of me right now. I don't mean to hurt, to harm, or to offend. Once again, I don't mean to hurt, to harm, or to offend. This video stream is for informational, educational, and edutainment purposes only. Once again, this video stream is for informational, educational, and edutainment purposes only, with the underlying undertone on edutainment. So we do emphasize and stress edutainment. Please do not take any advice given or anything shown on this video stream for face value without consulting the proper professional that suits your specific needs. Please do your due diligence. Please do your proper vet work and research. And like I always say, don't forget to get that second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth opinion, because we don't want you going out here robbing no banks, starting no revolts, telling your boss what he or she can take, how they can turn it sideways, and where to put it. You feel me? Because we didn't already let you know what's going on. You know what I'm saying? You can't get that on around. Now, so here's something that ain't been talked about, and that ain't have too much voice out here. So yeah, a man was killed in Wisconsin by the police. Apparently, the police didn't have the cams on, but apparently this man supposedly pulled a knife. This was in Wisconsin. I'm gonna read a little bit of the article, and then I got some content that I want to play and respond to, and with you guys. So first, so Madison, police kill a man in broad daylight in front of witnesses is what the article's title of the article. So I'm gonna read a little bit of the article. We're not gonna get too far into it because we all know how this go. So in the center of a busy intersection on Williamson and Baldwin Street in Madison, Wisconsin, several officers from Madison Police Department wrestled a man to the ground in the early afternoon Wednesday, used a taser on him, and then shot him at close range. Unable to cross the intersection, several vehicles stopped, and their drivers, got out to film the arrest. In the video posted online, a resident can be heard screaming in shock and anger. Hundreds of protesters converged on the scene Wednesday evening and marched downtown, interrupting the concert on the square. Protesters, speakers identified the man as Cory Ruiz, and a crowd of 100 people chanted his name. Madison Police Chief John Patterson held a press conference Wednesday, urging residents to keep the Willie Street neighborhood in mind and the historical trauma that arises from the officers involved in this shooting occur. That arises, when officers involved shootings occur. I mean, yeah, okay, I got it. So Patterson said that the officers responded to a call concerning a person apparently checking parked vehicles. When officers encountered the man, he fled on a bicycle, riding through the backyards until he lost the officer. They caught up with him again, at which point the man either fell off or was taken off the bicycle by officers, Patterson said. During the struggle, Patterson said that the man produced a fixed blade knife, injuring one of the officers, who then fired upon him, who fired his weapon multiple times. Patterson described the officer as a veteran who was the only officer to fire out of the four who were involved in the struggle. A video also shows that one of the officers seemingly stomped the man while he was on the ground as shots was fired. As the first shot was fired. The Wisconsin Police Department of Justice, DOJ, Division of Criminal Investigation, DCI, is leading the investigation into the shooting. Wisconsin law dictates that the officer involved in the shooting must be investigated by an outside, uninvolved agency to maintain objectivity. After the investigation is over, which may take weeks or months, a local district attorney reviews the findings and decides whether or not to charge an officer for the shooting. Such charges are exceedingly rare in Wisconsin. Due to the ongoing investigation, Patterson declined to answer questions about the details of the shooting. Wednesday, Madison police officers do not have body cameras. Hold on. Wednesday, Madison police officers do not have body cameras, and Patterson has pushed for body cameras to be included in the 2027 city budget. Patterson said that the man's family had been notified before he spoke with the media, and he expressed his sympathies to them. So I was hearing that they had their cameras turned off. So Madison police just don't have cameras, period. Okay. So Democratic Party candidates in the governor's race issued statements about the shooting. Representative Francesca Hong Democrat of Madison, said that the police had killed a black man just a few blocks from our campaign office and just a few blocks from where Madison police murdered Tony Robinson in 2015. Holmes said that she is horrified and devastated, that her heart goes out to his loved ones and everyone who witnessed this tragic event. Holmes said the police footage of the shooting needs to be preserved and released, and that questions need to be asked of the police department as to why its officers could not de-escalate the situation. Milwaukee County executive and Democratic gubernatorial candidate, gubernatorial candidate David Crowley said, "I am horrified by the reports coming out of Madison about a man who was shot and killed in the streets by police officers. While details are still emerging, and a full accounting of what happened still needed, these reports and painfully reminiscent of the tragedies in Kenosha, Minneapolis, and too many communities across the country." So yeah, man. So apparently, I guess they shot the judge. What's going on? Apparently, I guess they shot the man because he grabbed, what I'm saying, this knife or whatever the case may be. But again, we don't know. That's just the story that they pushing it, that they telling. So I gotta. So this first video is a response from Ben Crump. Ben Crump everywhere, man. Hey, Monk, Crump on everything. But I think this is Crump and his daughter's talking. And so now the man had a criminal past too. So I don't know if the police already knew that. And 9 times out of 10, if they ran his name, well, no, they didn't run his name. They said they were chasing him on a bike. They got a call, so they didn't get a chance to run his name to be able to come back and talk to him and handle him a certain way. But I do know if they run your name and you know what I'm saying, and you know for certain shit, they do handle you a certain way. You know what I'm saying? And they do, but let's get to this real quick.
Execution. And it shocked our conscience. Thank God there was video. Marge, if there wasn't video, we can only imagine what the narrative would have been.
He did not deserve to be taken out like that. They took my baby from me. So I never thought I would have to bury my baby before you buried me. And I would never.
There's already been so much negativity about him, and nobody even knows who he is. His criminal record tells a tale of trauma, of pain, of struggle. It does not define who my brother was.
That man was very talented. He was a lyricist, he was a poet, he was an artist. He was very kind, and he was extremely funny. I'm definitely gonna miss the jokes, the laughs, the reminiscent, and all these things that his daughter will never be able to see or know about him because they didn't get a chance to grow old together.
Sometimes if you get shot, you might live off of that. When she told me he had been shot and dead and killed, I started crying. I didn't even know what to say. I didn't know what to do. My heart was just so broken, and it just hurt so much knowing I can't see my father anymore. People, whoever is saying, oh, but he was a criminal. So what? He had a family. He had me. The last time I talked to him, it was for a short period of time, and I wish it'd been longer. I wish I could see him one more time. I wish he could tell me how much he loves me one more time. He tried to do his best for me and his family. I wish he was still here, so I would never, in a million years, think that I would see my father on a shirt, a pin, a necklace, on social media saying he was shot and killed by a police officer. How are you gonna be scared of us if you're supposed to save us and you kill us? It makes no sense. It doesn't make any sense at all.
We saw an execution.
So for me, and again, I don't know if it was actual. The little girl was crying. The little girl was crying. That little girl was crying. Don't do that, Monk. We ain't gonna do that with the kids. Now, don't. That's bullshit. That little girl was crying. Anybody else? And the sister was crying as well. Anybody and the mother was crying as well. And again, people, you know what I'm saying? Listen, I'm not, my thing is not to respond to their emotions about a little girl, because, you know what I'm saying? But they were crying. It was tears in their eyes. And I'm not moved by anything that they were saying neither, right? Now, and not saying that it wasn't, that it's not a bad thing. You know what I'm saying? Of course, RIP to the young man, Cory Ruiz, and condolences to his family. Now, and listen, and I don't want to make it seem like, but people are going to push this narrative. So they say the man was arrested 20 times in 30 years. He had a criminal background. Now, one thing that does comes into play with this is that the Madison Police Department, they don't have cameras. Now, I don't know if there was any footage captured from people being outside when this all saying originally happened, how it happened. I don't know. Because that's going to be the main thing that I think that can break this case open. Oh well, yeah, it was tears, brother. It was tears, brother. It was most definitely tears. Well, let's get into this. Let's get into it. It was most definitely tears.
Man to death, sparking protests and calls for an independent investigation. We'll take a deep dive into what we know, largely from bystander cell phone videos, what we still don't know, and what happens next. Plus, there's a new Marquette University poll in the wild Democratic primary for Wisconsin governor. We'll get analysis from UWM Professor Emeritus Mordecai Lee. All that starts right after this.
We are back on Open Record here. It was an early afternoon, Wednesday, July 22nd. Madison police were responding to calls of a man stealing bicycles and potentially trying to open car doors in Madison. What happened next, though, set off protests for days, calls for increased oversight of police in our state capital, and could even play a role in the Wisconsin governor race. Let's start with what we know. Brian, that begins with the video, which is how so many of us have been introduced to this story.
And I really think if this had happened if this happened at 1 o'clock in the morning, we may have no idea what happened in this case other than the police account of it. What we do have are cell phone videos, because this happened at 1 o'clock in the afternoon in an intersection with traffic. So there were bystanders, there were witnesses, and they took cell phone videos. And I'm going to let you know now, if you're watching the podcast, if you're listening, then we'll describe this in detail. But if you're watching, we're going to show you the video that was captured by bystanders. And I'm going to warn you in advance, this video, if you haven't seen it before, is very disturbing. It could be very disturbing because you are seeing the shooting of a person. You're seeing a man's death. So I want to warn you, if you don't want to see that, maybe, fast forward, come back, wait a few minutes, whatever it is. But we're going to walk you through this. And I also want to mention that our news director, Amanda St. Hilaire, has given us approval to do this so that we can break it down and show you what actually happened. In our newscast, we've actually backed away from showing this video again and again, because there's obviously concerns that you re-victimize family members who have to see this over and over. We don't want to use this simply as...
For those coming in, man, we going over, we checking out this Cory Ruiz case, a young man that was shot by the police in Madison, Wisconsin.
News wallpaper. This is being shown during this podcast because we want to be able to break down for you what is out there, what we've seen, and then, of course, what we still don't know, which we'll talk more about, Carl, because there are no police officer body cameras of this. So let's start with the video, and the video will play. I'll describe a little bit, but what you first see is, again, he's on a bicycle. Police are chasing him.
This man, Cory Ruiz, by the way, 38-year-old.
Thank you. 38-year-old Cory Ruiz. Police have been called because of reports that he was stealing bicycles, trying to get into cars. They're chasing him. And this is at an intersection that's in kind of on the isthmus. This is it's the Marquette neighborhood, I believe is what it's called in Madison. So this is right along one of the lakes there, or neighborhoods along one of the lakes there.
Popular bar and restaurant area. But again, this is mid-afternoon.
I think it was the Crystal is the name of the bar this happens outside of. A police...
Hold on, let me go back, because they said he had a knife, or he grabbed a knife and he injured one of the officers with a knife.
His family members who have to see about, Carl, because there are no... 38-year-old Cory Ruiz. The police have been called because of reports that he was stealing bicycles, trying to get into cars. They're chasing him, and this is at an intersection that's in kind of on the isthmus. This is it's the Marquette neighborhood, I believe, is what it's called in Madison. So this is right along one of the lakes there, or neighborhoods along one of the lakes there.
Popular bar and restaurant area, but again, this is mid-afternoon.
I think it was the Crystal is the name of the bar this happens outside of. A police officer intercepts him as he's coming through on the bicycle and either knocks him off the bike or Ruiz falls to the ground. And when he's on the ground, the police officers surround him. There's a struggle. You can see them struggling back and forth. You can see at one point Ruiz is reaching with his left hand, it looks like toward an officer's, maybe the pocket of one of his legs. And in his right hand, he has a knife. And if you slow-mo the video or freeze frame it, you can see there is a knife in his right hand that one of the officers is holding. It ultimately is the officer who will fire the fatal shots. As the struggle continues, a female officer comes in with a taser, and you can hear her say, "Taser, taser." She announces it. I believe you also hear at one point the officer on the ground saying he has a knife, he's got a knife. And then as soon as she deploys the taser, Ruiz is still standing. She deploys the taser, he falls to the ground, and as another officer is stepping on his leg to hold him down, the one who had the knife, holding the hand with a knife, repositions himself, pulls out his service weapon, and fires 3 fatal shots, in point-blank range. And I think when you look at the video, Carl, that is what people are reacting to, because he's on the ground when those shots are fired. And many people look at that and say, why did he have to be shot to death? You've got a taser that's been deployed. Officers are surrounding him. But of course, that's easy for us to say from afar. We are not responsible for the investigation that will determine if this was a justifiable shooting or not. We know there was a weapon that was involved. When that knife came into play, we don't know. But obviously, that is really troubling video to watch, I think, for anyone, because you're watching a man lose his life.
I think something a lot of people have noticed in that video, people who were there that day, it's 4-on-1, right? 4 different officers involved in the struggle with Cory Ruiz. And then what has been labeled by some, his family, the attorney that's now been hired to represent the family in this, an execution by the officer who comes back from the struggle and fires that weapon. It's certainly hard for us in slow motion watching this to be the arbiters, be the judges, and we are not in this case. There's an investigation going on from the Wisconsin Division of Criminal Investigation. You can't help but put yourself in the officer's shoes as well. You're fighting with someone who has a knife. There is a weapon involved. But there's a lot that's very difficult to watch in that video as well.
It's absolutely difficult to watch, as I said, no matter where you come down on this, because you are watching a man lose his life. The question was, it justified? Was it a use of force that was necessary? Did the officer believe so? And in that situation, we do see there's a weapon in his hand. The officer is holding that wrist with the knife. Is it possible that officer thinks the first moment I have a chance to stop this threat, I'll get out my service weapon, but I can't yet because I'm holding the knife? The taser disables him and he thinks now is the chance. But then, of course, you say, well, if he's disabled, the taser disabled him. Why did you need to? Investigators will look at all of that. But it's hard to see what's happening. We're looking from afar, freeze framing videos, spot shadowing. When did he first have the knife? The officer, we're told by police, was injured, was cut by that knife. We don't see that happen. We don't see if he was gesturing at the officers with the knife, what was being said. And we would know more if we could see this on the police officer body cameras up close. We can't, because they weren't wearing any, because Madison police don't have them. We'll talk more about that. But that leaves a lot of questions as to what really happened.
I think that's a real difficulty here. We've heard some briefings, especially from the Madison Police Chief, John Patterson, but we have not gotten much in the way of details yet about what the officers have reported, what they have said led up to this, and what they were experiencing in that struggle. And a lot of that will come from the internal investigation. But I think that's where a lot of the questions, we can just say from the public side of things, are coming because of the lack of information, right? To your point about the injury, we don't even necessarily know the extent of the apparent injury to one of the officers involved here. A knife can do a lot of things, right? It can be a scratch.
So a knife can cause a lot of injuries, right? So, but the way they had them, and don't get me wrong, I'm not against them tasing or anything like that. You feel me? But it was 4-on-1, and I'm not saying that he couldn't have been strong, because a lot of times, man, when you try not to get caught, you feel, but you get strength out of, you get that extra little strength, right? But why not just deploy more tasers and tase them? You got them surrounded, y'all there. Why not back up off of them if you got the knife and treat it as a, hostile situation? So that way, back up off of them so the officers wouldn't get stabbed or wouldn't get hurt. Y'all already got pistols or whatever. Let's see if he gonna make an attempt to try to hood. You feel me? But if y'all back off, we talk to him. Y'all deploy tasers. Y'all already deployed one. Y'all back off. Everybody up their taser. Tell them, look, drop the knife. before we tase you. Like I think a lot of things could have happened before, you know what I'm saying, they pulled out that gun and just shot him 3 times. But again, we don't know what was said. We don't all we see is that the officer bump him, boom, he falls off the bike, boom, they get into a struggle, boom. I don't know where and how he grabbed the knife, or if the knife was already in his hand, or whatever the case may be, or if he was getting the knife out to say, look, well, I got a knife on me. And 9 times out of 10, they probably won't listen in no motherfucking way, which that wouldn't have been the smart thing to do, is to pull out the knife. But we know criminals are dumb. What's going on, blood? What you got to say, man?
How about let's not steal bicycles?
Yeah. No. He was riding on a bicycle. The article said he was pulling, I guess, looking into car doors. See, that's what I'm saying. So we don't know exactly if that's what he was doing. He didn't have a bunch of bicycles with him when they had him. He was on one bike. You know what I'm saying? The looking into the car. Okay,
But
they say they got,
okay,
but do we
okay.
even know that?
Let's take all that out to play. Let's not fight for police officers when you know if you ain't done nothing or you're not doing that. Hey man, go ahead and lay it down. You have no win.
Now that I understand your point, and I get you to the fullest, and with that, yeah, man, you know what I'm
I'm trying
saying?
to figure out why you trying, and I'm gonna keep it 100, bro, because I'm a criminal. I'm a felon. There's plenty of time I could have got my life taken, but when I seen them police come, I laid my ass down. I'm not finna fight with them. I'm not finna try to, you know what I'm saying? We'll handle all this shit at the police station. We gotta, and I'm a criminal.
It don't look like
Go
I'm
ahead.
doing much to get shot though. And
I
again,
mean, but you gotta understand, you put yourself in a situation, no matter
yeah, but
what. And
guess what? We the
go ahead.
police, and we are there. We the police. We already there. We didn't have to shoot them again. Why not back off? Let's de-escalate the situation. We say they said we are one of them already deployed the damn taser, right? Let's back off. Let's get him to put the knife down. Let's talk to him. Let's see how he gonna react to that. Everybody pull out their taser. Let's tase the fuck out of him. Why was the first thing to do 4-on-1 was one stop, pull out your pistol and shoot the shit out of him? That's not proper law. No matter what he was doing, whether he was breaking the law or not, that's still not for them to do. See what I'm saying?
Nah, I'm not gonna agree with it because I mean I understand what you're saying, but I'm not gonna agree with it because
I
you
mean,
gotta we
no.
put ourselves in situations, shit happens like that. We fucking with the police, bro. They first we know police first
Yeah,
intentions are to shoot. I don't
yeah,
care
but
what they was trained to do or what they
yeah,
supposed to do.
yeah, but that don't
Three
make
out
it
of
right.
one. You got,
That don't
but you
make it
got,
right.
you don't make it right. But I got to understand. I'm just looking at the personal aspect of I shouldn't even got myself into this motherfucking situation.
Right now,
That's
that
what
I
I'm
agree.
looking at.
I agree with you, but now we're talking about the law and how it should be conducted, and it shouldn't be conducted in the way that it has been, that it's being conducted. It just shouldn't be, regardless of whether you put yourself in that situation or not.
Now, I will say this, and you're right. And that's why, and I hate to do this because it goes to me by race, bro. Because I didn't seen white, I didn't seen footage. Well, a white boy wielding a knife at the lawn. And they did every taser, man. I mean, they finally shot and killed him, but he was out there for about 10, 20 minutes waving a knife at these laws, So I mean, it is, I don't know. I don't know, bro. It's like four, you got three out of, I mean, it was four of them, and three of them did the right thing. One of them didn't. You can't, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, he should be held accountable for what he did. If three out of the, you see what I'm saying? Three out of the four doing the right thing, trying to not take the man's life. Yeah, I understand. Let's go to the subject. Is this wrong? Yeah, the police officer was, the one police officer was wrong. You know what I'm saying? For even doing that. But I mean, when it's
And
shit going on, and then
like they
did he
have,
supposed to?
It looked like they had got him on the ground already, bro, and was finna get to stomping him. And then I don't know if it was a lady. It looked like a woman. I'm not sure, but whoever. Then they shot him. Like damn, like for real.
He
Get ready to
shouldn't have pulled. Yeah, but he shouldn't have pulled out that motherfucking knife.
Now listen, I agree with you 100%, right? But it's still 4 y'all on them. One got the arm. It's too many. Like y'all train for this shit.
But it's
y'all got tasers.
Now I'm gonna tell you this. If he did stab one of those police officers, they had the right to do that.
But again, stabbing, he didn't stab none of them.
I thought you said one of the laws was injured in the reading.
They was injured, but we don't know. They don't know again to what severity, and if it was from the knife or if he got stabbed or if they got whoever it was got stabbed from the knife. It could have been an injury from the struggle with the man. And again, if he had the knife when y'all rolled up on him after y'all knocked him off of the damn bike, again, if you tased him one time and it's for y'all, step back, de-escalate the situation. Let's see if we can get him to put the fucking knife down first. Because again, if you go back, if I rewind it again, it looks like they was finna commence to stumping the man before he got shot. That's what it looked like to me.
It was happening so quickly because I didn't see the knife at first, and shit, it looked like they just ran up on him and shot him. Yeah, from what it was looking like.
My point exactly, but no, it was a knife struggle because they had the knife. So you see one with the arm, the other with the arm, and then they got him down. You see, got him even with the knife. They got him down on the ground. He was down on the ground when a police officer pulled out the gun to shoot him. Can we at least agree on that?
It happened so fast. He went to the ground, got back up, and pow.
No, he didn't bounce back up. No.
Rewind.
Yeah, we going right back.
Video and the video will play. I'll describe a little bit, but what you first see is, again, he's on a bicycle. Police are chasing him.
This man, Cory Ruiz, by the way, 38-year-old.
Thank you. 38-year-old Cory Ruiz. The police have been called because of reports that he was stealing bicycles, trying to get into cars. They're chasing him. And this is at an intersection that's in kind of on the isthmus. This is it's the Marquette neighborhood, I believe is what it's called in Madison. So this is right along one of the lakes there, or neighborhood that's along one of the lakes.
On the ground, another bar and restaurant area. Absolutely, but again, this is mid-afternoon.
He goes, the Crystal is the name of the bar this happens outside of. A police officer intercepts him as he's coming through on the bicycle and either knocks him off the bike or Ruiz falls to the ground. And when he's on the ground, the police officers surround him. There's a struggle. You can see them struggling back and forth. You can see at one point Ruiz is reaching with his left hand, it looks like toward an officer's, maybe the pocket of one of his legs. And in his right hand, he has a knife. And if you slow-mo the video or freeze frame it, you can see there is a knife in his right hand that one of the officers is holding. It ultimately is the officer who will fire the fatal shots. As the struggle continues, a female officer comes in with a taser. And you can hear her say, "Taser, taser." She announces it. I believe you also hear at one point the officer on the ground saying he has a knife, he's got a knife. And then as soon as she deploys the taser, Ruiz is still standing. She deploys the taser, he falls to the ground. And as another officer is stepping on his leg to hold him down, the one who had the knife, holding the hand with the knife, repositions himself, pulls out a service weapon, and fires three fatal shots in point blank range. And I think when you look at the video, Carl, that's what people are reacting to, because he's on the ground when those shots are fired. And many people look at that and say, why did he have to be shot to death? You've got to
you see when they slowed it down, I missed that too. You see how he slowed it down? She tased him, boom, 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 boom.
And he went down to the ground. Yeah, he went to the ground and then they shot him. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Now, but again, you are absolutely correct. I'm not saying that you said anything wrong. He shouldn't have had the knife, right? Well, let's not struggle when we got 3 to 4 police officers on us, because we know it's not going to end well. Regardless of whether he committed a crime or not, it wasn't going to end well with tasers and guns and you got a knife, period. Right? We know that. So I get what you're saying. Like, let's be a little bit more critical thinking here. You feel me? Let's really, you know what I'm saying? But, in those moments, people do what they do. You feel me? And not everybody, when they got the police on them, you know what I'm saying, react the same way. You feel me?
It's hard for me to want to have justice, and I'm a criminal. I got felonies, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, but it's hard because I know today in my right mind. You feel what I'm saying? Because because my last case was a burglar of a habitation, stealing bicycles out of somebody's garage. And the person could have shot me because I was in their garage, but I got away. But I still got caught with the bicycle, though. You know what I'm saying? Same damn shit could have happened with them. But hell, when the police pulled up on me, I got out that bitch and laid down on the ground. I already knew what it was. I'm not finna play.
Yeah, but see, he got a call. Somebody called and a lot, and then again, did they give the description of him? Like, you know, we want this call to come out. I'm pretty sure that's gonna be, you know what I'm saying, did they give a description? Was it him? Or did they get a call saying that it was a man on a bike looking into cars? And again, even if it was, like, that's what y'all out there investigating. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that like cars don't come up stealing and nothing like that, but just send a squad car out there to watch and see what happened. You know what I'm saying? That this what actually Hood got him off the bike. Hood, you feel me?
Yeah, because it was one long car that took me down. Like, well, they ain't take me down. Once they pulled in front of me, I knew what it was. Know what I'm saying? I just ran out the garage. Nigga draw down on me. I just ran out the garage. But they was chasing him like he was in a damn car. That shit crazy. Because they don't know if what they call it when they hit the police car. Because he just said they don't know if he fell off the bike or they hit him while he was on the bike. Like, they treating this nigga like he in the car.
Well, I didn't see police officers bump people on bikes before.
I ain't never seen a high speed bike chase. I swear to God.
Oh my goodness, little bro, you agree that the cop was out of pocket? Wow. What's going on, Miss Jen? Little bro say the cop was out of pocket. Wow.
Man, people gonna say that because they don't like police, but at the end of the day, every police it's always, and we can say this from experience. Well, I can anyway. When you dealing with police, 3 or more police officers, one of them is ready to shoot at all motherfucking time. He just hope you do some bad shit.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. That shooting look like and it's hard to say because people are gonna be like, well, what does a frustrating shooting look like? That looked like he was just tired and frustrated with dealing with him and struggling with him, and he said, fuck all this, and I'm not saying I'm finna shoot him. Now, mind you, I'm not saying that that's what happened or that what was done or that's what he was thinking, but you know, me just looking at the video, like, you know what I'm saying, you know me just saying it. I'm not saying it's the truth, but it looked like, man, look, I'm not finna keep doing this shit. We used to struggle with this man with a knife. You know what I'm saying? He got a knife. I'm not finna pull out no taser. We not finna let him get up. None of this shit. Bam, bam, bam. But even if that's the case, why not just shoot him once?
But I'm glad, you know what? See, God do things for a reason, though. And the family might get compensated for it because at the end of the day, he didn't think nobody was videotaping. They probably thought they could have did a training day scene. You know, he came out with the knife and we had to take him down. You know, like anything. You know, because them laws are motherfucker. The law, you gotta understand, you dealing with the law, and they'll make up some shit.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy as hell, man. He say 2 things can be true. 2 things can be true. Say Monk is right. The cop is out of pocket at the same time. Yeah. Now don't get me wrong. Like I said, I agree. I agree with Blutter too. You know what I'm saying? You gotta be cautious and careful how you move. You know what I'm saying? But if he didn't think he was doing nothing wrong, and again, you know, he moving like shit. He ain't know nobody called no authorities on, you know what I'm saying, that he was looking in the car. So he moving like how he moving. But still, when you get on the chase and you're on the bike, you like, why the fuck is they after me? And then, like, bro, how we really got to think about this because they said so. When I read the article, they said he had lost them for a minute. Why didn't you stay where you was and get the fuck off the bike and start walking?
No bullshit. I ain't never seen that. Oh, so that's why. Okay, now it makes sense. It was more units in the area then because they looking for him. It probably was one unit and he shook their ass. But damn, they pit maneuver a nigga on a bicycle. I ain't never seen that shit in my life.
Boy, Wisconsin, boy, when you going into Wisconsin, they let you know if you got guns or bullets or if you with someone and you don't want to tell. everybody's going to jail.
But that you know what's really wild though? It's crazy that they don't have no body cams. I thought it was like some type of law that all police departments have body cams.
Man, listen, these things are state regulated, brother.
Oh, I ain't know that. I thought it was mandatory.
All this shit is all these things is state, like a lot of people keep talking about this federal law. All these shit's is state regulated, man. If the state don't want to fucking do it, they don't give a fuck about what the feds say. If the state don't want to do it.
Yeah,
Y'all
but
better
the
read the Constitution.
you're gonna be on their ass because they have nothing to say that they had reason. And that's what I like already. Cause I think you read like an outside department is coming in to investigate the shooting.
Yeah, internal affairs.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But now, like, okay, I'm gonna say this quick because I really was supposed to be doing some other shit. But anyway, I agree with Monk. You know, I'm big on self-awareness, understanding like how things can go every which way wrong before it can go right. Right? Like, if he had a gun, then yeah, for sure. This would have been a clean shoot. Nothing to talk about. But a knife though. After your fellow officer is yelling taser, 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 I got the taser. And look, if you shoot him one time, I could probably understand that, even though one shot could be fatal. But bro, I ain't gonna say you unloaded the clip, but you shot more than once, bro. Like you already got him on the floor. And it's right there in the video, clean as day. You got him on the floor, he's getting tased. We didn't have to go to gun. We did not have to go to the gun here.
Yeah, he didn't have to. I can't say he didn't have to put a 3-piece there. He didn't have to do a 3-piece.
And the female officer clearly running up saying taser, taser,
Taser, taser, taser. Yeah. Now I didn't even know nothing about this case really until you just played it.
Yeah, man. See, that's what we do over here, man. We bring light to shit. Get it?
Talk your shit. But nah, on this one, yeah, cop out of pocket.
So you think they gonna he lose his job? We get him some jail time?
He ain't gonna go to jail. He gonna lose his job though, for sure.
Yeah, he gonna lose his job for sure.
If the city got to pay out, oh yeah, you for sure losing your job, brother. At the very least. Yeah. He's losing his job.
That's the question though. Do you think they're gonna pay out?
Yeah. Cause the video, bro, that angle is crazy.
And they got
like,
2 different angles.
That angle is cold. I ain't gonna even lie. And again, you can hear her saying taser. So why don't you pull out your taser? 2 tasers, I ain't gonna lie. Unless he geeked up on some type of PCP or something like that, he ain't fighting 2 tasers, bro.
Yeah.
Right, because y'all gotta get up off them, because y'all gotta get up off of them and stop struggling with them once she tased them anyway, right? So why didn't y'all reach? Why was the first thing you reached for was your fucking gun and not your taser? And again, like I said, step back.
Yeah.
Like,
And this is and keep in perspective, this is a knife we talking about. Now again, a knife is a deadly weapon. We all know that. All it takes is for you to get stabbed in the right spot, you can die.
And when he fell, was his hand still on the knife? He probably could have been clutching it.
Play it back. Play it back.
I think something fell to the ground I seen something fall to the ground.
Shit, play that motherfucker back. He got it loaded up right here. I mean, I don't want to keep, spawning this man's last few minutes.
Popular bar and restaurant area,
Absolutely.
but again,
video and the video will play. I'll
Yeah,
describe
no,
it a
not
little
like
bit.
that, but we just,
you
you know,
first see
we
is
just-
he's on a bicycle. Police are chasing him.
this man Cory Ruiz, by the way, 38-year-old.
Thank you, 38-year-old Cory Ruiz. The police have been called because of reports that he was stealing bicycles, trying to get into cars. they're chasing him, and this is at an intersection that's in kind of on the isthmus. This is
So like she runs up with the
it's
taser.
Marquette
Why he don't grab the
neighborhood, I believe it's
taser?
called, in Madison. So this is right along one of the lakes there, or neighborhoods along one of the lakes there.
Popular bar and restaurant area, but again, this is mid-afternoon.
I think it was the Crystal is the name of the bar. This
I ain't gonna lie.
outside.
The
police
part
officer
I really
intercepts
don't
him
like.
as he's coming through on the bicycle, and either knocks him off the bike or Ruiz falls to the ground. And when he's on the ground, the police officers surround him. There's a struggle. You can see them struggling back and forth. You can see at one point Ruiz is reaching with his left hand, it looks like toward an officer's, maybe the pocket of one of his legs. And in his right hand, he has a knife. And if you slow-mo the video or freeze frame it, you can see there is a knife in his right hand that one of the officers is holding. It ultimately is the officer who will fire the fatal shots. As the struggle continues, a female officer comes in with a taser, and you can hear her say, "Taser, taser." She announces it. I believe you also hear at one point the officer on the ground saying he has a knife, he's got a knife. And then as soon as she deploys the taser, Ruiz is still standing. She deploys the taser, he falls to the ground, and as another officer is stepping on his leg to hold him down, the one who had the knife, holding the hand with a knife, repositions himself, pulls out a service weapon, and fires 3 shots, 3 fatal shots. In point blank range.
Yeah,
and,
that's out of pocket.
When you look at the video, Carl, that is what people are reacting to, because he's on the ground when those shots are fired. And many people look at that and say, why did he have to be shot to death? You've got a taser that's been deployed. Officers are surrounding him. But of course, that's easy for us to say from afar. We are not responsible for the investigation that will determine if this was a justifiable shooting or not. We know there was a weapon that was involved. When that knife came into play, we don't know. But obviously, that is really troubling video to watch, I think, for anyone, because you're watching.
Yeah.
I know what part you don't like, when they handcuff the man.
Yes, like I hate that, bro. Like, I think that's the dumbest shit in the world, cuz. Like, he dead. Why you gonna cuff him? What he gonna do?
Come back to life, pop up like the Undertaker.
Fuck out of here. Like, bro, that's disgraceful, bro. Like, look.
I'm getting paid off of that. Y'all cuffed them after you killed them.
Y'all know me, bro. Like, I'm for what's right. I don't care if you black, white, Asian, Chinese, whatever. And in this situation, that cop is dead ass wrong, bro. Like, if I see, when you show me video and this is what, matter of fact, this is perfect. This was a perfect night for me to be on here. You know how I say, just like, not to bring Nolan Wells into this, but you know when I say, if you bring me undeniable evidence that I can't run from that, like, this is undeniable evidence. It's literally right there. Like, you got to be blind as Stevie Wonder to not see this.
Because you can see him going limp from the taser.
Yes, you can see it. You can hear the gunshots. You can see it. Like, bro, he's on the ground. Like, and I understand that and this is a training issue. Officers are taught to shoot the suspect to until you subdue him. You know what they mean by subdue. Like this was unnecessary. What? Like, I ain't trying to be funny when I say this, but where's the nightstick?
Yeah, or the baton that they use.
Well, yeah, the baton, bro, man. I'm telling you, bro. I ain't never been tased before. So what are dogs at? Man, I'm telling you, you get your ass bit by that dog, man. You dropping that knife, cause I promise you that. You get tased and bit by that dog, man. You dropping that knife. But nah, yeah, the payout, bro. Bro losing his job, pay the family.
Well, I say lock him up. That's murder.
I feel you, but they're gonna use the knife and say that, you know, he was right to shoot, but not right to kill.
Only because they was the police. You know what I'm saying? But in the comment, let me be quiet.
But let me ask you that.
You said what?
Is that an overkill?
Nah. If he would have unloaded the clip, for sure, that's overkill. Now he would. I believe he would went to jail then, for sure.
Yes, it is an overkill because at that range, you can shoot anywhere you want to. Anywhere could have been a kill. The one
okay, yeah. All right. Let me put it this way. In my eyes, is it overkill? Yes. Is it overkill by the way they're trained? No. That's what's gonna save him from going to jail, bro. Unfortunately, is the way they're trained? They're trained to shoot to subdue the suspect.
But again, he was already subdued, so you didn't have to
You
shoot.
right. You right. That's why he shouldn't have shot. But that's why I'm saying, bro, he's gonna lose his job for sure.
That's why I'm
Like
saying he should go to jail for sure.
he should. But okay. If you're asking me, should he? Yes. If you're asking me, will he? No. So I agree with you when you say he should go. Yes. But will he go? No. You know how this go. Paid administrative leave. Pending investigation. But that's why I say though, bro, two things is true in this scenario. Yes, Monk is right when he say he shouldn't have put himself in this predicament. Like if I always say, if you know you're playing a game and the rules is unfair and it doesn't favor you, don't put yourself in positions to have to play the game.
Well, shit,
And
you
he
can't
put
say
it.
life every day though.
It's possible, but it isn't likely. Now, when you do this, it's likely. Unfortunately. But that's where self-awareness got to kick in at. Like what Monk just said. He said, bro, when they pulled up on me, I just laid down. Like I didn't even try to fight this. I've accepted my fate.
I mean, you know, he didn't think he was wrong or did nothing wrong. He like, why y'all up on me? Shit.
True indeed. And I believe everything was good up until him getting shot. That part right there, like, and looking at the video, yeah, brother, this is bad, fam. I ain't gonna even lie to you. This is bad. This is bad.
Like I'm talking about as he was getting tased.
Yeah.
Like so, because he had to let go again because they had to come up off of him because she was tasing them and they would have been shocked too. So as soon as he came up off of him, he reached for his pistol. It seemed like he was shooting.
Hey, you crack me up when you be doing that, dog. You feel me?
Yeah, man. Like he was shooting while she was tasing, bro.
Nah, bro, this is bad.
Unless he gonna say, "Oh, well, I was reaching for my taser and I didn't realize I grabbed my service pistol."
Fuck you, bro. Like you know the difference between a taser and a pistol.
I bet you that's. I guarantee you that's what they gonna try to pull. I meant to reach for my taser and not my service pistol. Watch.
Nah, brother, you gotta go ahead on it. I put it like this, brother. Either they could correct it or the streets will correct it for you.
So they've been protesting and
How long ago this happened?
Oh, this was back in July. This happened July the 2nd.
Damn, 2 days before Nola was. Fuck.
Yeah.
I didn't even know that. So what's the update on this?
This is our current. So that's what I was doing. I was just playing the video to see.
Oh, okay.
That came out about it, because I'm giving Nolan a break. So that's why I'm trying to shine a light on some other things that people don't necessarily, know about.
Yeah, I'm not dead ass. I didn't know nothing about this. And I just happened to click on the log.
And I'm not doing this to show police brutality or just this is something that happened. It's not getting as much needed media attention as it should, to answer some of the crises that we have within our police system and how they interact and how they handle problems when they out there in the street. And don't get me wrong, man. I'm not gonna sit here and tell you that that's an easy ass job to put on that motherfucking bullet, grab your service pistol, some fucking handcuffs, and ride around in the car trying to stop motherfuckers from doing fucked up shit every day. Excuse my language, I apologize. But come on, man. We gotta know that like I don't care whether you white, because I don't want to throw the race shit in there. black, I don't know for who you are, bro. Going out in these street places, bro, and trying to uphold the law, because you got to realize, see, and it's another thing, which I used to say this all the time to people. The police job is not to protect you. That's not what they here for. You know, the original police were here to go after slaves, but this police that's current, they're not here to protect you. Their job is to serve and to protect the law, not the citizens who's supposed to abide by said law. I'll say that one more time. The officer's job is to serve and protect the law, not the said citizens who are supposed to abide by said laws.
Now, this is one of those times where I'm always talking about that accountability pendulum and whatnot, and how it swings. Now, we're gonna be. I don't even know if homie was black or not. Like, but I think he was a minority. I mean, Ruiz.
He might have been Spanish.
Okay, well, he is a minority. The minority is gonna be accountable for the whole. He shouldn't have put himself in this position, but that also means the cop got to be accountable for the action you took because it was unnecessary.
Facts.
Like, if again, for the record, if he had a gun, hey, this is a clean shoot. I don't have nothing. I have nothing for it. I'm nothing. But we talking about a knife. Now, again, I recognize that a knife is a deadly weapon, but the likelihood of him killing you versus the likelihood of you pulling out this pistol and killing him. Come on. I mean, there's no equating that. And plus, again, what did the video show be? Your fellow officer is yelling, taser, taser, taser. So she's tasing the man. As a matter of fact, how I know the man couldn't stab you and get enough of a swing to stab you and kill you because one of your other officers stepping on his foot. So he's never gonna come to a vertical base. Unless he break his ankle, literally. There's no way he gets to a vertical base. So how do you argue that he could possibly kill me? The only way is if your face is that close to his hand, which it didn't show that in the video. At least not no angle I seen, unless I'm tripping.
No, they didn't. They had his arm. His arm was extended forward in front of him.
So yeah, like there's no way that you could have been fatally stabbed. Again, I'm not saying that citizens has the right to stab officers. That's not what's getting said here. It's just based off this specific incident and the video that is shown. This ain't AI generated. This ain't altered or none of that. There's no plausible angle you could have been killed. So why was deadly force used?
So if Carmelo got murdered in the first degree, can we say he did at least? This the same thing. I was finna be nice and say manslaughter because he a cop.
The blue shield gonna protect him from being prosecuted. I'm not oblivious to that. Yeah. That's like asking me to go dunk in the NBA and I'm only 5'3". Yeah, nah, fam.
You just have to work real hard. You feel?
Look at that ass.
You know what I'm saying? Shit. Hey, man, get about 6 to 8 months, man. Proper leg training. You know what I'm saying?
Nah, brother, at 33, what I am is who I am.
You know, shit, you be on this bitch. Basket, you feel me? Like that.
I would eat the strongest HGH and steroids you got. But nah, I mean, yeah, like I say, man, I'm full is right here, and what's right is again, we're gonna accept the accountability fact that he shouldn't have put himself in this position, except the fact that you might have been unnecessary here.
And why is it taking so long for cameras, body cams to get in your budget?
Cause if I had to speak to it, I would say, you know how I'm gonna use an analogy to paint what I'm saying. You know how like whenever you got to make an insurance claim or whatever, they want to do everything to make sure that you ain't at fault or they ain't at fault, so they don't have to pay.
Yeah.
Unless they just have to pay.
Got to, yeah.
That's what this is. They're gonna go through every single plausible scenario before they admit fault. They'll it's likelier that they'll just, like you said earlier, just come up with some scenario for you and then say, oh, this was justified. Now he's getting fired, bro. Like he's not keeping his job. I definitely don't see him keeping his job. I just don't see him getting prosecuted either. Like
really?
it damn near gotta be some George Floyd shit in order for it to happen.
This was worse than George Floyd.
Yeah, but it's not causing an uprising.
I feel tired, motherfuckers trying to do all that right now. Yeah, man.
You know.
That officer should go to jail. Chat, what y'all think? I think it should go to jail for first-degree murder. We're gonna listen to a little bit more of this video, but me personally, just saying that, I didn't even know that they had, and I was gonna try to find some footage of it if it was available. So I didn't even know they had the footage. But yeah, man, this is an atrocity. This is man.
That's crazy.
Like, did they really? So, and again, like I said, as you said in the video that was played, the condolences to his family and RP to that young man. As soon as she tased him, he came out with he had bang bang, and then why put the fuck, bro? So you mean to tell me
I can't stand that, bro? The cuffs.
So did nobody know to check his post, and y'all? Well, when he stopped moving, I knew what it was. I ain't gonna need to lie to you. Did you see how he went stiff?
Yeah, he went stiff immediately.
You know when you get shot, bro. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't know if y'all have been shot before. You know what I'm saying? Had a few. You feel me? You know what I'm saying? You don't get stiff like that. You get the little oh shit, but you don't get that motherfucker wasn't stiff. That's why I said it was overkill, because from that range, he could have shot him anywhere. Head, neck, chest, fatal blows. And they were very accurate shots from where he was. He didn't move, he didn't flinch. When he pulled this gun, boom, he pointed that bitch, boom, and he bah, bah, bah.
Yeah, nah, Cuddy wasn't gonna survive that no matter what. It was too close. Point blank.
He didn't even, first of all, he didn't even warn nobody, say, watch out. What if you did some goofball shit and shot one of your peoples? Because they were standing around. Wasn't like all y'all was on one side and they were behind you.
No, thanks. I ain't gonna lie, boy. Had they not had this video, yeah, they would have covered this.
Oh yeah, he need to be in jail. He locked up, and yeah, man, I don't agree with that.
Now, like again, for the record, bro, if you're asking me, should he go to jail? Yes. I'm right there with you when you say he should go. Now, if you're asking me, will he? No, I don't believe it.
Well, you know, they got that immunity. What is that shit? That police immunity shit, you know, that Trump just put into effect. You know what I'm saying? So regardless of what happened, yeah, he gonna get that little administrative shit. And I hate that.
I ain't gonna lie, though. He got to live with that for the rest of his life, though. And sometimes the psychological effect of that.
He didn't stab the cop, though. He didn't stab him. He never stabbed him.
No, I'm saying the cop had to. Oh, wait.
In the comment, I was responding to the comment. He was saying he stabbed. When you stab the police, it never ends well. Like any encounter with the police never ends well if you got any type of weapon. We understand that. So I agree with both you guys 100% fully. But what I'm saying, there was no de-escalation process.
Yeah,
Y'all
true.
responded to a call. Y'all supposedly responded to a call of somebody looking into cars.
I ain't gonna lie, cuz I'd be a live ass cop. Like my body cam would be must see television.
You a fool.
Nah,
Only
for
thing,
real. Like, boy. I swear to God, I'd be like, look, fam, you only got 5 times. And I think 5 is too much. But hey, after that 5th time, we pulling out the taser because we ain't even do all this. Oh, whoa, whoa. Well,
well,
nah, man.
you do
I
security
really
work for
hope. You said
secure
what?
shit. I said you do security work. Then
Yeah.
that kind of officer, so you got to secure shit like that.
Yeah, and I gotta de-escalate shit with homeless people.
And so, are
Like,
you to handle situations like how this cop did? I know you're not a cop, but
nah,
let's
I
know.
wouldn't know. Like, okay, first off, I'm a people person just by nature, right? And I treat people like people because that's ultimately what people want to be. Most of the people wants to be treated like people,
Mhm.
and I'm very understanding to a lot of things, and I'm very compassionate to a lot of things, very empathetic to a lot of things, and you know, it's about how you present things to people, right? Like even if okay, let's say Jack is homeless and he's on the property and I gotta make him leave. You know,
Mhm.
I wouldn't be like, hey, motherfucker, you gotta get the fuck away from here. You know what I'm saying? Get your bitch ass away from here. No, it ain't gonna be like that. I'm like, hey, my man, hey, you can't sit there. You know what I'm saying? Like, if it was my place, I wouldn't care. But hey, I don't make the rules. They just, pay me to enforce them. And I normally get a positive response from that because that's very understanding. That's understanding. That's a very logical reason, and it's simple to understand,
Right.
and it ain't disrespectful.
I feel
Like,
you.
nah, it is times where people, it goes left, but hey, my rule is just, hey, I'll be whatever you wanted me to be, just don't swing.
Right.
Just don't.
So
Matter of fact, don't spit, don't swing. Other than that, we good.
yeah. I feel you. I feel you. I feel you. I feel you. But yeah, lock this motherfucker up, man. That's what I say. Let me see what other details they got about it though. Let's listen.
Watching a man lose his life.
I think something a lot of people have noticed in that video, people who were there that day, it's 4-on-1, right? 4 different officers involved in the struggle with Cory Ruiz. And then what has been labeled by some, his family, the attorney that's now been hired to represent the family in this, an execution by the officer who comes back from the struggle and fires that weapon. It's certainly hard for us in slow motion watching this to be the arbiters, be the judges, and we are not in this case. There's an investigation going on from the Wisconsin Division of Criminal Investigation.
I'm not tripping on the
You
audio
can't
going in there.
help but put yourself in the officer's shoes as well. You're fighting with someone who has a knife. There is a weapon involved. But there's a lot that's very difficult to watch in that video as well.
It's absolutely difficult to watch, as I said, no matter where you come down to this, because you are watching a man lose his life. The question was it justified? Was it a use of force that was necessary? Did the officer believe so? And in that situation, we do see there's a weapon in his hand. The officer is holding that wrist with the knife. Is it possible that officer thinks the first moment I have a chance to stop this threat, I'll get out my service weapon, but I can't yet because I'm holding the knife? The taser disables him and he thinks now is the chance. But then, of course, you say, well, if he's disabled, the taser disabled him. Why did you need to? Investigators will look at all of that. But it's hard to see what's happening. We're looking from afar, freeze framing videos, spot shadowing. When did he first have the knife? The officer, we're told by police, was injured, was cut by that knife. We don't see that happen. We don't see if he was gesturing at the officers with the knife, what was being said. And we would know more if we could see this on the police officer body cameras up close. We can't because they weren't wearing any, because Madison police don't have them. We'll talk more about that. But that leaves a lot of questions as to what really happened.
I think that's a real difficulty here. We've heard some briefings, especially from the Madison Police Chief, John Patterson, but we have not gotten much in the way of details yet about what the officers have reported, what they have said
What name,
led up to this,
Deffenbaugh?
and what they were experiencing in that struggle. And a lot of that will come from the internal investigation. But I think that's where a lot of the questions, we can just say from the public side of things, are coming because of the lack of information, right? To your point about the injury, we don't even necessarily know the extent site of the apparent injury to one of the officers involved here. A knife can do a lot of things, right? It can be a scrape and a scratch, or it could be a full-out stabbing. We have no idea.
So what? So and again in that video, did you see him attempt to try to stab or poke at any of the officers? And if the officer did get cut, now don't get me wrong, he had a knife, so he's guilty. But the only way, my bad, the only way that I could see any one of the officers getting poked is if he tried to stab or poke at him. But I necessarily didn't see that. I just seen them struggle or them struggling with him to try to get him down. Now again, y'all, I'm not saying he was right. That knife should have never been pulled out. Absolutely correct. But I didn't see him trying to stab or trying to make a stabbing gesture, because again, the video went from him getting knocked off the bike to the struggle. So now we can get more footage or the footage in between to what happened or that led up to all that, you know what I'm saying? Once he got knocked off the bike or fell off the bike or whatever the case may be, you know what I'm saying? We can kind of make a better judgment of how it all unfolded. You feel me? We just caught the ending of you know what I'm saying, what happened.
Well, was I tripping or the audio was going in and out? I ain't hear shit they said.
You ain't hear shit they said?
I promise you I didn't. And that sounded like a long ass video.
I can hear it. What about y'all chat? Miss Jen, did you hear it clearly or was it going in and out? It might have been you.
Might have been me,
man. The level of injury of that one officer that fired the shot.
We also don't know what was being said. Was Cory Ruiz making threats, I'm going to kill you? Was he not? We have no idea because we're so far away. What we can see is, as you said, 4 police officers attempting to subdue him. We can see that he's fighting back. He's struggling with them. We know there's a weapon involved at some point. We know that the taser is deployed, and we know that the fatal shots are fired while he is on the ground. That's all we know. In terms of determining what happens next, the Wisconsin Department of Justice Division of Criminal Investigation is responsible for doing that investigation. But there are many people who look at that and say, that's still too insider. We want someone independent to review this. We've heard that from Ben Crump and B. Ivory Lamar, the attorneys who are representing the family of Cory Ruiz. And clearly from the response this has gotten, Carl, in the days after this really struck a nerve with people in Madison.
Especially because it's not the
let it be known, this is a Hispanic man that Ben Crump is defending.
First time, and including in that area, there have been previous police killings going back years now, and not necessarily the response that people would have liked to see in terms of access to information, the availability of body cameras, which I know we're going to break down the kind of saga of that in Madison as well. I also wanted to bring up, because I know you've done some reporting and research into this, Brian, as well. The man who died, Cory Ruiz, 38 years old, a complicated person. He had a criminal record. We can get into some of that, but also a son. He had siblings. He had a 13-year-old daughter as well. There is a human life at the center of this.
There is, and certainly the family and their attorneys have made that clear that that they've had the time to say this was a father, this was a brother, this was a son, and we hear that oftentimes in these cases because in the end this was a human being. No matter what, I think it was Ben Crump who said he's more than a rap sheet, but he's got a rap sheet and he's got a significant one, and we're going to talk a little bit about why that may or may not matter coming up in the next segment. But certainly we've heard from the family, we've seen he had children. There are people who are hurting and they want answers. They say they want justice. And then you have members of the community who see another indication, a situation where they believe someone was, as you said, executed by police. They want to see justice. They also want to see accountability. That's going to come down to the investigation. We still don't know who the officers were who were involved, the one who fired the fatal shots. What were their backgrounds? Did they have any disciplinary histories that suggested they might be, have a predisposition to something like this or not? How many years of service did they have? I think there's a lot still to learn with this. But as we often see in these cases, the public doesn't necessarily wait for the results of an investigation.
There you go.
See, I like what he did right there. I like that. I fucking love that. Like, one thing I hate is they immediately bring up the criminal history. What the fuck does his criminal history have to do with this? But your police jacket tell us a lot about you, though. Have you ever been written up for unnecessary force? Have you ever been ripped? Have you ever had IA investigate you? Like, yes, like that. Now that's relative.
Now, but I will say this: if he was in a car and they ran his plates and the car came back to him and it was him, I could see them, because police will handle you accordingly according to what they pull up.
No, I'm saying, okay, fair. But I'm saying, like, when cases like this happen, they immediately start trying to talk about his criminal history.
Because of of course we gotta devalue the criminal. We
Yeah,
got to.
they'll discredit the shit. But bro, you can do all the discrediting you want. That video is damning. Like the video is right there, cuz. And how we don't know the name of these cops. Like, see,
They didn't get the names in the article
like, hey man.
because you know they don't want the cops to get threats, and they protecting the officer. So what they
But they didn't
right.
again, man. I'm for what's right, bro. Like, and in this, and again, had I did not had that video, I would be saying that, hey, let's wait until we get something that's very concrete or very
Y'all in this
undeniable.
waiting shit, man. So
No,
what
no,
do
no,
you
no.
think?
I'm saying if I didn't have that video, that's what I would be saying. But we
Yeah, but
have
that's
that video.
even with,
You don't need to
even
say
with
that.
that. Even with that, just like with the Nolan Wells, we don't have any evidence, man. But goddamn it, there's too many inconsistencies. Something happened to that boy.
Right, but I'm saying like in this particular scenario, you can't lie about a video, bro. You the eye in the sky don't lie. And plus you hear it. Again, you can hear her say taser, taser, taser. We see him on the floor with an officer stepping on his foot and you shooting him dead.
So without this video, I ask you a question. So without the pedestrian giving up this video, this shit would have been swept under the rug.
Yeah, they've been able to shape the narrative.
It would have been swept under the rug. And a lot of these type things happen. Get swept under the rug.
That's why you
So,
gotta. I know it's a very trying situation. I understand it's a very emotional and hostile situation, but you gotta be as calm as possible.
so again, people, we're gonna take it back to the slavery days. Beat your kids' ass. So when master come beating their ass, they won't buck up at them.
I'm dying. Say beat them your kids' ass.
Well, I didn't mean that literally. Of course,
Nah, nah, I know what you mean. I'm just being funny, bro.
I was being funny, but you know they used to beat their kids, so you know that when master beat them, you know they wouldn't buck up.
How they hit them with their belt?
You mean? You know what I'm saying? That sound effect applies to never mind, I ain't gonna go there. But yeah, man, you feel me? You know what I'm saying? Like, man, you know, like, god damn. You know what I'm saying? We gotta teach our kids to and don't get me wrong, I'm not saying like what Monk said was 100% correct. God damn, be cool, cause and you know, we like to teach this and we want to teach this to our kids, you know. We'll fight it out in court. We don't want to do this on the side of the road. Like Monk said, if it's that many police officers, it's one that's bound, cocked, ready, and loaded to goddamn it, you know what I'm
Fuck
saying?
you
Do
up.
it in for the night. So
Like,
you know, the
like,
ultimate goal
bro.
is to make it back home to your family.
Like, bro, I used to like when I was in school, bro. I was in alternative school, like from 6th grade all the way up to 11th grade. Like, we used to have this cop we used to have HPD at the alternative school, and he was sitting in there with us one day, and we was just fucking with him, pause. And we used to call a boy Usher, and ironically, his name was Raymond. He looked just like Usher, but nah. So he say, "Man, I'm gonna tell you a little secret." He said, "You want to know the worst thing you could have us do?" Now, this is before body cams, as a matter of fact. This was like 2006, 7, somewhere in there, in between 2006 and 2008, somewhere in that time frame. He said, "You know, the worst thing you can have us do is have us to chase you." He said, "Bro, when we catch you, we cutting them lights off. We're going to beat your ass for real. And we going to take you to jail." So I say shit like that. Nah, fam. And knowing I can't win, nah, man, I'm gonna lay it down, bro. I ain't gonna bullshit you.
Imagine how many people that don't know that and ain't heard that. But still in all, you still ain't got no fucking win, regardless of whether you knew that or not.
You ain't got no win, bro. It ain't no point bucking up to it.
But to have the inside source telling you that, knowing that I'm a criminal, that's why I'm in this alternative. Oh, my bad. I ain't mean to get down
Well,
there.
no, I wasn't no criminal. I was just bad as fuck in school.
Right, bad as
Kicked out of
fuck. Same
school.
difference. Bad as fuck. You know, that's how criminals start.
Nah, facts. Nah, you talking your shit.
But you know, you was able to, you know what I'm saying, overturn those.
Man, I'm telling you, he was serious too. He was like, bro, we'll beat your ass for real, for real.
You know what I'm saying? So by you getting that inside information, or you know, going to the alternative school, which gave you the opportunity for that cop to talk to you and tell you things like that. What about the young men? And listen, and I'm not excusing the fact that people do fucked up shit, because you shouldn't, right? But we do. That's not going to go anywhere. Crime has been look, since people have been breathing, it's been crime.
Nah, facts.
You feel me? It's been law breaking, even in biblical times. What she is, God told them not to bite, but they broke the law.
Come on, man.
This has been going on for a long time, y'all. So, but what I'm saying is, like, yeah, man, you don't want to put yourself in these type of situations because you want to make it back home to your family, right? But to know or to hear or to have a cop tell you that we gonna fuck you up if we gotta chase you, and that ain't even part of the fucking job. Right now, if I'm chasing you and I got to do my job and hub, I got to get out on you. You know what I'm saying? We gotta, you feel me? I get it, but man, all that beating you up, cutting the lights off. You know what I'm saying?
They gonna cut them lights off, man. I'll never forget that.
You know what I'm saying? And this happens more often than none. And like we said, and you know what? I'm not gonna even say it, I'm a 1,000,000% correct. We don't know. But again, I really do think if this footage hadn't been the footage, you know, it would have got swept under the rug. And for a lot of people also, man, we got to. So I remember the other day when I told y'all about paperwork. You gotta put paperwork. Man, you gotta start putting a lien. Listen, learn about what a lien is against an officer. You put a lien against his gun and his badge, he can't be out in the field. If they let him out in the field, you know, ching ching.
Yeah, bro, they would have swept this under the rug. He would have got reassigned, and that would have been that.
Yeah. 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 I'm telling y'all, look at putting, you know what I'm saying, putting liens on officers, man. You know
Now
what I'm saying?
again, this ain't all cops. It is some that does it right, that does the right thing, that does it by the book.
Yeah.
It's just I remember talking to somebody about this. I said, I understand a thing called career politics. There's one of my favorite shows, bro, is Chicago PD. Love that show. There is a whole episode on there where they was talking about the code, the blue code. And they say you never go against the shield. You know what I'm saying? Like one of the cops was told on another cop and this, that, and third, and it broke, you know what I'm saying, they particular protocol. It broke the code. They playing drugs on him, getting them set up and shit like that. Man, it's crazy. It's a crazy episode. But I look at shit like that and I'm like, bro, this is really how they operate.
Of course.
Like for real, the blue code. Can't beat it.
If you did know that something wrong with
you. It's real, man.
Yeah, if you did know something wrong with you. But yeah, man, they killed this man in cold blood, man. This shit crazy.
To form opinions.
And for the record, all those things would be things that you would have already been looking into and reporting on. We just don't even have the basics of the names of the officers involved yet from the Madison Police Department or from the investigation. Right?
No, as soon as we do, one of the things we will do is we will request those records. We want to know what those disciplinary histories look like. We will do a thorough deep dive into all of that, and that includes what we've done, which is a thorough deep dive into Cory Ruiz and his interactions with police.
Bringing it back to the video too, which is what we started with, and is the reason that this has become really a national story, not just a statewide story as well. I think I was surprised in the days that followed there weren't more videos. I guess we live in this age, right, where everyone has a camera in their pocket. It seems like every home and storefront has a ring camera and security cameras set up. It's really just a couple different angles from people there near that intersection that day, and they're not even the clearest necessarily views. One of them from way far down the block that has been making the rounds, and we've been using until a certain point as well. I think I've been surprised and then curious how much of an investigation can really happen when you don't apparently have the physical evidence you would expect from a major city like this, the capital of Wisconsin.
One thing I will say is that Madison police have said there are additional videos that are in the possession of the Division of Criminal Investigation that have not been publicly released. How many, we don't know. Were there cameras on the buildings nearby? This is at an intersection where there was traffic in all directions, which is one of the reasons there's all these bystander videos. Were there surveillance cameras on the buildings? Were there other bystanders who gave their video to law enforcement but didn't publish it? I mean, the videos we have are because there were people who went on Facebook or Instagram or somewhere and said, look what happened today. Police shot and killed this guy. And then those people are given credit for the video, but we just know what's been published. There may be additional angles. What we know for certain is there are not body cameras up close. And it stands out, Carl, because Madison Police is one of the largest departments in the state of Wisconsin, and they are by far the largest department in the state of Wisconsin that does not have body-worn cameras. In 2026, they are an outlier. And we're going to take a break. I want to talk more about that and what our political reporter Jason Calvi found out about that, and also the deep dive we did into Cory Ruiz and his previous interactions with law enforcement. Hint, this is not the first time he's been accused of or charged with resisting police officers. We'll talk more about that and why that may or may not matter when we come back right after this.
I don't think that matters again. So, but again, you know, they still diving into the record. Like, I don't even know why that's even fucking being talked about. Who gives a fuck?
Welcome back to Open Record. So, Madison police fatally shoot 38-year-old Cory Ruiz, broad daylight. There's cell phone video from several people standing around watching, people from inside their cars who were stopped at the intersection. But there is no video to be released by police. Whenever there's an officer involved shooting, the first thing we ask is, when are police going to release the video? When are you going to release the video? There's no video.
And for an example, here in Milwaukee, obviously we cover the city much more closely in this part of the state. One of the big debates has been the timeline of release of that video. Not the question of whether the video exists, but how quickly the public will get that.
Within how many hours or days should that be released?
Yeah, and some of that has been debated and changed actually more recently here in Milwaukee in terms of that time frame getting smaller and smaller when the public, after the families and the police have a chance to view that video, it gets released. Again, Madison, that was shocking, I think, to a lot of people to find out, oh, this is never coming. This doesn't exist.
And one of the great, maybe it's an irony here, I don't know, but coincidences, whatever you would call it, is that the very people who were vocally against Madison police getting body cameras were some of the police accountability groups that are now clamoring for accountability for what happened here. They were concerned about how body cameras might be used because in many cases, when departments get body cameras, they find that the number of criminal charges for lesser offenses increases because there's more ready evidence. So you might have more misdemeanor or low-level felony cases filed because of the existence of body cameras. So there was some question about what are the processes and procedures going to be like? What are the rules? They wanted to be careful about how Madison police proceed with that. Also, they're expensive. And Madison police may have looked at this as a budget item and said, that's a big investment we don't think we need. But every other department, not every other, the vast majority of other police departments, certainly of that size, have already gotten them. And now, of course, there seems to be some urgency in Madison police.
And not even necessarily decisions up to the Madison Police Department. As far back just this past November, not even a full year, the Madison Common Council actually rejected a proposal that would have redirected funding from a police oversight group, to your point, into a body camera program. That was rejected by the Madison Common Council, not by the police department. And now here we are less than a year later.
And Madison isn't the only department that doesn't have them, but they are certainly becoming one of the outliers, and they are one of the largest. There's another one. Jason Calvi did a look at the 10 largest police departments in Wisconsin. Madison was the only one that didn't have body cameras, but he didn't look at sheriff's departments in that particular search. Well, the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department still does not have body cameras. There's a race for sheriff right now. And we know our Brett Lemoyne, our Waukesha County reporter, talked to both of those candidates. They both say one of the first things they would do is get this ball rolling on getting body cameras. Waukesha County has more than 170 sworn deputies. That makes them, I think, possibly the third or fourth largest law enforcement agency in the state of Wisconsin. So they are one of the big ones that also does not have body cameras. They also recently had a fatal shooting involving one of their deputies that has brought this to the forefront. So I think we're seeing a time when before long, if you're a department, especially a large department that doesn't have body-worn cameras, it's like not having service weapons.
For some of those numbers too on the national level, because we know this story has become a national story, the Associated Press was reporting Madison Police Department around 500 officers, nearly 500. Other agencies around the country, the numbers go back as far as 2016. So 10 years ago, roughly 80% of police departments with 500 or more sworn officers had acquired body cameras at that time. And now the expert that the Associated Press was referencing says that number's basically approaching 100% with Madison as an outlier there.
I think it's interesting. What we find is look back to Kenosha. Remember Jacob Blake? That was another case where someone who had a knife was shot by police. It set off unrest in Kenosha back in 2020. This was just after George Floyd, so it was a powder keg of a time, and Kenosha was burning. And a lot of that came back to not knowing what happened up close because Kenosha police did not have body cameras. And we found that they had also rejected funding time and time again. Lo and behold, that happens. And guess what? They pretty quickly got body cameras. Many times it seems to be an incident like this, an officer-involved shooting, that ultimately prompts reluctant departments and maybe reluctant politicians, reluctant elected officials who don't want to spend the money to finally say, this is a priority, we need to spend the money.
Which seems to be the case in Madison. We've heard from the mayor of Madison since this shooting, Satya Rhodes Conway, who says this will be part of the budget that she proposes next. I believe the numbers, there's a new proposal about $414,000, a little more than that, for a 3-year rollout of a program that is expected to be approved now by the Common Council. Obviously will not be in time for the situation with Cory Ruiz and for his family and attorneys, but that could be the case for situations like this in the future. Maybe it's a good time, Brian, to get into Cory Ruiz, the man, as well. And you said that you've done a lot of reporting looking into his many previous run-ins with law enforcement, although the level that they reach necessarily is not particularly high.
Well, I want to first talk about the sort of internal discussion we had, because I think this is one that the public, they ask us either what, we reported on this, I think 4 days after the shooting, and I got two kinds of reactions largely. One was, what took you so long, Fox 6? We've known about his background for 4 days. What are you hiding? Or, why is this relevant? Why does it matter? Did the officers even know what his background was? They're both valid questions. But we discussed, is it relevant what Cory Ruiz's criminal record looks like based on what happened on that day? And I'm going to say, first of all, it has no bearing on whether or not that shooting will ultimately be deemed justified. That will come down to the facts of what happened that day, what the investigators find, what prosecutors who review that case determine. It will come down to the facts of what happened on July 22nd. But here's why we decided to go ahead and do this deep dive. And a big piece of it is not just that he has a criminal record. It is an extensive criminal record. That still isn't really enough. But at the age of 38, Cory Ruiz has been charged in 30 separate criminal cases. 30 cases in less than 20 years. That's a substantial record. But what really stood out as we looked at the records was 9 of those cases involve resisting or obstructing police, or threatening police, or injuring police. 9 of the cases, 8 of them resulted in convictions. In one of the, I should point out, 5 of those cases specifically involved Madison police. So what we don't yet know is, were any of the officers involved in those incidents the officers involved on July 22nd? Did they know who Cory Ruiz was? Had they had a previous interaction with him? Did that play into a preconceived notion of how he might behave? Did that offer some sort of bias? Or does it demonstrate just the person you're dealing with and how he views police and his willingness to comply?
And statistically, I guess you could say, okay, 4 officers out of close to 500, the numbers are unlikely, but we don't know. And we just don't have the officers' names to kind of counteract that.
We do know that a case in 2021, as officers, there were 4 officers, very similar to this, 4 officers attempting to subdue Cory Ruiz. They had chased him, they've got him, they're trying, and there are quotes that are attributed to 3 different police officers who were involved in that. Some of the quotes they attribute to Cory Ruiz were, "You touch me, I'm going to knock the bleep out of you. I'm going to kill you. You're not stronger than me. You see my muscles. You see I'll smack the blank up out of you. You're a white blanking pansy. You know I'll beat the blank out of you, right? That's why you got me like this." And he goes on and on. There are other ones. "I'll slap you like a bleeping beep." What we don't know is, these are very specific quotes. I mean, there are probably 14 of them. If there aren't body cameras, how accurate are these quotes? Are they best memories? Is there some other recording? We don't know. But we do know there was a history of him making threats against the officers. Was he making similar threats the day of this shooting? Would that change the outcome? Does that matter if he was making verbal threats? We don't know, but that's why we look into this, is because we want you to know the previous interactions. You can decide what to do with that. You can make judgments based on that. As I said, it doesn't really have any bearing on whether or not he will be found to have been justifiably killed, or whether or not that was a criminal act by a law enforcement officer, but it gives some context into the person who was a part of this.
You would know probably a little bit better than me, but the level that has to be reached for a police shooting to be ruled unjustified in this case, does a verbal threat rise to that level? Obviously the access to a knife is a big part of that, having an actual physical weapon there involved in the struggle. Do you know kind of like what levels that has to reach?
I'm not an expert in use of force investigations, but I've certainly covered a lot of them over the years, and I've talked to use of force experts. In isolation, of verbal threats certainly would not be enough to justify any sort of fatal use of force, lethal use of force. Is it a factor in isolation? No, but is it a factor in determining intent? He has a knife in his hand. If he's saying, I'm going to kill you, does that establish intent? Does that make the officer who's trying to subdue him think he's serious? He's trying to injure us. There's a real life threat here. That could be a factor. But again, that still doesn't explain what about when he's down on the ground? Is he still a threat, an immediate threat to someone's life? We've heard from many use of force experts over the years that police officers in that situation, the thinking, we can watch it and repeat it and play it over in slow motion and make judgments. But snap judgments in the moment. If the officer feels threatened and thinks he has to stop that threat, he's doing what he's been trained to do. Is that what they will find? We don't know. And that's why we have to wait for the investigation. But these are the questions. And I think that's really where something like that, the question you asked, is that relevant? I don't know. In isolation, it's not enough, but it could be a factor that contributes to the ultimate outcome.
This analogy is so far on the lighter end of the spectrum, I almost hesitate to make it, but we're coming off the World Cup, of course, and we were both watching that so closely. The difference between an action in real time versus the VAR reviews.
Yeah.
You watch something in slow motion, it looks very, very different in this case, back to the videos that we have of the shooting of Cory Ruiz versus playing it in real time, the matter of seconds between the taser going off, him falling to the ground, and those gunshots being fired.
What I will say is, this is one of those cases where the real-time video, I think almost anyone who watches it, the real-time reaction is, whoa.
Yeah.
And there was one frame that I think was really interesting, and I saw someone post this. The female officer who used the taser, after the officer shoots Cory Ruiz and kills him, the female officer steps back and covers her mouth with her eyes open as to say, oh my gosh, what just happened? Even she was shocked by what she had just seen. So obviously, for all of us seeing it in real time, I think that reaction is a very common one. We'll know more in the weeks and months to come. At least that's what we know for right now. We will take a break, and when we come back, speaking of this being something that could be an issue in the upcoming governor's race, last week we talked about the Marquette University poll. There was no David Crowley. There was Sarah Rodriguez. Now they've got all the right players involved. What does that poll look like? Maybe a surprising result here. We're going to talk to Mordecai Lee about that right after this.
With Base 44, a simple
Yeah, man, I wanted to touch on that and, you know what I'm saying, put the people up on that because I don't know if the people know anything about that, man. But that's crazy, man. That's crazy. That's crazy. and like we say, the officer might not even do no freaking time, man, which is sad. Sad. But again, man, we got to be careful. We got to be cautious. You know what I'm saying? We got to figure some things out. But y'all know what time it is, man. Let's get back to this Nolan Wells shit, though. You feel me? You know what I'm saying? You know, it's always a time to be had with the Nolan Wells. Let's get to this Nolan.
You because I mean, you're his friend. You were on the island on the 4th. You were on a different boat. Do you recall seeing him at all that day?
Yes, ma'am. I did see him when I was out there on the island.
Can you tell me what you saw? Does anything seem strange to you about the difference that people are saying of how he was separated from the group?
No, ma'am. I don't think that Nolan would say, hey, bro, I'm staying with this girl on the island.
For weeks, one explanation has shaped the public's understanding of Nolan's final moments. According to the friends who were with him, he willingly stayed behind on Horn Island after meeting a girl that day, expecting to find another ride back later. That version of events has remained largely unchanged, repeated across multiple interviews by several people from the same group. But this week, a voice with a much deeper connection to Nolan challenged that narrative. Speaking with CNN, Javon Williams, Nolan's closest friend, shared a perspective that immediately raises difficult questions. I've never known Nolan to stay behind while his friends left, he explained. If he rode somewhere with you, he was coming back with you. That isn't simply an emotional opinion. It's a direct statement about a behavior Javon says he witnessed over years of friendship, and his account doesn't stand alone. Separately, Nolan's father has also said the family cannot understand why their son would suddenly separate from the people he arrived with, describing that decision as completely out of character. Tonight, we're breaking down exactly what Javon Williams said, why his words matter, and how they challenge the version of events that has dominated this investigation for weeks. When the person who knew Nolan best says the story doesn't fit the man he knew, it's a claim that deserves careful attention. If you're new to this channel, that's the approach we take every time. We don't follow the loudest speculation or the most viral theory. we focus on what identifiable people have actually said, clearly separating verified statements from assumptions, and we're transparent about what those statements do and do not prove. Subscribe now because tonight's discussion centers on someone who truly knew Nolan, not someone trying to solve the case from the sidelines. Before we examine Javon's interview in detail, there's another perspective worth hearing because it overlaps with many of the same unresolved questions, from lingering contradictions to the retained tissue and other critical pieces of evidence that remain unanswered. Several issues continue to fuel debate. Nancy Grace recently addressed those concerns on her own program, outlining exactly why she believes key questions remain unresolved. Let's hear what she had to say before we continue.
A teen's mysterious death getting nationwide attention after attending a July 4th boat trip with friends and never returning home. Now, a Mississippi grand jury will determine if criminal charges will be brought after the family's private autopsy couldn't rule out foul play in Nolan Wells' death.
There were 300 to 400 people out on Horns Island. You mean to tell me nobody saw anything?
Any parent that would be in this situation, you would do anything to find out what happened to your child.
Joining us now, Nancy Grace, former special prosecutor and host of Crime Stories with Nancy Grace. You know, Nancy, Attorney Ben Crump there has a point. You mean no one saw anything? Where do you see this investigation, where things stand?
I've got a lot of problems with the investigation so far, but remember, we are seeing through a mirror darkly. We don't know all the evidence. There's been one state's autopsy, and that has not been released. The family sent the body of Nolan Wells for a second independent autopsy, and that autopsy says undetermined. This is what I do know, Griff. I know on the back of his head, the occipital bone back here, there is deep red subcutaneous tissue. It's not anywhere else. It is not pooling of the blood once he's died. The blood pools at the lowest point. It's not that because it's only there. I'm curious, does that suggest a blow to the head? There are many accidental possibilities. When you look at the video out there, there are tons of boats. They're close together. Did he drink and drown in between one of those boats and nobody noticed? I don't know that. However, that deep reddening on the occipital bone is very disturbing to me. Also, you think, oh, he drowned, but we don't have the lungs. When the second autopsy got the body, the lungs and the throat were missing. Now, I understand, Griff, why they took the lungs to determine if he had drowned, but why was the neck missing? What about the interior of the throat sparked the initial medical examiner's concern? Was there some bruising on the neck? I don't know. So right now, it could go in so many different directions. But let me tell you this. The call that the friends made when they were returning without Nolan, they say he wanted to stay and be with a friend girl he just met. She, Katie, says, no, he left with his friends. I got a problem right there. That's a conflict in the testimony. But when you listen to the call the other friends made, they called SEATOW, S-E-A-T-O-W, and said, we're sinking. In this newly released sound, you can make out somebody saying, wake the F up. What does that mean? I'm not resting till I find out if that's real. Has it been doctored? And if it is real, who are they talking to?
There's so many questions that you raise, Nancy, and as someone who's investigated these things, you know which questions to ask. I want to take you back, though, because that marking on the back of his head is not insignificant, as you rightfully point out, because also the size of it, right? It's like a 12 by 8. I mean, it's not a small clue in this. Expand on that a bit, if you will.
Yes, that's perfect. Right there is showing exactly where the reddened tissue is, and it's subcutaneous under the skin. Now, as we all know, in an autopsy, the skin is pulled away from the body to look at the tissue underneath the skin. That's where the second medical examiner, doctor, found it. Many people are arguing it was a blow to the back of the head. Many people argue he fell, hit his head on the boat, and went over. Well, if that happened, did anybody see him? So it's going to boil down to witness testimony and what that neck truly reveals. Again, why did the first medical examiner keep that part of the body? It was not sent to the second autopsy. That raises my antenna. There's a lot of hate going on around this case. It's very hard to understand. Again, it could be accidental. It may not be. And we can't stop the investigation until we know. This young man was 18. You know how old my twins are? 18. And I would be lying on the front of the courthouse steps screaming for an answer till I got one.
The concerns she's raising aren't new to this investigation. They're the same unresolved issues we've been following from the beginning. Nancy Grace pointed to the deep red discoloration reported on the back of Nolan's skull, questioned why the state retained his neck and throat tissue instead of returning it with the rest of his remains, and highlighted the long-standing conflict between Katie's account and the version repeatedly told by the friend group. Just as importantly, she was careful not to overstate what those details mean. She acknowledged that, at this stage, no one can say with certainty what happened. In her words, there are still many accidental explanations that remain possible, and the investigation could ultimately lead in several different directions before the evidence provides clear answers. That's the same standard we've tried to maintain throughout our coverage. We're not here to announce conclusions before the facts exist. We're here to document the questions that remain unanswered, separating confirmed information from speculation every step of the way. Tonight, another piece is being added to that growing list. This time, it comes from someone who knew Nolan better than anyone we've previously featured. Someone who says the explanation accepted for weeks simply doesn't fit the person he knew. Before examining that new perspective, it's only fair to revisit the account that has shaped this case since the beginning. Trostin Shepard, one of the friends who was with Nolan on Horn Island, described the events during an interview with ABC's Good Morning America. According to Shepard, he left the island by boat during the late afternoon of July 4th, while Nolan remained behind with a girl he had met earlier that same day. Explaining the situation in his own words, Shepard said they had only met that day, but Nolan seemed to genuinely like her. He also stated that July 4th on Horn Island was the only time the two ever spent together. Shepard has said he spoke directly with investigators and maintains that everyone from the group has fully cooperated with law enforcement throughout.
See, now, and this is what's fishy to me. They keep saying they met her that they met her where he met her that day, and then you get things that's saying that she didn't been a family function and the family knows her. Which one is it?
The investigation. A similar account has also been given by Warren Hudson. He described the boat experiencing mechanical problems, including a failing bilge pump that allowed water to collect, forcing the group to leave the island. According to Hudson, they departed believing Nolan had made the decision to stay behind and planned to return later with someone else. That version of events hasn't appeared just once. It has been repeated consistently in separate interviews by multiple members of the group over several weeks, and that consistency deserves to be acknowledged. Repeated accounts that remain largely unchanged can be meaningful and shouldn't be dismissed simply because another perspective has surfaced. But consistency alone doesn't settle an investigation, especially when another credible voice introduces a significant contradiction. For much of this case, that explanation stood with little direct challenge. This week, however, something changed. To understand why this new contradiction carries weight, you first have to understand who's making it. CNN identifies Javon Williams as Nolan's best friend, not someone relying on rumors or social media speculation, but someone who shared a genuine friendship with him for years, long before July 4th. Javon was also on Horn Island that day. According to what he told the Sun Herald, he had originally planned to ride on the same boat as Nolan, but there wasn't enough room before it departed. Instead, he boarded a different boat. He also recalled the final moment he saw his best friend, a memory that has remained with him ever since. And what happened next would leave even more difficult questions hanging over this case.
Miss Christine, how are you and your family holding up?
A lot of praying, a lot of just leaning on each other in this moment and just taking it day by day. That's really all we can do right now. It's been hard. Every day is different, and really every second is different, which is something people need to understand. Grief is not one emotion, right? It's multiple emotions, and they're all happening at the same time. And so it's just like 1 minute I can be, I can be okay like this and I can talk about it. And then the next minute I'm breaking down in tears because it's a constant reminder, because if I'm being honest, we really just have not had time to fully grieve with everything that's going on.
This is your baby, and everyone must understand that. And Javon, I want to come to you because you're his friend. You were on the island on the 4th. You were on a different boat. Do you recall seeing him at all that day?
Yes, ma'am. I did see him when I was out there on the island.
Can you tell me what you saw? Does anything seem strange to you about the difference that people are saying of how he was separated from the group?
No, ma'am. I don't think that Nolan would say, "Hey, bro, I'm staying with this girl on the island. Y'all go ahead and go back," without even bringing it, not even asking to get his phone back. You know what I mean? I don't think that any of that.
What makes you so sure about that? Because obviously you've been with him, you've spent a lot of time with him. Did you know him to be someone to leave his phone or even say, "You guys go without me"?
Never. I've never known Nolan to stay back while his friends leave. He's always been a guy where if he rode with you, he's going to come back with you. That's always how he's been every single time.
You know, this friend of his, Trayston, also told ABC that that video people have been talking about that was said to show some sort of altercation, it did not involve Nolan. He said it was actually him yelling in the video and that you and a family member were holding him back because he'd been in a fight. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am. We were calming Trayston down in that video where he said, "Give me my effing phone back." It sounds like him. So I'm pretty sure that he was right on that. But
Javon, I'm so sorry to think about what you must be going through and thinking about what's happened to.
Wait a minute. What you mean? Pretty sure you're right about that. Let's go back. Wait a minute. He said that you was holding them back. What do you mean?
yes, ma'am. We were calming Trayston down in that video where he said, "Give me my effing phone back." It sounds like him. So I'm pretty sure that he was right on that. But
His phone, or even say, "You guys go without me."
never. I've never known Nolan to stay back while his friends leave. He's always been a guy where if he rode with you, he's going to come back with you. That's always how he's been every single time.
You know, this friend of his, Trayston, also told ABC that that video people have been talking about that was said to show some sort of altercation, it did not involve Nolan. He said it was actually him yelling in the video and that you and a family member were holding him back because he'd been in a fight. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am. We were calming Trayston down in that video where he said, "Give me my effing phone back." It sounds like him. So I'm pretty sure that he was right on that. But
What do you mean it sounds like him? I'm pretty sure he was right on that. If she just asked you, he said that you and a family member was holding him back. Either you and that family member was holding him back and you was there. What do you mean it sounds like him? I'm not understanding the "it sounds like him" part. If you was there and you partook in the action of, you know what I'm saying, holding him back. That don't even make sense.
Javon, I'm so sorry to think about what you must be going through and thinking about what's happened to Nolan. I mean, you mentioned the phone. Tashima, a huge question so many people have is why he would have left his cell phone behind. And you say you were the person who actually went and retrieved that phone for the family. How'd you get your hands on the phone? Where was it?
That is correct. Christine called me and told me, "Hey, where are the boys? Nolan hasn't been heard from since such and such time. Where are your boys?" I said, "Well, Javon is with his girlfriend, and I just spoke with Jalen, and they are headed to downtown," which I was literally getting ready to get in the shower to go downtown as well. She said, "Well, Nolan hasn't been." So I instantly called with Christine on the phone, Javon. Javon said, no, he hadn't seen Nolan since early on the island. And he was like, "What? Are y'all serious?" I was like, "Yes." And so Christine intervened in the conversation, said, "Nolan has not been heard from since he left the island." So Javon was like, "Well, that's when I seen it. I haven't seen it since then." Again, everybody goes their separate ways. So I then hang up from Javon because obviously there's nothing he can say to tell me anything. So then Jalen, I call him. Jalen did not answer the phone. Christine again is on the phone. Jalen did not answer the phone. LeBaron, he didn't answer the phone. I called LeBaron, which is their other friend, LeBaron Broomfield. He answered. He said, "Jalen is in the gas station. Hold on." So he said, "Hey, Jalen, Mom on the phone." So I was like, Jalen, "What's up, Mom? What's going on?" I was like, "Hey, have y'all heard from Nolan?" They said, "No, we have not heard from Nolan."
But where was the phone?
So I was like, "Well, okay." So that's when we started checking the phone. Well, for Christine, it said one place, but for them on Snapchat, it showed another place. So that's the place we went to. And it showed that everybody that was in the house, it was like a lot of people there. Like I'm not familiar with all the kids. I only know like one there, but it showed that the phone was at what a lot of people were at. So that's how we knew where to go to. We went there. They were all there. They were sitting there, lights off, watching TV.
Did they immediately give you the phone? Because knowing that phone was there.
It took about 15. They did. They gave me the phone, but it took about 15 minutes to get the phone. Because I even asked, I'm like, "Did y'all have to walk back to Horn Island to get the phone? Or like, where's the phone?" Because it took so long when they said when Wyatt told me it was in his truck, it took him so long to get the phone back to me.
Christine,
so when they brought the phone back.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Tashima. I want to hear that.
When they brought the phone, after I said something about it, he was like, well, she's going to get it. I was like, who's going to get it? He's like, the girl's going to get the phone.
As soon as we got out there, he told me he loved me. Those were the words Javon says Nolan spoke before everything changed. According to Javon, that was the last time he ever saw his best friend alive. Pause on that for a moment before considering the contradiction itself. This isn't someone piecing together theories from social media clips or online speculation. This is a person who was actually on Horn Island that day, who watched his closest friend walk away for the final time without knowing it would be their last goodbye. Now, he's speaking publicly, under his own name, about why the story that's been accepted from the beginning simply doesn't make sense to him. What makes his interview important isn't a summary, it's his exact reasoning. Speaking with CNN's Laura Coates, Javon Williams directly responded to the long-standing claim that Nolan voluntarily stayed behind on the island. His answer was straightforward and unmistakable. I don't think that Nolan would say, bro, I'm staying with this girl on the island. He didn't stop there. Javon explained that his opinion wasn't based on a single memory, but on years of watching how Nolan behaved around the people closest to him. I've never known Nolan to stay behind while his friends left. If he rode somewhere with you, he was coming back with you. Listen carefully to what he's actually saying. This isn't an emotional guess or a broad impression of Nolan's personality. It's a clear statement about a consistent habit that Javon says never changed throughout their friendship. In his experience, if Nolan arrived somewhere with friends, he always left with those same friends. That's a claim that can be examined and weighed. It isn't vague enough to avoid scrutiny. Just as important is what Javon is not claiming. He has never said he witnessed the moment Nolan supposedly decided to remain on Horn Island. He wasn't standing there when that...
Why ain't nobody ask the little boy, do he usually hang with these guys? That's what I want to know, since they keep saying he friends.
decision was allegedly made, and he isn't claiming to know every conversation that took place. Instead, he's offering something different. The perspective of someone who knew Nolan for years and believes the accepted explanation conflicts with the person he knew. That's an important distinction, and it's one we'll return to as this investigation unfolds. Before deciding how much weight to give Javon's account, there's another detail that deserves attention. He's not the only person close to Nolan expressing the very same concern. If independent voices matter to you as much as they matter to us, subscribe now, because the next statement adds another layer to this growing contradiction. Elmore Wansley, Nolan's father, has publicly shared a remarkably similar view, one that closely mirrors Javon's comments, despite there being no indication the two coordinated this.
Of course, we're going to, accept that from the father or whatever the case may be. But this other young man, and then again, if alcohol and stuff like that was involved with this too, that could have altered this, decision, in this thought process as well.
Statements. Elmore has repeatedly said the family cannot understand why their son would willingly separate from the group he traveled with. He explained that they intentionally raised Nolan to stay with the people he arrived with, treating it not as a casual suggestion, but as a principle they taught him throughout his life. And when the observations of a lifelong best friend and a father begin pointing in the same direction, the questions surrounding that final afternoon become even harder to ignore.
Behind voluntarily. Why would he stay behind?
That we cannot answer. I can't fathom why he would.
I don't know why he would. We always taught him to, if you go with a group, you stay with a group. Mm-hmm. Even when he was in college, he would say, Dad, well, we're going to ride down to a party or something in another city. Now, so I was out telling him, look, if you go with 5, you come back with 5. Do not separate from the group. So I always say, safety is in numbers. Mm-hmm. And he always say, yes, sir. So he knew to stay with his group. So why would he split from his group? I don't know.
So that would have been unusual for him to split from the group. Yeah. And you said he would always check in with you. Did he check in with you that day?
So that day, no, I don't. But of course, too, they were on the boat. And usually when he is out there, which it's not uncommon, he's, I think, since last year, he's been going there occasionally with his friends. And so it would always just be like, hey, Mom, I'm back type of thing. But this time there was no call or text from him. It was from his friend.
And then, too, really didn't worry a lot about it because, it was his last weekend to have fun. Yeah. Because that Monday he had to report to school. We was preparing to take him back for camp to prepare for the season. So, he wanted to have his last hurrah before he locked down and get ready for the season. Because, like I said, the entire summer he's training. He got more serious. He started to understand what I was trying to tell him about football, not just being fun, but as you get farther in it becomes a business. If you want to excel, you have to understand it. You have to understand both at the same time.
Consider what this means for a moment. 2 people who knew Nolan through entirely different parts of his life, a lifelong best friend and his own father, have independently arrived at the same central concern. Neither appears to be repeating the other's words, and neither has presented a shared theory. Instead, each reached the same conclusion based on years of personal experience with the person he knew. That doesn't establish what happened on Horn Island, but it does create a pattern that's difficult to ignore. This isn't a rumor passed from one person to another. These are two individuals with firsthand knowledge of Nolan's character, both saying the accepted explanation doesn't fit the person they remember. At the same time, this is exactly where the investigation requires careful thinking rather than quick conclusions. A powerful statement can feel convincing without becoming proof. People sometimes make unexpected decisions that don't reflect their usual habits. A single afternoon, a new acquaintance, or circumstances no one else witnessed could lead someone to act differently than they normally would. Being out of character doesn't automatically make something impossible. The people who know us best can still be surprised by a choice we make. That's why it's important to separate what seems unlikely from what can actually be established through evidence. The same careful distinction applies to Javon's interview. He wasn't there when the boat ultimately left without Nolan. He didn't witness the conversation that allegedly took place before departure, and he isn't claiming that he heard Nolan say whether he intended to stay or leave. Instead, Javon is offering something more limited, but still significant. He's describing a pattern he says remained consistent throughout years of friendship, explaining why the widely accepted version of events feels inconsistent with the Nolan he knew. That's a character-based challenge to the narrative, not an eyewitness account of the moment itself. Pointing out that distinction doesn't weaken what he said. It's the same standard we've applied throughout this investigation. Whether it's Katie McCormack's description of her interaction with Nolan, the friend group's explanation of what they believed happened, or Javon's perspective based on years of friendship, each type of statement carries its own value and its own limits. Evidence rooted in someone's character and long-term behavior can be meaningful, but it isn't the same as directly witnessing the event in question. Recognizing that difference is essential if we're going to evaluate every account fairly. And that's exactly where Javon's interview begins to stand apart from so much of the speculation surrounding this case. What he says next isn't dramatic because it's loud, it's significant because of how unusually measured it is. That next part adds another layer to this investigation, and it's one you won't want to miss.
Fair. Javon, have you seen the video that's been going around social media where people think that they're hearing an argument between people and they're wondering whether or not Nolan is one of the people in that argument? You just described that you had another friend, not Nolan, another friend who was in and got into a dispute. Is that video the other argument that you were talking about?
Yes.
So, but is that Nolan in the video?
I can't tell. It's too far away. But in that video, I feel like the voices are too clear. Like from the side, it's too clear for it to be that far away, for it to be Nolan arguing. And then also that altercation, it sounds just like my other friend that got into an altercation on the boat. And they were trying to, like, as he was in the altercation, I was calming him down. They were trying to get him out off the island. They were trying to get him back to land because he was just losing it. So
describe that. That's kind of interesting. What was that about?
He was just very hostile. Like he was just like really like mad. Like they were trying to, like the parents on that boat were trying to get him out.
I'm curious if the police have. I know they said they're still investigating. Did any investigators ever speak to you about what you saw that day?
No, sir.
Really? Okay. Cops have not talked to you yet.
No, sir.
That's odd.
I don't see why the cops would have to talk to me. I mean, obviously, like, you know, like I had said my plea, like, because whenever I had talked to the people at Sunheard, it was whenever, you know, the body was discovered and the autopsy people and all those people were there.
Well, I'll tell you why I'm surprised. Because you knew Nolan well, and you knew that he was friends with these guys who were the last ones to be around him before his body was found. And I would think they would at least want to know, hey, just the things we're asking. Right. You know, did you ever hear of any of this stuff? It's odd to me. Just to gather information. Yeah, that the cops wouldn't have contacted you. Yeah.
And that's fine. Like, I'm completely fine with that. Like I said, I have nothing to hide. Like, that's my boy, and I want him to find justice. Like that, like this whole case thing, like whatever, like this whole situation, and none of this adds up to me. So like, it's really hard, like for like people to just like keep on saying things when like none of it adds up, honestly.
So one of the things that I'm sure, Javon, you've seen has been a big part of this story, people making the point that, at least in the photos that we initially saw, that Nolan was the only African-American kid who was out there, at least on that boat. Do you think, having been there on the island with this large group of people, that race plays a factor in whatever happened here?
Again, I don't want to answer that. I don't want to answer that question. I wouldn't say like, yeah, I wouldn't want to answer that question. I mean, obviously we go to Ocean Springs, we're going to have white friends. So like,
Yeah, I mean, and I hear you. If that's You're saying that it's normal. It's not out of place to be.
Javon Williams has also taken a public position on another issue that has sparked intense debate. He has said he does not believe this case is fundamentally about race, a view that runs against part of the broader public conversation surrounding Nolan's death. Given how emotionally charged that discussion has become, making that statement publicly wasn't a simple choice. What's notable is that Javon isn't embracing the version of the case most likely to attract attention or reinforce a particular narrative. Instead, he shared the conclusion he personally believes. Yet in the very same interview, he also made it clear that one part of the case continues to trouble him. The circumstances surrounding how Nolan became separated from his phone and his keys still don't make sense to him. That combination is unusually difficult to dismiss. He's not promoting the most dramatic explanation, but he's also not accepting the simplest one without question. Instead, he's occupying a far more complicated position. Someone who was there that day, who cared deeply about Nolan, who rejects one widely discussed interpretation of a case, yet still believes important pieces of the story remain unresolved. That's precisely why his account stands apart from so much of the speculation surrounding this investigation. He isn't chasing headlines, building a following, or trying to convince people of a particular theory. He's speaking as someone who knew Nolan personally, witnessed that day firsthand, and still says the explanation he's heard doesn't fully fit with the friend he remembers. Another important piece of this story comes through Javon's family, adding new context to one of the investigation's most persistent questions, Nolan's phone. Javon's mother, Tashima Hans, has publicly described helping Christine search for Nolan's phone on the night he disappeared. According to Tashima, Christine's location tracking app indicated the phone was in one place, while Nolan's Snapchat location appeared to place it somewhere entirely different. Two separate technologies, two different locations. All while a mother was desperately searching for her missing son. Tashima says she eventually went to the location shown by the tracker. When she arrived, she found the house dark, and according to her account, it took roughly 15 minutes before the teenagers inside returned Nolan's phone. As she recalled, it took about 15 minutes to get the phone. She also described uncertainty over who actually had possession of it. At first, she says she was told the phone was inside a friend's truck. Later, she was informed that a girl would be the one bringing it outside instead. As always, it's important to separate the facts of that account from conclusions that haven't been established. A 15-minute delay by itself doesn't prove anyone intentionally concealed evidence. In the confusion of an emotional night, people may genuinely not know where an item is, or frightened teenagers may struggle to communicate clearly under pressure. What this account does provide is something much more specific, a named first-hand description from someone directly involved in recovering Nolan's phone. It's not anonymous speculation or a rumor repeated online. It's a documented personal account describing another small but significant uncertainty in a case already filled with unanswered questions. Before we close,
Because first of all, when we watched that interview, he said, yeah, the phone was in my buddy's truck, and we went out to my buddy's truck and got the phone. Now the person that picked up the phone saying, no, that ain't what happened. I was told some young lady was going to bring me the phone.
that's exactly why every credible voice deserves to be heard carefully. Without
And again, it's a phone, and I'm not saying that this means anything, but certain shit is just, just a little fishy.
minimizing what was said, but also without stretching it beyond what the evidence supports. If that balanced approach matters to you, subscribe now, because we'll continue giving every new development the same careful attention. So, where does this investigation stand tonight? For weeks, the central explanation has remained consistent. Multiple members of the friend group have repeatedly said Nolan chose to stay behind on Horn Island and intended to find another ride later. This week, that account encountered its strongest challenge yet, not from online commentators but from two people who knew Nolan better than almost anyone else. His lifelong best friend and his father, speaking independently, both questioned whether that explanation matches the person they knew. Neither man witnessed the moment the boat departed. Neither account, standing alone, disproves what the friend group has reported. What they do introduce is something meaningful, a character-based contradiction built from years of knowing Nolan, standing opposite an explanation centered on a single afternoon's events. At this point, those two perspectives remain difficult to fully reconcile. And that's not a minor detail, it's an accurate reflection of where the investigation currently stands. When you add Tashima Hans's account of recovering Nolan's phone, the confusion over its location and the delay before it was returned, you see an investigation with multiple unresolved threads that neither side can fully explain on its own. Those questions remain open. The state autopsy report is still sealed. Final toxicology results have not yet been released. The grand jury has yet to convene.
And now, the narrative that shaped this case from its earliest days is facing a documented challenge from people who knew Nolan best. We'll continue following every verified development with the same approach we've taken tonight.
So y'all, even within, you know what I'm saying, what we've been hearing, man. It's always, you know, and people love to say, you know, oh man, you know, wait for all the evidence to come out and let's not speculate and let's not do this and let's not do that. And I'm like, wow. It's fucking wow, man. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, and it's like that because it's like, you know, let's just say that it ain't no fucking you know, let's just say for the sake, it ain't no foul play, right? Or, you know, maybe it wasn't nothing bad happened. But something happened. That's my only thing. You know what I'm saying? Something happened. You know, something had to happen. Come on, let's check out Don Lemon. Let's see what Lemon's talking about. I mean,
around this Nolan story. Somebody is going to, I'm not saying someone is going to get hurt, but someone is going to get hurt by going to jail or, you know, being prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. Because there are people who are doing some really crazy things, especially around the people who have been speaking out on behalf of Nolan Wells, right? People who have been speaking up on behalf of Nolan Wells, getting some death threats. Now, I don't know if people are, we don't have anybody on who's against him. But I don't think people who are against him, if you can be that in this situation, which would be really odd if you're against someone who, you know, died. But people are going to get hurt. Let me know where you're streaming from. Make sure you hit the like and the thumbs up. And thank you for the floating hearts and all the special emojis. I appreciate that. And thank you for your generosity. Okay, so and I'm glad you like the hat. Go to donlemon.com if you like this hat. So thank you very much. I appreciate it. So good evening, Lemon Nation. Like and thumbs up, very important. It affects the algorithm. More people become aware of our conversation on our channel. So welcome Chicago, welcome Minneapolis, welcome Indy and Milwaukee, welcome Indianapolis, in Philly and Indiana and Pensacola and everyone, okay? So I'm going to introduce you to the audio technician or the audio engineer. Remember the person who enhanced the audio. That's what you want to call it. But she and made the audio so we could at least understand some of what is happening. And then she gave her analysis. And she said very clearly, mine is not the only interpretation. There should be others. She welcomes others, but apparently people did not understand that. So I'm going to let you listen to her, what she says. And then we're going to bring her on. Her name is Janetta Brantley. But here's what she originally said when she did the enhancement and released the video.
You'll also notice time code and dialogue written on the side of the screen and pop up during each segment. That dialogue represents what I personally hear as an audio engineer while processing and repeatedly reviewing these sections. I'm pretty much providing it as a listening reference, not as a declaration that my interpretation is the only possible interpretation. And that's important. I want you to listen for yourself. Use headphones if you have them, listen closely and decide with your own ears what you believe is being said. And you can also return to the original unprocessed recording and compare directly with what you're hearing here.
Okay, so after she put that out, saying that, I want to play it in order because she said it before you even listened to the video. And I'm going to tell you what's happening to her after this. But this is part of what the audio, this is the audio that, well, not part of it. This is the audio that she released, her version.
Hey, we're at west tip of Horn, and our bilge pump stopped working. We're sinking. Can y'all please come? We have a membership.
Okay, so then that was her, right? That's what she did, and we can understand what they're saying. It's been what they said when they knew Cito had picked up the call. Everyone can hear that very clearly. But the other thing is, again, she enhanced it. Now, because of this, she is getting threats. Her well-being, her safety threatened. Possibly, if you listen, we're going to play, one of the threats at least. And maybe her life is in danger. I don't know. I don't want to make that call, but I'm going to let you listen to it. So I'm going to bring in now professional audio engineer, Janetta Brantley. Thank you for joining us, Janetta.
Thank you for having
me. Do we
me.
call you Netta?
You can call me Netta.
Netta, thank you. So how are you doing?
I'm okay. Taking it one step at a time.
Yeah. You have gotten threats.
Yes, a lot.
Oh, and by the way, I want to say that Janetta or Netta is going to take your phone call. So we're going to open up the phone lines, and then you can ask her questions about the audio, about her process, about what she's going through, all of it. She's agreed to take phone calls or questions and comments. So opening up the phone lines if you are ready. Okay. So you got threats. Tell me the process. What happened?
After I released it, I honestly didn't think it was going to go as far and viral as it did, but not even 24, 32 hours.
Okay. I'm gonna say she lying. I'm calling cap on that one. Like, come on, man. I'm calling cap on that one.
Hours later, I start receiving an influx of messages, and they were from people just kind of giving me a heads up, like, hey, I don't know if you know this, but there's a lady online who's trying to defame you. She's trying to slander you. She's posting mugshots and she's, going above and beyond to try and discredit you and your profession. And with those messages came screenshots. I'm not following her, but I was seeing everything because and left and right. And then when I clicked on them, I could literally see a woman by the name of Sarah J. Fields. She literally put all of my information out there, including my wife and I's business. And that was her way of trying to expose me, I should say. None of what she said was accurate, which is what made it funny to me. And so I addressed it then. I made a post addressing it. Like, I'm only going to address this one time because I feel like it's irrelevant. Like, my past, my background, that was 20 years old, has nothing to do with who I am today and my profession, nor does it discredit me as an audio engineer. So I did make a post, addressing that, letting it be known that, I see it to everybody that was reaching out to me, but it's irrelevant. This is what it is, and this is what we should be focused on. And ever since, the attacks from her have been consistent and nonstop. It's like every time I or my wife Ashley makes a post, I'm not sure if it's her or it's people that's on her team, but they're screenshotting it, they're sending it to her, and then she's making further posts about it. And with that has come threats, doxing, misinformation, lies, like we're operating this business illegally, or I'm not a certified licensed audio engineer. Mind you, you don't need a license to be an audio engineer, but it's things like that that's further building up, and it's like inciting and making the hate and racist attacks that we're receiving even worse. And that led to the call, like a screen grab of a conversation that was being had that was sent to us. And that's when we were like, this is going too far. But
let me ask you this, Netta. Thank you for answering that. Let me ask you. So she's trying to sully your reputation about something that's not even relevant. Is that what I'm understanding? You said something that's not relevant is 20 years in your past. Is that what this is like Oppo research on a candidate or something that they're doing with you?
That, and then I think she also got me mixed up with someone else because she then started making up an entire story. Mind you, I don't know her. I've never met her. She made up an entire story that I attacked her and her children. I can't even remember what it was. Hopefully I sent you guys one of those screenshots, but I literally think, and I was told that she got me confused with someone else. And so with that confusion and her putting out there that I attacked her and her children came even more hate. Like, now they're trying to say that I'm attacking children where she's trying to protect children. Like, her job is to protect children. So I don't know. It's like a whole lot of nonsense that literally has nothing to do with me and what I did. And it's weird.
Okay, let's start from the beginning. And Andy, put up is this the first thing that we were?
Yes.
This is the first thing. Okay. And so this is Sarah J. Fields. Now, I've never heard of Sarah J. Fields. You have heard of her, correct? Or you didn't know who she was?
I've never met her. I've only heard of her past dealings with other content creators and activists.
Okay, so it says, meet Janetta Brantley, the self-proclaimed audio engineer who took a raw boat distress call and enhanced it until people started hearing phrases like, you killed him and Nolan, wake up. So when she's saying here that you enhanced it until people started hearing phrases, to me, in my opinion, this sounds like someone who is saying that you are making things up, that you are somehow doctoring this to make people hear that. She said, the raw boat distress call and enhanced, in quotes, until people started hearing phrases like. Okay, we know what the insinuation is for there, again, in my opinion. She also repeatedly accused Nolan Wells' friends of unaliving him, and has publicly called for their arrests. Did you do that?
I did not.
Okay, her self-edited audio has now taken the internet by storm and has essentially become a dog whistle for people who were already targeting and harassing Nolan's young friends. So everything that's happening around these children, around these teenagers, young men, she's trying to blame you on all of the things that's happening to them, maybe threats and all of that.
Yes.
Okay, that's interesting. So, and then she goes on, she starts talking about your wife and she starts doing this. Okay. And so this is someone who has a history of doing this, I would imagine. Again, I've never heard of this person. I haven't heard a lot of these far right-wing people. I have to be honest with you, Ned, until I started doing streaming and I started realizing can you still hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I started realizing who some of these people are, and I can't believe that people take them seriously. So this happened. And then the next thing, I think there's a next screen here, right? First of all, before we go to the next thing, what do you think about what she said there?
I don't know. I wasn't expecting it. And so I didn't know how to feel about it. I just thought it was strange how somebody that I don't know would come out of nowhere trying to accuse me of doing things that I hadn't done. Like nowhere in that video, when I put out that audio, did I blame anyone? Nowhere in that video did I admit to doctoring anything. Like I gave my professional opinion. I said who I am, what I did, how I did it, why I chose not to go the AI route. And basically was communicating that there's some concern here with what I heard. Now, understanding that, my interpretation isn't facts. This is what I heard. I want you to listen and be the judge. That her post completely, it's almost like she tried to void what I said and created her own narrative. And I didn't think that her creating her own narrative would go as far as it's gone to incite the type of threats and hate that I've been receiving.
Well, you said it's almost as if she ignored. She did ignore, because I just played what you said. You said, and then before that, though, which I didn't play because I think that your video is like 5 minutes long, is that you explained exactly what you did.
Correct.
And you said you didn't want it to go through AI because you wanted it to be as natural as possible.
Correct.
And then you explained it. And then you said, but I want you to know, this is not fact. I'm paraphrasing here. This is not fact. And this is my interpretation. Right?
Correct.
And then as I understand, you went back and you put it back, you uploaded another video, posted another video without the words on it, right? So because you did not want to influence people, you said, okay. And then, but also in that you said, I want you to listen for yourself. Listen in headphones. You tell me. So that's why I don't understand this. And then going into your business and your past and whatever that means. And look, something that says something that you pleaded guilty to a misdemeanor. Okay. Okay. I don't look.
Which is all untrue. Which is all untrue.
Okay, but even if it were true, what does that have to do with this? What does that have to do with you being a professional?
Exactly. And that's why I think that introductory post of hers was a setup from the jump. She was literally trying to set up the initial attack on me and my wife, because she included my wife in that post as well. And so when my wife got wind of it and she saw that this was happening, she immediately jumped in. She immediately got involved, because not only are you attacking me, you're attacking us both. And my wife steps behind me. I'll just leave it at that.
Your wife is 10 toes down.
If she had 20, she'd be 20 toes down.
God. Oh my God. Oh, this is crazy. Okay, so let's look at the next one. I'm going to look at the next thing. Okay, and so then she says, blah, 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 business website raising obvious questions about whether the business is properly authorized. And then she was talking about you and what you did. And then she's talking about a case against you and something about Popeye's fried chicken and blah, 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 blah. Meanwhile, this is a person, let me make this bigger because I can see. The internet racists and activists have chosen to trust while accusing grieving teenagers of murder based on an edited audio file that she created. So she's saying that you edited it. Then you created this yourself.
Yeah, that's been her story, that she's convinced of a lot of other people that I created it, I altered it, I added 20 additional seconds to it. I AI the voices that we hear. It's been a lot that she's influenced. Like she created these lies, and it's literally had the biggest influence I've ever seen. It's insane.
Now, I know that you get all kinds on the internet, and I think you realize that you get all kinds on the internet. But I have not personally heard or seen anyone, especially in legitimate media, legitimate streamers, legitimate independent media, independent journalists, accuse these young men of murder, of unaliving him. They're saying it's suspicious. They don't know what's going on. Even people who are, who claim that they're friends with the family, they say they think something is suspicious and something happened. But I haven't heard anyone flat out say any of those terms. Before people continue spreading accusations that have targeted innocent young adults. Now, we don't know. I say innocent until proven guilty. We don't know who's innocent and who's guilty. So the fact that she's saying targeted innocent young adults, she's already been judge and jury about it. They should consider the credibility of the person who manufactured the audio and started this latest wave of online harassment. Okay, she says, as usual, I come with receipts. I'm just reading this as someone who's really not that familiar with it. I did my research before, but I can't quite understand why someone would be so interested, invested in this, and also invested in defending people that you just don't know. You can have your feeling about it. I don't know. I don't know what happened. I don't know if it's accidental. I don't know if there's foul play. I have no idea. So I'm not going to defend anyone, except I'm going to defend the mother who wants answers, of course, which is what this person should be doing. I'm going to defend the right to find those answers, to make sure that the decedent or the person who has died gets justice, or gets, at least their family knows. Yeah, of course. I'm not going to blame the victim.
Yeah.
Nolan Wells is a victim here. Whether Nolan Wells drowned or whatever happened, or something happened to them, somebody caused his death or something caused his death, he's still the victim here. He's the one that didn't go home to his parents. And his parents and the American people deserve answers. He deserves answers and justice. And so I'm not going to say, I don't think anyone who is any degree of professionalism would claim something like that and then defend people that they don't know if they're innocent or guilty. Now, I'm going to show you some of the dangers of the internet and what people are saying, Janetta. I'm going to let the audience hear, but first I need to get a word in from our sponsors. Hey, can I ask you a question? Have you ever made a decision and then later you realized that you didn't have all the information? We've all been there. We've all been there. You buy something, you sign up for something, and then find out later there was a better option you never even knew about. That's exactly why I want to tell you about Chapter. When it comes to Medicare, some advisors only show you certain Medicare Advantage plans because those plans pay them more. Chapter does it differently. They're the only Medicare advisor that compares every Medicare plan available nationwide, not just a select few. So you can actually see all your options before you decide. Their goal isn't to steer you toward one plan. It is to help you understand all your choices so you can make the decision that's right for you. And when people get the full picture, they often save real money, about $1,100 a year on average. One member of our audience saved $6,000 a year on prescription costs alone after speaking with Chapter. No pressure, no games, just clear guidance. If you are turning 65 or already on Medicare, talk to Chapter. The consultation is free, it takes about 20 minutes, and it could save you a whole lot of money. So call 212-931-0895. That's 212-931-0895. Or visit askchapter.org/Don. Do it today. Okay, so at 0855. That's my mistake, okay? Call Chapter. It's 0855. All right. I just want to make that clarification. 0855. Okay. Sometimes I need a new prescription on my glasses. All right. So we're back now with Janetta Brantley, who is a professional audio engineer. She is the engineer who released the audio that enhanced so that you could hear whatever it is that you hear, according to her, on the audio. She has been getting threats. We were talking about that. So the next order of business, Andy, what is the next in the succession here? Is this? So we have that, right? She said, I usually come with receipts. And then after that, the next thing is this, right? What is this, Netta?
That's her montage or collage or whatever of me with the initial video, and then my 2 mugshots. So her way of trying to out me and or embarrass me, I assume.
Are you embarrassed by this?
I'm not. Not at all.
Yeah. And look, everyone we don't all have the finest moments every single day, right? And so, look, whatever your past is your past. I don't see what it has anything to do with this. Okay, and the next in succession is what?
That's so my wife, she put out a video clip this morning or last night of the conversation that we received with Sarah on a call with a few other people, and they were just discussing some hateful things and suggestions. And when Ash put that up, Sarah, per usual form, took a screenshot of it or received a screenshot of it to try and combat and or intimidate. I don't know what her method is, but that's her sharing what my wife had uploaded in regards to that actual conversation that they were having.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so they were having a conversation around you.
Yes.
And what they wanted to happen to you. And so listen to this clip of Sarah Fields and her supporters. So is this her supporters? Is that her?
Yes, that's her in the corner.
That's her in the corner. But so this was on what? Was this on X or something, or X or Twitter Spaces or something like that? What was
X.
this?
Yes,
X. Okay. So according to the wife, this was on X, and according to her, can you go back to that, Andy? I just want to read the bottom part of that. Listeners, listen to this clip of lies. People supporting someone caught within a multitude of lies. I find it ironic that they think we should have our tongues cut out, theoretically. I'm certain they wouldn't want to be threatened that way. These people are bottom of the barrel twisted, having the audacity to project everything that they are onto other people. Okay, so that's your wife put that out. And the reason she put that out was because of this. Listen.
Everything we're seeing and experiencing with Sarah is just motivating me more to go harder. I sincerely believe that no one should be able to utilize their platform to spew hate, division, incite harassment, doxing, and other forms of harm. Everything that Sarah is, everything that the people like her are, they are projecting onto innocent, good people. And I want to share something. Tell me what you think.
You know, I understand like media needing some protections like against frivolous shit, but when you come out with some straight up just lies, I think they should just like essentially, you know, theoretically cut out your fucking tongue. Just saying. If you're constantly caught in lies, like, bruh.
Keep popcorn at the minimum. Like,
or what was it they used to do? They used to like put a hot coal in somebody's mouth or something like that. You know.
Oh,
I'm talking about going fucking medieval on these motherfuckers.
Way back.
What do you think?
I think honestly, and like honest, to be bold enough to say something like that on a public platform, I don't put nothing past any of them. And for her to even be on the call, like this is her and her people, there's no telling what, if they're on a public platform saying these things, there's no telling what they're saying behind the scenes. And that's the part that's concerning. That's the part that it almost trips me out that it's even allowed on social media. And then when we say something in return, we haven't met her with any type of hate. We haven't been disrespectful. We've responded with facts. We've corrected misinformation. My wife has made sure to lead with respect and class and to just show who we really are. We're still being met with the latter. And when we respond, we're shut down. If we try to report it, the reports are met with like declination by these social media platforms. And all of it is just truly concerning. Like all of it is disheartening. I have no words.
Our phone lines are open if you want to call in and you want to ask Janetta some questions or if you have a comment. Look, I don't know if you know my history. I don't know if you know what happened with me and Elon Musk, who's the owner of X, which is the interview that I did with him, and I questioned him about content moderation. And this is why I believe that there should be content moderation on all platforms, whether it has to do with self-harm or harming somebody else or especially around young women and their bodies and eating and all the things, right? And what the algorithms are doing. I think that there should be moderation and transparency, quite frankly, Janetta, about all of these things. And I can't understand why. Do you feel like that your life is in danger?
It could possibly be in danger. It could possibly, but with every post, there comes something. I saw someone say, "Get the ropes." Like, I hope I hope the same thing happens to you. What happened to Nolan? Now, if y'all are calling it an accidental drowning, how can you hope something with so much boldness and so much, confidence? Like, the threats are just out of this world insane.
Help me!
Doomsday, Last Survivors. Play now.
Well, I'm sorry for that. And look, no one should receive that, no matter how you feel about this particular case. And are you sure it was on her platform? This is her space that they were having the conversation that we heard from your wife. That was her with her supporters, followers, or whatever her group.
That was definitely her.
Friends.
That was definitely her. That's why she defended it when she took the screenshot and tried to say what Sippy Cup was referring to as lies. And like, she's not backing down from it. She's admitting to it in a sense. And Sippy was the guy that we all just heard saying that. She's confirming that she was on that call.
Right here, she says, Sippy said that people who constantly lie are the problem. So is she admitting she lies constantly? Also, next time, come say hi. You seem so eager to talk. You crept into our space, hovered around, and then didn't say a word. That's an interesting strategy for someone who has so much to say online. All the lies you told about my family. Let's talk about that. So
wait, so to answer your question, she answered your question. She said you crept into our space.
Yeah. You're reading mine. That's what I was going to say. And I don't understand why is she so obsessed with you? Why is she so obsessed with you? And why is she going after you like this? And why would you come on her platform? People ask me all like the crazies. I hate using that word, but the conspiracy theorists and the far right lunatic streamers, they ask me on their shows. And I was like, no, I don't even respond. Why would you go on her show? Why would you legitimize her or give her any sort of credibility?
Right. Who knows?
So, and then you're concerned that because of her possible complaints or whatever, she will complain against you, and then you think that you may be taken down, that your social media site may be taken down.
There's a lot that could come with her. I have seen her get people's social medias shut down. Like, I have witnessed that myself. So there's no telling who she knows or what she's capable of, but she's somebody who obviously cannot be trusted.
We're taking your calls in a moment, so just stand by. I want to get there is one more thing in succession that I want to get on, but I want everybody to stand by. We're going to take calls, and Janetta's going to take your calls. She's going to give her answers to you. So stand by. A word from our sponsors.
Can I just tell you something here? Look, people ask me all the time whether BetterHelp actually works. And I always tell them the same thing. You don't have to take my word for it. I just direct them right to the website and I say, go read the reviews. BetterHelp has more than 1.7 million client session reviews with an average live therapy rating of 4.9 out of 5. Those aren't advertisements. Those are people who are sharing their own experiences. BetterHelp therapists have at least 3 years and 1,000 hours of hands-on experience, along with education, training, and certifications required in their specialty. More than 6 million people around the world have used BetterHelp. So if you decide to give it a try, you'll answer a few questions, you get matched with a therapist based on your needs, and if it's not the right fit, you can switch therapists at any time. So go read the reviews. Decide for yourself. Visit betterhelp.com/Don Lemon. That's betterhelp.com/Don Lemon. I'd like you to give me 1 minute for something that is genuinely important here, okay? Right now, 250 young women in Afghanistan are ready to begin clinical internships in nursing and midwifery. They've already been accepted. They're ready to start. What they need now is funding. These women were in medical school when education for women was restricted. MSI Reproductive Choices developed an approved clinical internship program so they can complete the hands-on training they need. What's at stake is enormous here. In Afghanistan, women can only receive health care from female providers. every woman who completes this program won't just build a career for herself. She's going to help thousands of other women receive family planning, infection prevention, and other essential reproductive health care that might otherwise they may never receive. Right now, every donation will be matched dollar for dollar up to $100,000 through August 31st. If just 50 listeners get $50, they will match. And that can take 2 women through the program. So if you're able to help, please help. Text Lemon to 511 or 511 or visit msiunitedstates.org. That's msiunitedstates.org. The women are ready. They just need people willing to stand with them. Text Lemon to 511 511 or visit msiunitedstates.org. Text fees may apply.
I dare you to let me build you a completely free e-commerce store preloaded with 20 handpicked products that are trending all over the world, basically validated by AI from a trending product database from one of the top vendors on the planet. And the reason that we can do this completely free for you is because, well, Shopify is paying me to do it. You've probably seen me before because for the last year, Shopify has loved the AI paired software that we built so much that they've been paying me to build people just like you, complete beginners, a completely free store. Now, again, it's free for you, right? Shopify is paying me a commission to do it. And if you don't keep your store for more than 90 days, I don't even get paid. But your store is still free, right? And after 90 days, it's still your store. I don't own a percentage of the store. I don't control the store. It's yours. You can delete products from it, add new products to it, all that good stuff. It's your store, okay? Not only that, I'm going to give you my courses completely free. I'm not going to try to upsell you a bunch of courses. I know you've seen gurus trying to sell courses for $1,000, $2,000, so on and so forth. I can afford to give you my courses for free because, again, Shopify pays me when you use this software and open up a Shopify store. So you get a free store, right? I get a commission from Shopify, and Shopify gets a new merchant to their platform that's being trained by me. It's a win-win-win situation. All you have to do is click here right now. I dare you to do it. I dare you to see if it's free. You're going to go to the next page. You're going to create a free account. You're going to get a free account to our AI software that's going to build you a store in the next 20 minutes is ready to start taking orders. The sales pages are going to be done. The product descriptions are going to be done. The products are going to be uploaded to the store for you, ready to go, ready to start taking orders. The custom theme is going to be uploaded with banners for you. It's going to be ready to go. It's weeks of work and thousands of dollars worth of design done for you, all by AI, completely free. The only thing that you have to do is create your own Shopify account. And again, the reason I'm able to do this for free is because Shopify is paying me. I'm awarded as the most innovative commerce coach in the world by Shopify. Shopify follows me. They like a lot of my ads. And this is something that Shopify is 100% aware of and loves. That's why they're paying me to do it. So you can go pay somebody for a bunch of courses. You can go pay somebody to build you a store, or you can just click here and let our AI software build it for you for free. And you'll have an epic, professional, optimized store ready to go in the next 20 minutes. The choice is yours. But if you want to get started right now by the person that's awarded as most innovative commerce coach in the world, that's going to give you courses for free, build your store for free, then you got to click here right now. Again, I dare you to do it. I dare you to see if it's free. Not a dime's coming out of your pocket for my services. Shopify's paying me to give them to you. Let's go.
And thank you to our sponsors. They keep us powered here. Independent journalists, independent media here on the Down Lemon Show and in these spaces. So it's much appreciated. Okay, we're back with Janetta Brantley, who is the professional audio engineer who put out the original enhancement of this, of the CETO emergency call. But it wasn't, they didn't even realize that they were, I guess, being recorded, and they were talking in the background. And now she is getting threats. We're going to take your phone calls in just a second. There's another slide or still that I want to put up now, Andy. I think, is this the next thing here so that Janetta can explain to us what's in the queue? What's in the queue?
This is another screen record from that Twitter space.
Okay. And it's video. Okay. I mean, audio. Okay. Let's hear it.
If it's you've been asked to retract and you still haven't fucking done it, and then you finally do it. Yeah, no.
Yeah, she's asked again for them to retract it.
Yeah. So in that case, I think she would be able to get them. Just because they haven't retracted it, really.
Yeah, keeping it out there is the truth, and it's not. So,
okay. And then you saw her up there in the circle on the thing. So you did, that's, that's her thing, or at least she's affiliated with, because it's on her thing, because her handle is up there. What would you have to retract? Do you understand what that was even about?
I have no idea. Nobody's told us to retract anything. Like, I don't know what she's talking about. Neither me or Ash knows what she's talking about.
Okay. Andy, anything else that we have that I need to have the audience listen to before we take these calls?
That's all.
That's all. Okay. So thank you for your patience and waiting on the calls. Thank you, Janetta, for that. And then now we're going to get to the callers. Let's see. My first caller is Grace, and she wants to talk to the audio expert about, obviously, she wants to talk to you about the incident. Hi, Grace.
Hi, Don. Hi, Ms. Brantley. Thank you so much for taking my call. Don, you are amazing. I'm a legend, but I don't go on the Legend Live because of my job. But I think you're doing an amazing job, and keep up the great work. 2 questions for Ms. Brantley. The first one is this. Has anyone from Defense Counsel or the police or the DA's office contacted you yet about your about the audio?
No, they have not.
Second question, and this is just because I'm a layperson. How is it that initially when we heard the audio, we didn't hear that in the background? Is it just because of the technical nature of it?
I can't speak for everyone and what they heard. There were quite a few people that actually came to me after I released that, saying they heard a bit of what I heard before I even did that. I think the vast majority didn't know what was being said underneath the actual hold music before Vicky, the dispatch, actually got on the call. And so that could be why nobody knew those things that were said prior to her answering. And when I isolated those 2 calls, like the left channel from the right channel, only exposing the caller and the background noises, that's how, and that's when it was revealed what was actually said underneath the hold music.
Grace, does that satisfy you? You asked both of your questions, right?
Yes, and thank you, Ms. Brantley, for your bravery. And there's a lot of great people out here in the world, so don't let the nut jobs get you down. Okay, we're all hoping that this case gets resolved properly and there's justice for this young man, because this is tragic. Thank you, Don.
Thank you very much, Grace. I appreciate it. And let's see, what did I say? What did I want to run? Oh, Andy, do you have it's not separated on one, and there's like on hold music or something. Do you remember that original one? Do we have that one? If not, it's not a big, and then because I want to show people how you separated it. So you just did like channel A and channel B, and then you just played channel A, right? And then took channel B away or something like that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, let's now go to Kev. Hi, Kev. Kev, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
We got you.
You got me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Hey, so quick question for you. And I'm sorry that you're going through all the online BS. They're keyboard warriors. Please keep your head up. Keep your peace, baby, because they ain't doing nothing. But my question is there anything that maybe you or investigators can do to kind of quiet and squash the whole suggestive hearing things? Because we all hear what we heard, but of course they're going to try to mix it up and say, oh, it's AI, it's not real. So how do you combat that? Because I feel like if you squash that, then maybe it'll be taken seriously.
Honestly, that's what I tried to do with releasing the screen, the video of me actually screen recording what I did and how I cleared it up to prove that it was not fraudulent. It wasn't a fake audio. It was the same audio that was released by the Mississippi Department of Marine Resources. So I think I've done all that I could do on my end as just a regular citizen. I think it's going to have to come from Crump's team of audio expert analysis and whatever, whenever they actually put that information out, that'll clear up on my end, as well as just everybody else there's been other audio engineers that's pretty much taken the file, did the same thing, and everybody is showing and coming forward saying, we're hearing the same thing. So I think what could actually be done by us regular citizens is being done. So it's just on me to just hurry up and wait.
Yeah. Thank you, Kev. We'll see you on Legends tomorrow. Thank you. Okay, so I want to play. This is the one that I mentioned because at first I was like, wait, what is this when we started playing it? And then this is what you removed, I think, the on hold music or whatever it is, but here it is.
Do you want me to remove the channel now or play it with both channels first?
Oh, no, play it with both channels so you can, yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cito Assistance, Vicky speaking. How can I help you?
Okay, so there, and so again, most people don't realize like when you're on hold, you may still be recorded. Just because someone is not talking doesn't mean it's not being recorded. Okay, the moment they pick up and they say, hello, this is, thank you for calling Cito. Please stand by till we get an operator. You're being recorded, okay? And then this is what, Andy, you're just removing the channel here yourself, correct?
Yep, I'm just turning down the left channel, which is the dispatcher hold music channel.
And so Andy is our technical director here on the show, and he's just doing, this is normal audio things that you can do. Everyone has some audio has more than 2 channels, right? You can have a couple different 4 channels, right? When I just want to tell you, when I worked in legacy media or in corporate media, there were a number of different channels. There's a channel where you can get the director, right? You can hear the director. There's a channel where you can hear the producers. There's a channel where you can hear the anchors. There's a channel where you can hear, the camera people. And then sometimes all of it together, you can and you can isolate every one of them. So some audio has a number of different channels. And so he's just taking the on-hold music out, and this is what happens.
Hey, we're at the
Okay, so you can hear you can hear it clear there, obviously without the music. But if you do what you did, explain your process again. You said you didn't use AI, and you did what? And then we'll take another caller.
After I isolated the two, I pretty much applied EQ on it, because EQ, you can work miracles with EQ, because the whole purpose is to remove certain parts of certain frequencies that are problematic or troublesome. And so I applied an EQ on it to eliminate some of the low end, boost some of the high end, kind of hone in on where the majority of the talking was done. So when I say hone in, I'm like, if the dialogue is coming from the center, that's literally like how my hands is coming in. I brought in basically eliminating everything on this side and eliminating everything on this side, so that we can only hear what's in the center of my hands. And then I boosted that. I found the body of most of what they were saying and then boosted that as well. Applied gain to certain parts, because some of it you can hear it clear, and then some of it was like lower than the rest. And so I, applied gain to the parts that were lower than the others, exported that out of Logic Pro X, pulled it into Adobe Audition to do some vocal enhancements there, compression, bounced that right back out, put it back into Logic Pro X, and then overall just put like another type of gain on it. And that was it. Mm-hmm. That was literally it. I didn't use any VSTs or plugins that even utilize AI, because I don't know. This was way too serious. I just wanted to steer as far away from that as I possibly could.
So just to simplify, right? You honed in wherever the audio is coming from, which is what we call in the business isolate. Can you isolate that audio? Can you? Well, wait. There's background noise where Don is speaking, and it's going to sound awful on the air. Can you take it out and just isolate Don's voice? Yes. People do that all the time. That doesn't mean that you changed anything, right? Unless right. Someone in the background is screaming something that, like, I'm going to do whatever. But usually it's just so that people can hear what they need to hear better, not that you're trying to alter or change anything.
Correct.
Okay. Let's see. Who's next on the line? We've got Phoenix Coleman.
Yes. Hi, Don. Thank you so much for taking my call. I am Phoenix Coleman, and I'm actually I'm a lawyer here in North Carolina. I first want to say to Ms. Brantley, thank you so much for all of your efforts. And I want to commend you for using your skills and your expertise to help with, furthering this investigation, which was, I think, many of us thought it was at a standstill for quite a while there. So I do have 2 questions, but I really wanted to make an important comment. So I'll just ask my questions quickly. First, has the Mississippi Department of Marine Resources contacted you and asked you to take down your audio recording or served you with any form of like a cease and desist?
No, they haven't.
Okay. I asked that question because if they felt that you had improperly doctored it, I'm thinking that they would be the party that would be most appropriate to ask you to. I think that Miss Sarah was saying that you should somehow redact it or take it down. And I think that that would be the party that would have to do that. And if they don't feel that that would be appropriate, that tells me that they're not inclined to think that you had improperly conducted your I'll say research. My other question is just, do you have any way of determining, because I've heard online some people saying that it's possible portions of the original recording from the Department of Marine Resources had been omitted and edited. Do you personally have any way of determining whether or not any portion of the original publication was modified prior to them releasing it to the public using your Logic Pro X or any other program?
If I understand you correctly, I'm completely ignorant to that. Like, I don't know what they may have possibly done on their end. I did notice some mutes in between conversation, but I think, just in my opinion, I think that that's standard when it comes to like phone operator, customer service type things, where if the other caller isn't speaking, there's a mute there. And then I do know that they did bleep out where he was saying his phone number, or the phone number where he was giving information that they didn't want available to the public. So they did. I know that that was done, but that's literally all I can speak to. But that's standard for someone's information, private information, to be redacted when it comes to things like this.
Sure, and that totally makes sense to me as well. And I think that's a good basis to know what that, technologically would sound like or look like if it's appropriately implemented. So I really appreciate your answers. I just wanted to, say I did hear you when you say that you fear for your safety. And I personally think that's a reasonable fear. And I just wanted to encourage you, if you haven't already, to consult with an attorney, because in my opinion, of course, I'm only licensed here in North Carolina, so this is not deemed as legal advice. But to me, it's giving defamation, and it's also giving cyberbullying. So I would just encourage you and anybody else who's in a situation similar to consult with an attorney, because oftentimes what we see is people provoking innocent people, such as yourself, who are trying to help, to the point of anger, so that you then retaliate or say or do something, and then they blame the victim, and you end up being the one in trouble. So, I just want to say, continue to fight the good fight. You're doing amazing. I appreciate your work, and I wish you the very best.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Thank you, Phoenix. Dawn. Hello, Dawn.
Hello, Dawn. I love your show. This is my first time calling in. I've been listening to the show and keeping track of the Nolan Wells case. I'm really sorry about, what happened to this kid, because I have two sons myself, and I'm constantly warning them against certain things happening. You're afraid for your kids all the time. My question is, bottom line is there's a lot of trolls online, and they like to harass and bully. And like the woman said before me, that, you should look into having some legal action against them, because all of this, I feel like, is a distraction towards what actually happened to this kid, and that's the key. Bottom line, we need to find out what happened to this kid, not all these other things that's going on. So these people are just at home online, just, bullying, and they have nothing else to do. So I would keep
Is it
my
just a
head up,
comment? Do you
but
have
I
a
would definitely
question?
look into it.
I just want to know, Dawn, do you have
The
is it just a
question
comment?
is,
Okay.
Yeah, my thing is, when I heard the recording, I felt like I just heard a lot of people talking over each other. I did hear like certain things, certain names. Me personally, I didn't feel like they had a sense of urgency. Because if you killed somebody or somebody's dead in your presence, there's a sense of urgency. There's freaking out. There's things of that sort. But I did think that the grandfather calling and saying to not send the tow, that was very suspect. I felt like if they needed help and they're like literally like going under and they're in 31 feet of water, yes, you're sending everybody. So yeah, it just didn't make any sense. But yeah, that was all I needed.
Dawn, thank you so much for your call. We have to get to other callers, but I appreciate you calling. First time caller, long time listener. Thank you so much, Dawn.
Yeah.
Braylon Lee, what's up, Braylon? Quick question or comment if you have it.
Quick question. And first of all, thank you, Don, for all the work that you do. I was just wondering, are there any audio attorneys that you have been able to get in contact with? Because I think that this is one of those times that maybe, just maybe, the entertainment industry can utilize their resources. Because since you are a professional audio engineer, I truly do believe that maybe some audio attorneys can get involved as well.
I don't think there's a such thing as an audio attorney. Entertainment attorneys, yes, but this is completely out of their field. And so what we're actually actively seeking is legal counsel and an attorney that's within this lane, whether it's civil or criminal, but we are seeking legal counsel.
Well, thank you, Braylon. I appreciate that. That's actually, I thought, is a legit, especially with the entertainment industry and what they do with audio. And look, I'm sure, a large investigative organization like maybe the FBI or someone can help out with this as well, because they should have equipment that is, the best and the highest technology. Okay, we're going to take more callers, but first I need to get one more word in from our sponsors. Give me 2 minutes, please, everyone.
You know what every entrepreneur tells themselves? Oh, I'll just do it myself. I'll answer the emails. I'll build a website. I'll write the marketing. I'll figure out the software. I'll edit the video. I'll do the bookkeeping. Right? I know that feeling. Does it sound familiar to you? The problem is, just because you can do everything doesn't mean that you should. And that's why I like Upwork. Upwork gives businesses fast access to highly skilled freelance professionals in everything from software development and AI implementation to marketing design and business operations. You can browse profiles, you can review past work, and hire with confidence. And with Business Plus, AI-powered shortlisting delivers a curated list of top freelancers in under 6 hours, no endless searching. More than 170,000 freelancers on Upwork have earned 5-star ratings, and businesses of every size use the platform to scale without hiring full-time staff. It's free to sign up, and posting a job is easy. Visit Upwork.com and post your job for free. That's UPWORK.com, and use it to post your job for free. So everybody's talking about weight loss injections, and that's great for people who want them. But if you're somebody who hears the words weekly injection and immediately you think, yeah, you know what? I think I'm going to need another option. You are not alone. That's why doctors created Lean. Lean is made with studied ingredients shown to help support healthy blood sugar, help convert fat into energy, and help curb appetite and craving so you're not as hungry. Now, this isn't for somebody trying to lose 2 or 3 pounds before the weekend. Brickhouse Nutrition created Lean for frustrated dieters with 10 pounds or more to lose as part of a healthy diet and exercise plan. And right now, you can get 20% plus free rush shipping. Visit takelean.com. Use the promo code LEMON. That's TAKELEAN.com. The promo code is LEMON.
Oh, you're muted, Don.
Andy, I didn't mute myself. Something must have happened with the thing. So look, thank you to our sponsors. They do keep us powered, and we need to stay powered. We're independent media. So make sure you support us, please. We are able to do what we do because of your generosity. More phone calls now from folks on. And for the folks who are on, please. Let me ask you a very, very quick question, because some folks have gone long and people have not had the opportunity to be able to get on. Okay. So Snap is on the phone. Hi, Snap.
Hey, Don. Hey, you all. Hey, Janetta.
Hey.
Hello.
Hey, hey, Don, I hope you're getting some rest when you can. I don't have a question for Janetta. I just wanted to give, anytime, Don, I just wanted to give you words of encouragement, sister. I want you to know that we appreciate what you did. We can see your professionalism, your poise, how you've been handling everything thus far. And it is imperative for people like you that have these particular skill sets to utilize it in opportunities like this. So unlike the Hotep brother yesterday who appeared to be walking in fear, You are not. So I just wanted to put emphasis on you're not alone. You have all of us now, nationwide, worldwide that know who you are. So please continue to do this type of things because you doing what you did gives other people permission to be bold and to be courageous. So we need that. Fear, I think it's Frederick Douglass says, fear will literally deliver one to destruction. You are not fearful, and that encourages people like us to not be fearful. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Snap. That's Netta. That's one of my lemon legends. The lemon that Kev was one. You heard Grace saying that she was one, and then here is another one. My legends are very, very loyal. My subscribers. Hey, Andrea.
Hi, Don.
Hello. What's up? What you got for
Can
me?
you hear me?
You know I need you to go quick. Yeah, of course I can hear you.
Well, what I don't understand is they have an IP address. How come we can't track them through the? How come we can't track them through the IP address?
We need an actual legal team to go about doing that for us, which is the reason why we set up our fundraising account. So once we obtain that, then they'll do all the work to get behind the scenes and handle all of that.
You're talking about the IP address of the folks who are online making the threats or making that with that threatening language?
That
Is that
is
what you're
correct.
talking
The
about?
people that yes, I am the one
Well,
she's getting the
she's
threats
right.
from.
Here's what I know. She's right, but in order to do that, she'd have to go through the legal process. They'd have to get, search warrants and affidavits and all kinds of things. And they'd first have to go through X, and X would probably fight it, and they wouldn't allow it. And then if X won't allow it, then then you'd have to go through the other things. So it's really not up to her. It's not up to her attorneys. It's not up to whatever the authorities are. They would have to petition X or whatever, start a legal action with X in order to get it done. And more than likely X would fight it to the ends of the earth or whatever, because they want to be able to just put whatever they want on their platform. They think that is their right to do it. And most likely, more than likely, the government may, or whoever it is, they may say, okay, fine, and then back off.
Well, and the part two to that question then is, how come they won't offer her any protection from the police or the FBI since they know these threats are credible?
Who won? Well, I don't know if they're saying it's credible. You mean X?
Yeah, not X, but since she's on, YouTube telling her story, and she has been threatened and harassed. She can go to the police and say, I've been threatened or harassed. She can't get any help from the local police or FBI for all the threats.
Well, she'd have to tell you her story, but this is how I understand it. This is my understanding of it. Unless it is a direct threat, even if someone insinuates, they'll just say it's not a direct threat and they'll leave it alone. But I don't know what you're and yeah, I think you should reach out to law enforcement and you should make them aware. But the what you have to go through is so high. When they say the bar is so high, in order to get to that hurdle of having protection and all of that, most of the time they just won't even do it, especially if you're a private citizen. Am I wrong, Netta?
No, you're right.
Yeah. So, yeah, I don't know if you've reached out, but they'll just say, did they directly say, I'm going to unalive you? And if it was not that clear, then they probably won't even mess with it. They probably won't even mess with it. And then what evidence do they have about who it is? Because even if law enforcement wants to know who it is, they got to go through X first. That's why I believe in the content moderation and transparency. Thank you, Andrea Soldier. Are you there?
Yes, sir.
Soldier.
How you doing,
Yes.
Don?
I'm doing great. How you doing, sir?
How you doing? Pretty good. How you doing, Netta?
I'm pretty good. How are you?
Okay. I'm fine. I see it's a little delay, but I have just two things I want to say real quick. Does anyone know, this is for the world, what makes a sound on the boat to go boom, 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 boom? And when it hit that clean sound, you hear the guy say, oh, ish. And so whatever something let loose hit Nolan a second time and hurt him. And that's when that man said, he's breathing. Okay. So another thing I wanted to say was that on that video, I'm feeling some spots. When they say, oh, ish, this guy's in the background when the lady say, I thought they need to cover that up. Then the lady say, I thought about that the whole way or the whole time. I thought about all of that. That's what she said. And then you hear some people in the background. You hear a guy say, he's breathing. After you hear that clunk sound, he's breathing. Then you hear a guy say, ready. You hear another guy say, pick up. And then you hear him say, fellas, throw it, toss, and you hear the splash sound. That was them throwing them back in the water, maybe to hide them meantime, whatever. But whoever flew that drone when they was out there, you see his body was dragged in that water and curved over by that boat, and he's sitting in that water and that boat missing. So maybe that's the boat they call him Boat X. If they just put together what you hear me saying,
Okay.
I think a lot of people can fill in the blank.
Okay, Soldier, thank you very much. Now, look, I just want to say that these are Soldier's interpretation of what happened. Is his own opinion, not the opinion of this channel, not necessarily what I heard on that audio. And Netta, I don't know if that's what you heard on the audio. I didn't hear all that, but maybe my ears are different.
Yeah, no, that was solely his opinion.
Okay. All right. Just checking. Thank you, Soldier. Okay. Well, thank you, everyone. I appreciate you joining us. I'm sorry we can't get to, there are a couple more phone calls, but some of the folks go long. People don't realize just how long. They think they're talking for a short time and they end up talking for minutes at a time. So I'm going to have to start putting a clock on this, Netta, to let people know actually what 30 seconds is and what a minute is, because people don't realize how quickly. And then also, let me tell you guys, if you are a member of the show, you will have more opportunities to call in. And if you do, the best thing I can tell you to do is write your question down. Do some audio if you want to dictate it. Write the question down so that you can remember it when you get on. It'll be more concise, okay? So Netta, thank you. Anything else you want to say to the folks before we let you go?
Just thanks for the love and support. We do see a lot more love and support than the latter, and so that's appreciated. And if anybody does want to help in this fight legally, we do have a Give, Send, Go set up to basically, help combat what we're going through, the challenges that we're facing, the cyberbullying, the harassment, the attacks, the threats of doxing, even the threats of lawsuits. And so we're using that to secure legal counsel. And that way it'll help us navigate through these matters and ensure that we're prepared for any legal suits that may come from this and just to fight back legally. So the Give, Send, Go is in the bio of all of my platforms, whether it's Facebook, Instagram, Threads. It's literally right there in my bio.
What's your handle?
At That Girl Netta, DATGURLNETTA.
Okay, so this is Andy. I think he'll put it up in a minute. But yes, and while he's doing that, did you expect to have this sort of response? This many people?
I didn't. My wife Ash did. She kind of said that something like this would come out of this, but I wasn't expecting it to be like of this capacity. There have been people in other countries that have reached out in support of, and so now here we are. But yeah, I wasn't expecting it to even take off as fast as it did.
Did you just do it because you're like, I am an audio engineer, I'm an audio expert professional, and so let me just see? What was it? Just out of curiosity? Was it a public service? Like what?
When I heard it originally, before I cleaned it, I heard some of that even underneath the music, because that's what I do for a living. When I'm on set, my ears are trained to listen for certain noise and to make sure that I communicate with the director, hold for sound, like I hear this and I hear that. So I was able to hear a lot of that even under the music. And so part of it was just, it was concerning for me. And I wanted to really clear it up and just hear only them to make sure that I wasn't tripping. And then when I did hear what I thought that I heard before isolating it, I was, no, I need to, I talked to Ash about it and asked her, how should we go about this? Especially with me providing the transcript, even with, as you've seen, even with me leading with, this is just my interpretation. It's not something final. I'm not declaring it as facts. People have took that as I was trying to convince people what to hear. But either way, it was me trying to put out there, like, this is what I heard. And if this is what I hear, I want to know what others hear. And if this is what we all hear, or a lot of us hear, then why hasn't this audio alone been enough to bring in someone for questioning or be investigated or looked into more? Because while Crump and the family is asking, like, if anybody has anything that could lead to, the help, like, we want to know what happened to Nolan, then come forward. And so I guess that was my way of coming forward. Like, this is concerning. Mm-hmm. Let me know what y'all hear. And so that's really how that came about.
Well, thank you. I thought you were saying gifts and go, but it's give, send, go.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it. You stay safe.
Thank
all right.
You. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Wow. So that was interesting. You never know on this show what you're going to do. Sometimes we just take it down and we take phone calls, and that, look, you are able to call in, because if you're at a certain tier of membership. You're able to call in. And so what you do is you go on to donlemon.com. If you want to know how to do that, how to become a member, go to donlemon.com. First, before you even go into the main page, there'll be this box there. You click on that and it will take you right to get tickets for DL and DL. Anything goes. All right. So they're getting close to what do you call it? Maximum or whatever you call it. So make sure you get your tickets. And because I don't want to hear anybody the week before or 2 weeks before or whatever, even a day before going, we didn't get it. You can do another show. We didn't get a ticket. You better get it now. Okay. And so go back to donlemon.com. And then when you click on it, this is how you get to be able to call into the show. You click on the arrow or the play button, go to YouTube and click on, there you go, where it says subscribe. Make sure you're subscribed and then hit that join button. And when you hit the join button, it'll give you the different tiers of membership, right? Oh, look, the special went back up, right, Andy?
Yeah,
they took it away and now it's back. They take it away and then they give it again. So you can become a member for 1 month for free, right? 100% off your first month's membership. You have to apply that promo code. And then guess what they'll do? 7 days before your membership ends, your free one, they will alert you. So you better do it now. You better do it now because we ended and people were complaining, I didn't get to do it now. Okay, so there are certain tiers of membership. You can be part of the Lemon Nation, part of the Lemon Callers, part of the Lemon Heads, or the Lemon Legends. If you're a Lemon Legend, you get to be on the program, just like all of my legends every week, okay? And then if you're a Lemon Head, you get special private streaming, all kinds of behind-the-scenes things like community posts. I'm going to start doing more behind-the-scenes things. People have been asking me, when are you going to do another cooking show? Why don't you and Tim do another karaoke show? We're going to do that just for the members, okay? And then the Lemon Callers, right? You can get to be a caller if you're at a certain tier of our membership. So there you go. Thank you for your support. Thank you for becoming a subscriber or a member. Go to all of our platforms. Go to our Substack. Make sure you sign up for our Lucky Lemon 7 newsletter every morning, 7 a.m. hour. It goes out. Sometimes I'm tweaking with it, playing with it way too much. Meaning the Lucky Lemon 7 newsletter, and then it goes out a little bit late. Okay, and so you can put your phone up there to get the QR code and then just sign right up for the Substack and the newsletter, okay? So be informed without being inundated until I see you back here tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Eastern Time, 10 a.m. Eastern Time for Hot Topics. Turn the TV off.
Thanks for watching, everybody. I appreciate you. Make sure you like, subscribe, and turn on notifications so you don't miss anything. We're live weekdays at 10 a.m. and 5 p.m. Eastern with new content at 2 p.m. Eastern, sometimes at 8 p.m. So follow The Don Lemon Show wherever you are. YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, Twitch, Substack, Spotify, iHeartRadio, Apple Podcasts. We are everywhere, and we're there every day. And if you want a little more, join the Lemon community. Exclusive posts, behind the scenes, live chats. Just hit join or check the channel pages. All right, I'll see you next time.
This is a song about a breakup. I thought I wanted you. No, it shouldn't sound like heartbreak. More like taking control. I don't need it. No, I don't need you. I know you're just a gum on my shirt.
Folks, we continue to seek answers into the mysterious death of Nolan Wells, the 18-year-old African-American who was found dead in Mississippi after he went out boating with a group of white friends on July 4th. Independent autopsy is being done on his body. The Mississippi officials say they continue this investigation. And again, we continue to ask the critical questions. What happened? What happened to this young man? And how did he end up dead? Joining us right now is Christine and Elmore Wansley, the parents of Nolan Wells, also the attorney, Ben Crump. I'm glad to have all three of you here. Certainly our condolences go out to you, Christine and Elmore, on the loss of your son.
Thank you.
I want to be clear in terms of trying to understand this timeline. What time did Nolan go out with his friends? What time did they go out boating on July 4th?
So that was sometime in the morning. I don't have the exact time. I do still have his information up on the Life 360, but it was earlier in the morning on July the 4th.
So and so he said, hey, July 4th, we're going out for the day boating. Was this something that he had previously done with his group of friends?
Yes, it was, and there was no issues, and my son came home.
So did he indicate for you what time they're going to be coming back?
No, like his dad has stated in multiple interviews, it was his last hurrah before reporting back to school. So we were just, going to let him have that time to really just decompress because, football can be a lot on you. Especially too, he was a student athlete. So he wasn't just, doing one thing, he was having to manage both.
So the evening arrives. All of a sudden, it's getting darker. You have not heard back from your son. What then happened? What time did you and your husband begin to get concerned when you had not heard from or seen Nolan?
So honestly, we got concerned when we got the phone call. There have been times when Nolan has come in later because he and his friends are, watching movies or again at some type of party. So, that wasn't necessarily uncommon. But when I saw his friend call me, my heart dropped because I knew something was wrong. His friends do not call me like that.
What time was that?
That was around, I think 11:07 is when he called. And he said,
he leaves that morning.
Mm-hmm. So he left the evening before. So him and his friends had all stayed the night at one of the other friends' house.
Okay, so July 4th was that Saturday. So they stayed the night with some friends on Friday. So y'all last saw Nolan on Friday, and then he goes out with them on Saturday. Around 11:07 p.m. on Saturday, then you get this phone call. We've heard about them having his cell phone. When did they turn over his cell phone to you and your husband?
So they actually gave the cell phone to my friend. Whenever I got the call that Nolan was missing, I was like, you know what, let me call my friend Tashima because her sons, Jalen and Javon, Nolan actually, those are the guys he actually grew up with, right? Like from playing City League on up. We were very familiar with Jalen and Javon and their mom, again, they're friends of ours. And so I called her and I was like, hey, have you seen Nolan? Can you ask the boys? Have they talked to him? And she was like, you know what? And the boys, of course, they were like, no. So they're pulling up their location tracker on Snapchat because they all follow each other. And they, were able to help him. I'm pulling mine up on like 360. So between the two, we were able to determine where his phone was, which is not where his car was. So the car and the phone were in two separate locations. Elmore and I were trying to, after we got off the phone with Tashima, because she was like, hey, look, don't worry about it. I'll go get it. We went ahead and started calling authorities to see who we needed to file the missing persons report with.
And when you got the phone,
Elmore, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Ben. Go ahead.
You asked about the phone. It was important when they got the phone.
Mm-hmm. So it took a while. It took a little bit before the phone was handed over to my friend. And then we did meet up. And of course, we met up soon after. We filed the police report finally. And then she was on her way back towards Ocean Springs. So we met up at the second house to pick the car up, which is where he stayed overnight.
The only thing I was going to point out was...
Yeah, go ahead, Ben.
The only thing I was going to point out that is very important, we believe, some of the Snapchat messages seem to have been deleted and some text messages seem to have been deleted. And we believe that could prove very relevant.
Elmore, I've raised 6 nieces. And first got nieces when they were as early as a year and a half and raised them all the way through. They were, even now my twin nieces, they're 22 years old. I don't know many kids today who they're never without these. And did that cause you suspicion that, and when you think about your son, was his phone always with him? Was he always on his phone? Was he always using his phone?
Yes.
You talked about, Christine, you talked about the life tracker. I would assume, just like my nieces, his hand was attached to the phone.
Yes.
All the time.
His hand was attached to his phone all the time. His hand and his phone was always in my face messing with me. So he wouldn't go nowhere without his phone. He wouldn't give someone else his phone and go off a whole nother way. It just wasn't in his character. We didn't raise him like that. For him to not stay with the people that he came with. We taught him that, like, if you go with someone, you stay with them. You go with them, you leave with them. You don't go off. You don't spit from the group chasing a girl. There's girls back where you at. There's girls everywhere. So she's not the only one. You can find another girl. So I constantly drilled in his head to always stay with the group, always just be mindful of your surroundings. And you know,
all of the kids, really.
I constantly had those conversations with him until it's like he got, and I could tell he was getting tired of, Dad, you're nagging, but I kept saying, son, one day you're gonna thank me for me nagging you like this, because you're gonna say, Dad was right. And when that day comes, I want you to pick that same phone up and call me and tell me I'm right. So I say it's just hard for us to believe that he would choose to stay on the island without any kind of forced communication.
And see, that's the thing that jumps out at me. Again, knowing how young folks are today, if he says, okay, I'm gonna go with somebody else, they don't leave this. They don't, like, that's hey, make sure, give me my bag, make sure I have my phone. And being, that's what immediately jumps out, that he's separated from his phone. It takes so long for his parents to be notified. And then when you said it appears as if some items have been deleted, obviously people don't realize text messages cannot be deleted permanently. Have you already communicated with the cell phone company to be able to pull those records?
Yes, we are reaching out to experts to try to not only retrieve the deleted Snapchats, but the deleted messages, because we know on the video rolling that's been circulating all around the internet, we know there was some kind of argument where you hear Nolan saying, give me my freaking phone. What are you freaking doing? And then for him to not come back, but his three friends who were in the boat with him all come back with his phone, and he comes back a couple of days later on the shore dead. It doesn't add up, and it makes it hard for the sheriff to say, well, there's no foul play that we found. Well, that's foul play there. When you're talking about an argument over a phone, and then they take his phone and leave him on an island, it makes you scratch your head and say, this isn't adding up.
Have you, Christine, and first, have y'all had did you have any conversations, any discussions with these, and was it 3 young men who went with your son, or was it more?
I think I'm pretty sure there were probably more present. 3 of them have reached out. And I know, and I've been sitting here kind of trying to go through all the facts and everything, because again, we're still grieving. Like it hasn't even been that long since our son, 4 days since he's been found. But I think maybe two or 3 parents have reached out. And I'm just, I'm in a mindset right now where I'm trying to protect my family. I'm trying to protect my peace, make sure my husband's okay. And it's a lot, because social media is just so nasty with what this pain that we're going through. Like, they think it's a joke, and it's horrible. And I pray that they never have to go through anything like this.
That's it.
Unfortunately, and Ben knows this, I've had to interview far too many of his clients. I always say this is a fraternity or sorority that no one wants to be a member of.
Absolutely.
What is so difficult here again is sort of like there's this fog, if you will, when you said that they've reached out. The only explanation given was that, and did it come from his friends that he just decided to stay? That was it. They didn't convey anything else.
Yes, that was it. They said that that he wanted to stay and hang out with this girl named Katie, and also, and this was the initial conversation, me being alerted to him being missing. It was, oh, well, Katie's also missing, but we don't know who she is. Like, that was our first time kind of seeing her type of thing. So then when I'm going to social media,
wow,
I'm coming from a place with information that was given to me by people that were there.
Ben, and you mentioned the video circulating. There appeared to be a lot of boats in that area, and they were shooting video. In terms of this investigation, are you troubled by the lack of urgency that you're hearing from this sheriff, who's just sort of being somewhat nonchalant about what took place with Nolan Wells 4 days ago, or 6 days ago, if you will?
Yeah, Roland, we're very concerned because from the very beginning, his response was that, well, we don't think it was foul play. Well, how do you know? You haven't even investigated anything. And that video certainly makes you think that there's something that doesn't pass the smell test. And the fact that you have the young lady who said that Nolan said he was going to get back on the boat with the boys. And then the boys said, no, Nolan told them that he was going to stay with the girl. Which one is it? Somebody must not be telling the truth. And again, we cannot overstate it enough. What 18-year-old teenager says, I'm going to stay behind on the island and don't ask for their cell phone?
Well, especially when you look at the map that shows the distance of this island from where they came from. I do want to ask Christine, her husband is here. So the photos that we've been showing, were those photos taken on that day, or was it a previous boating trip?
We think on that day.
That was taken on that day, specifically the one with all three of them. Whenever I had made the post asking for information, there was a young girl who reached out to me and she said, hey, Miss Christine, I know that in the report it's stating that he had black shorts on, but she was like, he actually had blue shorts. And those are two very different colors. Like, you can't get those two confused. And so what she did is she's like, I'm going to send you these pictures to show you. So, I could use to show everybody, like, this is actually the color of the shorts he was wearing. Because she was concerned too
So they had sent those photos to her, or had they?
No, these are pictures that she took. No, she took the pictures.
Okay, so she was.
Yeah, she took those herself, and she sent them to me.
She was out there.
Yeah, she was out there.
Got it. Obviously, it has been 4 days since your son's body was found. 7 days since you last saw him. Are you concerned with the pace of this investigation? I would also ask Ben. I mean, do you believe? I mean, initial reports saying that the young men have been questioned. No one obviously has been taken into custody. Any thoughts and concerns about that? The pace of this investigation. That here we are, it's 4 days later, and there still are so many unanswered basic questions.
Yeah, I know the family is very concerned. That's why they wanted an independent autopsy done, Roland Martin. And so the body was flown from Mississippi to Washington, D.C., because they wanted to have a doctor do an exam of his body that had no connections, no influence from the law officials in the state of Mississippi, because it's inescapable that, Roland, had the roles been reversed and you had 3 young black men and a young white man on a boat, and the white man dies or is killed, you will see a completely different investigation, Roland Martin. I mean, especially, and you got his cell phone, and you back on the island, and you leave him on the island. I mean, it's so many things that says you all are not doing a zealous investigation on behalf of the family of Nolan Wells. We want the same kind of investigation that you would have did if the roles were reversed for a young white man for our son too.
Absolutely.
Elmore, it has to be. I listened to you as you talked about your son felt like you were badgering him when all those questions. And the reality is, fathers and mothers desperately want to protect their children, want to provide them with as much cover as possible. And so, as you think about those many conversations, you absolutely believe that you gave your son so much information that you don't believe for a second that he would decide on a whim just to make some crazy decision and just go off with some other people he had no idea, didn't know who they were at all.
I believe I gave my son, like I said, enough information to not do that. He had too much at stake. He had a plan for his life. He knew what he wanted to do. He knew what he had to do coming up that following Monday, which was get down to business so he can get on with his life and get his future started. So for someone to tell me that Nolan decided to stay on the island to chase a girl, I do not believe you. No one is going to get me to believe that, not one bit. No, I can't believe that because he wasn't raised like that. I had him super focused on what he wanted to do. He was finally buying into what I was talking about as far as sports and business and really taking it serious and understanding that if he wanted it, he had to put in the work.
Just a couple of questions left. Christine, you talked about how nasty folks are on social media. It has to be extremely painful and difficult for you and your husband to see people who you don't know, who don't know you, who don't know your son, question you allowing him to be around white teens, questioning how you raised your son.
What I would say to that is the amount of love and support that we've received from our local community, people outside of our community is, and even his friends, it's a testament to his character. It's a testament to us as parents. And this is the thing, I would never, and my husband the same, we would never tell our child, any of our children, you are not allowed to associate with this person over here because of the color of their skin or because this person over here is purple. Absolutely not. And just the way Nolan's heart was, he was a friend to everybody. Like he was just, his heart was that big. So like, I don't care because at the end of the day, I know we did everything we could as parents, raised our children as best as we could. We have always told them to be kind, caring, and respectful to others, no matter who they were. And that's the way we were raised. So if anyone has an issue with that, then that seems like that's a you problem, not a us problem.
Ben, final question for you. Have you gotten any indication? First of all, Ben, who's leading this investigation? Is it the sheriff or is it the Mississippi Bureau of Investigation?
I think at this time it's the sheriff because the sheriff is the one who's making the statements. The sheriff in Jackson County, Mississippi.
Do you want to see the MBI take this over?
I want to see somebody lead the investigation who's going to do so zealously. We are in a ferocious search for the truth. I mean, with every day that goes by, that makes it a little more daunting, a little more challenging. So time is of the essence. I mean, we don't want not one more sleepless night to go by just because they don't have answers. We know they're never going to have peace because, you know, their baby, as they talked about, bought their family so much peace. And so there's a void in their hearts and in their families forever. But let's at least give them the transparency that they deserve. As Christine said, any parent, black, white, brown, or red, you would want answers. If somebody came to you and said, we went out with him, we left him, and now he's dead. No, we got to get answers, Roland Martin. We must get answers.
Christine Elmore Wansley, again, our condolences go out to you. It's absolutely difficult, and as you said, it's even more difficult when you're trying to grieve the loss of your son and you're having to do interviews and, frankly, put the pressure on officials to get answers as to what has taken place. And so I appreciate both of you joining us. I appreciate Ben Crump, you being here as well. And certainly we've been covering this story from day one, as we always do. We're going to continue to cover this story because it needs to be told, and we need answers as to what took place to 18-year-old Nolan Wells. Thanks a bunch.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Roland Martin.
Thanks a lot. Quickly go to my panel here. Candace, when we talk about evidence collection, what is bothersome here is that these boys come back, they call the mother at 11 p.m. They don't get the phone until the next day. Anybody who understands investigations, you are most concerned about the destruction of evidence. In this case here, we're dealing with water. And so now, again, you don't know. Did they change clothes? Now you're talking about, where was there a fight? Scratches on their body. What kind of interviews took place from the authorities? There's so many people. There's so many things here at play that could determine not knowing what actually happened.
Yeah. And you said the key word there, and that is the evidence, because the evidence begins right now. And if there are any lawsuits, that's what this part and this time is for, to collect the evidence and make sure that people are held accountable so that evidence plays out well in court, whether it's a wrongful death suit, a negligent suit, or any other criminal action that comes down the line, which there probably will be. Now, I'm not sure, and this is the question that I wanted to hear from them, and maybe you know this, if any of those young men that were with him did get legal representation. I've heard it. I'm not sure but to search for an attorney and not be as part of the search party is ridiculous. And that is evidence. And that is evidence that it goes against any story that they have. At this point, it seems to me, I think about it this way, Roland, when you want to punish a child that's 18 years old or 8 years old, the first thing that you do is you take away that phone. And we know that there was confirmation from Crump. There was, audible. You could hear audio that was confirmed that was Nolan, that he did say, give me back my freaking phone. Why were they punishing him by keeping that phone away from him? There's something that somebody is hiding. This is what we know. And it all has to do with that phone. The fact that they went home, sat on that phone, that a friend of hers had to go retrieve the phone. Nobody offered that phone up. Are you kidding me? This is all the evidence building that is not going to play well for those kids in court, which is why one of the kids' mothers, that judge whose name escapes me, that's why she started her evidence and seeding of it now. That my child, he's been cooperating with everyone and everything is fine. And maybe I canceled my Facebook account, but don't take it personally. People out there are mean. Everybody is pulling together their evidence, and that's where we are. And it does not look good. And it is because of that phone. It is because of that. That phone is telling the story, and it's going to tell the story in court.
Matt.
Yeah, I want to stay on that same thought. So I have literally proven a murder case off of deleted text messages from a cell phone. The police may not have thought they had probable cause to search the phone, but phones get dumped. So what people don't know is even if you delete messages or delete data on your phone, there are various levels to the phone where things are saved. So like I said, I literally proved a murder case off of deleted text messages. There's a lot of evidence surely in that phone. And there are a couple things I don't understand in this case. The first thing I don't understand is if you have a video that's contemporaneous with their time on the island with Nolan, and they come back with his phone and he's protesting them having his phone, you have a theft. So how you don't issue an arrest warrant immediately for the theft, how you don't decide to dump the phone, how you don't send an exigency search warrant to Snapchat, to social media, to the phone provider. I mean, they do that all the time. When somebody's missing and they have reason to believe there's been foul play, the police routinely do that, and the phone companies and other providers have a means whereby they can get them information in an exigent circumstance. Here on the 4th of July, this young man goes missing. The family realizes he's missing. It seems to me the police had a number of things they could have done to truly investigate this and preserve that evidence. And, you know, Ben Crump is one of the best in the country, so I suspect his team is going to do this. But the absolute first thing I would do is get a private forensic examiner on that phone. I would do a logical dump, a physical dump, find what is in that phone. And there may certainly be things that were deleted, right? And then even if those things are innocuous, right? Even if they're text messages that don't have anything to do about the conflict, then you have a question of chain of custody. Okay, y'all had this phone for X number of hours before it was provided to his family, and there's something that was deleted that was sent after the time Nolan had the phone, or rather deleted after the time Nolan had the phone. It stands to reason you got tampering with evidence. So maybe, you know, this is something the Mississippi Bureau of Investigation will have to get into, but police officers do these things routinely. And I think what this might be is a situation where they want to take the path of least resistance and assume there's no foul play, despite the fact that they had incontrovertible evidence that this young man was not only in a conflict, but that they had expensive property of his, which they would normally call a theft. So how they didn't go down that road, I don't understand. Hopefully Ben and his team are able to develop some of that, and that evidence has been preserved despite presumably someone trying to delete it or otherwise obscure it.
Well, Michael, what's so bothering for me is for a sheriff to say, we don't believe there was foul play. I'm sorry. An 18-year-old, extremely healthy young man goes on an island with friends, doesn't come back, they come back, he's missing, and I'm sorry, that's called doubt. That's called suspicion. And so you don't just come out and just make that kind of statement. That raises questions as to the thoroughness or the quality of the investigation that this sheriff is going to actually conduct.
Yeah, Roland, I agree. I think it's premature to say there's no foul play suspected. You could just say we haven't been able to conclude that at this point in the investigation. The other, so
or you simply say this, or you just simply say this is under investigation. But you don't give a definitive statement like we don't believe that was foul play.
Right. So I agree, Roland. I watched the press conference today. I also saw the interview this morning on Good Morning America that Nolan's parents did along with Ben Crump. And I watched the interview on CBS this morning. And I have like 15 questions, but I'm only going to ask 2. So I heard you, Roland, say that someone called the parents at 11 p.m. Was that to say we have Nolan's phone, or what was that call regarding?
Well, the mother answered that. She said that the call she got was that Nolan had not come back with him.
Right. Okay. Now, one of the questions I had is when the father went to go retrieve the phone, the boy or the man or the young man he retrieved the phone from said Nolan was like a brother to
No, the father. No. The father didn't go retrieve the phone. The mother said a friend of hers was the one who went to go and retrieve the phone.
Okay. I misunderstood it at the press conference today. Okay.
Yeah. Well, again, I didn't see that. Here's the deal. I didn't see the news conference. I'm just simply saying what the mother just said, and I just interviewed her. So in terms of, so I don't know that. But so the bottom line is here. Okay. Clearly, they're not giving answers as to what actually is taking place. It has been 4 days since his body was found. 7 days, 7 days since they last saw him. 6 days since July 4th. And it's clear folks are clamming up. And so I would hope the sheriff is doing a real investigation. And the problem is, if he's not, for every day that you get away from this, the problem that you have is you have a lack of evidence. As we said, evidence could be destroyed, evidence washed away, all that sort of stuff. And that's really what is of great concern. All right, folks, let me tell you about Chapter. Now, if you're in Medicare or about to be, the system is not set up to work for you. Too much fine print, too many plans, and too many people making money off of your confusion. And look, we're used to this. We're no strangers to systems that don't have our best interests at heart. But we don't have to accept it when it comes to Medicare. That's why I'm telling you about Chapter. Their advisors are independent and honest. In fact, they're the only Medicare advisors that compare every plan nationwide. And they're focused on one thing: what works for you. If there's a better plan out there, they'll find it. If you're already in the right one, they'll tell you that too. There are no games. Just last year, people who switched with Chapter saved an average of $1,100. It's 20 minutes and a real person. It's completely free. My parents actually have already called. My mom sent me a text. Folks, give Chapter a call at 724-264-8281, 724-264-8281, and connect with someone you can trust. Folks, these are the kind of services that we need for our audience here at Roland Martin Unfiltered and the Black Star Network. So call Chapter right now, 724-264-8281.
Grainger offers over 1 million high-quality products, from motors and belts to switches and sensors, helping maintenance engineers keep production lines moving. Call, click, or stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Folks, the investigation into the death of 19-year-old Nolan Wells is ongoing, and increasing speculation online is focused on one of the families linked to the July 4th boating trip. Julie Cole, a judge on Mississippi's 16th Chancery Court, the stepmother of Warren Hudson, one of the white teens who accompanied Wells on the trip to Horn Island before he disappeared. Warren was interviewed by the Jackson County Sheriff's Department and cooperated fully. He saw Nolan last at around 3 p.m. on July 4th. They left around 4:30 p.m. when the boat was taking on water. They had an issue with the bilge pump. Nolan made a decision to stay on the island and return inland later with another group of friends. This still, Robert, is a rather strange story. So here she says that they left around 3. Nolan chose to come back with another group of friends. Okay, where are those friends? And also, we've seen the social media video. There were a lot of boats in that area. Y'all have the video, play it, where they recorded Nolan arguing with several white male teens. Didn't have his cell phone when he went missing. His parents, Christine and Elmore Wansley, now have the phone. Okay, Rebecca, for the life of me, I don't know any Gen Z that is not always with a phone. I'm Gen X. My phone's always with me. They are never not on my person. And so it's like, okay, so if he decided to stay back with another group of friends, he wouldn't have his phone? Why would his phone go back with the first group of friends?
I think it's very unusual that a young person, any person, would be separated from their phone, especially if they were that far out, right?
Folks, today in Chicago, the NAACP convention, civil rights attorney Ben Crump joined the family of Nolan Wells, where they laid out their findings of an independent autopsy that was done on the body of the 18-year-old here in Washington, D.C.
As in the case with Nolan Wells, at the time of this report, this forensic pathologist does not know the condition of Nolan Wells. He did not know whether he was conscious or unconscious when he entered the water. He said that would be significant. He said he did not know whether he was forced into the water or unforced into the water. He said that would be significant. So he said the condition of Nolan Wells before he entered the water would be the crux of the matter. It would be of utmost importance to being able to determine a cause and manner of death. He said, definitive circumstances of death are required to determine the manner of death. For these reasons, this pathologist cannot rule out, and let me really call your attention to this. For these reasons, this pathologist cannot rule out if any intervening non-accidental factors contributed to or caused the death of Nolan Wells. Very open. He says, however, dissection of the back of the head during the layered posterior neck dissection revealed a 12 by 8 inch focal area of red discoloration in the deep soft tissues overlaying the occipital bone. And he talked about how he found red discoloration when he cut open into the back of his head towards the occipital bone, and he saw the red discoloration, and we actually saw the pictures of it. It's significant. You can't help but notice, why is this dark red here in the back of his head? And so he was important to note that in his report. He said that etiology of this finding is unclear. There are no lacerations of the overlaying skin nor fractures of the underlying skull. These findings are inconclusive for perimortem injury due to both the extensive decomposition and the absence of associated injuries. This finding, however, is significant enough to be highlighted in this preliminary report for further investigation. It is important to reiterate that the finding could not have been observed in the first autopsy because the posterior head and neck dissection were not performed. He said another limitation, move this back here. Another limitation faced by this forensic pathologist was the absence of the anterior internal neck structures. The trachea and the laryngeal cartilage, the thyroid horn, and the hyoid bone were not received with the body. So he's saying that the throat was not received with the body when he got Nolan Wells' body in Washington, D.C. to perform the second autopsy. And so let's discuss that with what he said about that. He said, it is assumed that the initial pathologist retained these structures for additional evaluation. He said the retention of the anterior neck structures during an initial autopsy is a common forensic pathology practice. He was chief medical examiner for 7 years in Washington, D.C. And he said that if they had concern about throat or any fracture or compression of the throat, they too will hold them back. He doesn't know why they held the throat back, but he said the throat was not with the body of Nolan Wells when he received it in Washington, D.C. to perform the second autopsy. He said, nevertheless, a posterior neck dissection performed without review of the anterior neck structures is incomplete. Therefore, this pathologist cannot rule out injury to the neck as a contributor or a cause of death. He said he would need to have the medical examiner in Mississippi allow him to review the throat. That's why he said his autopsy is undetermined pending investigation. Remember, it's about transparency.
So, folks, so it was very interesting looking at some of the comments from people trying to understand what took place as to why they went to Chicago. Let me help some people out. Nolan Wells was killed in D.C. Excuse me, killed in Mississippi. The NAACP National Convention is in Chicago. Emmett Till is from Chicago, was killed in Mississippi. So, again, if you understand the history of the NAACP, they've long been involved in cases like this. So I don't understand why people, and I am totally befuddled about the sheer stupidity of people on threads and Twitter who are complaining about Ben Crump. Oh, they don't like how he talks. He doesn't win cases. It's like they have no idea what the hell happens in these cases. And we reached out to Dr. Mitchell to join us on the show, but he declined because it's an ongoing investigation. And again, we've been covering this. And Robert, again, it's a lot of conversation. People have a lot of conversation, but it is an ongoing investigation. And so what we are continuing to see is trying to get answers as to what the hell happened.
And I think that's what's most important in this case, these questions. I spoke with the family of Kendra Johnson recently, who had very similar circumstance of a young black man who ends up dead. And mysteriously, nobody knows anything about what has happened to anybody. Everyone gets real quiet. You're dealing with small town politics, small town law enforcement, small town judges, etc. And the families often end up never getting justice or never getting a satisfactory answer. And this is what is so significant right now about not having an operational Department of Justice. There's one thing to see what they're doing with the Epstein files, what they're doing with other investigations, but not having an operational division of civil rights in the Justice Department is perhaps the most tragic part of what's going on with this extreme MAGA agenda. Because we normally would have a federal backstop where if local jurisdictions were intransigent, if local officials were recalcitrant, you would have the Department of Justice and the FBI that could step in, as you saw with Cheney and Swerner and Grutter in the 1960s. Now this is going to be very much on the family and on outside organizations to donate, to not only determine what happened with this autopsy, but find out what happened in that crucial first 48 hours to determine how exactly did the messages get deleted off his phone. What pictures or videos are still out there on some cloud or some cell phone that might be dispositive? Where exactly did this young boy's throat at? And how is that missing from the body? There are more questions are being raised by the day, and the compulsion of local jurisdictions to simply try to sweep these things under the rug. We've seen time and time again that once you start shining light on this, once you start bringing national attention, you get answers. And the fact that we don't have a Department of Justice or FBI right now that can help us means that we have to depend on ourselves to fight this fight.
Rebecca.
So, I want to shout out Dr. Roger Mitchell. He is the only Black male chief medical examiner in the country. I'm going to say that again. He is the only Black male chief medical examiner in the country. And because of his scientific knowledge and because of his medical training, he has really pushed the envelope for civil rights and for making sure that Black and brown families, especially Black families, receive answers. That is the very reason why Nolan's body came here to DC, because this is where Dr. Roger Mitchell resides. And I think it's important to say that, because this is another reason why we need more Black people going into that particular profession. I've sat on panels with him where he's gone through the criminal legal system and he's talked about deaths while people were incarcerated. And oftentimes he went into those prisons and he was able to conduct many of those autopsies to show that there's been systemic issues, especially towards Black people, Black men who are incarcerated and who die in custody. But that said, yes, Robert's right. There's so many questions that are left, even the question about the throat. I heard a medical doctor speak on it earlier, saying that sometimes if you're still doing an investigation, then certain body parts might not go to the second or third or to the subsequent medical examiner examining the body. However, Dr. Roger Mitchell did this examination, I think at least 10 days ago. And we've seen that this autopsy has been released. Mississippi has had it longer. So even if they were keeping the throat longer to continue to pursue additional investigation, why haven't that information been made public? Why hasn't that throat then been shipped to DC for Dr. Mitchell to complete his examination of the body? There's too many questions. And we know, and I know there are different, like I'm an attorney. I know there's many attorneys who are reluctant to provide a conclusion on this, and that's responsible. But I will say this, having my family been in this country for centuries and seeing things like this happen over and over, the ancestors are speaking here. And I don't think that it was just a simple accident in the way in which the initial reports or within an hour, the sheriff's department saying, oh, there's no foul play found. How can you say that when the body is still barely cold, when there hasn't been public findings from the original autopsy?
Derek?
Yeah, I'm gonna pick up where Rebecca left off. I mean, it was problematic for me as a father of 7, 4 daughters and 3 sons, to hear a sheriff to say there's no foul play here. How is there no foul play? Because if the roles were reversed, Roland, if there was 3 young Black men and 1 white boy, 4 went over and 3 came back. Their cell phones would have been confiscated. They would have been interrogated for hours on end. It would have been a thorough investigation from beginning to end. And so this has been problematic from the time the sheriff said there's no foul play. And I get all the other players, the parents of the other 3 boys They're very strong and political in nature. But what about Nolan Wells' family? I'm going to keep coming back to that. We continue to watch this two-tier justice system from 1619 to 2026. How many times do we need to say, Roland, enough is enough? And that's the part that from Kadir Skinner, Eric Gardner, Breonna Taylor, the list continues. These families demand justice. And when you continue to have more questions than answers, we want to get the response that we currently have.
Indeed, indeed, folks. We're going to continue to cover this story, give you the latest. And again, I need people to understand, there's a lot of conversation around this. We don't have much information. We don't have much information. So our objective is to give you real, credible information. So whatever's the latest, what's new, we'll actually have that for you. All right, folks, let me tell you about Chapter. Now, if you're on Medicare or about to be, the system is not set up to work for you. Too much fine print, too many plans, and too many people making money off of your confusion. And look, we're used to this. We're no strangers to systems that don't have our best interests at heart. But we don't have to accept it when it comes to Medicare. That's why I'm telling you about Chapter. Their advisors are independent and honest. In fact, they're the only Medicare advisors that compare every plan nationwide. And they're focused on one thing: what works for you. If there's a better plan out there, they'll find it. If you're already in the right one, they'll tell you that too. There are no games. Just last year, people who switched with Chapter saved an average of $1,100. It's 20 minutes and a real person. It's completely free. My parents actually have already called. My mom sent me a text. Folks, give Chapter a call at 724-264-8281, 724-264-8281, and connect with someone you can trust. Folks, these are the kind of services that we need for our audience here at Roland Martin Unfiltered and the Black Star Network. So call Chapter right now, 724-264-8281. An update in the Nolan Wells case, folks. The autopsy report in the Nolan Wells case is going to remain under wraps until a grand jury review. That's the decision of the district attorney, Angel Miles McElrath. She released this video laying that out. Let's get this to play. 1 second.
I want to talk directly to the people of Jackson County. Our community is grieving the tremendous loss of Nolan Wells, who is loved and treasured by everyone. Nolan's family deserves answers, and our community deserves answers. Every death in the county, except those of natural causes and non-criminal car wrecks, are presented to your grand jury. Many people don't know that. We have handled death investigations in this manner my entire career. Nolan's case is being handled the same way, with the same care and the same commitment to the truth that we handle all death investigations. I understand the public's urgency to know what happened to Nolan, but we are not taking time for time's sake. We are taking the time required to complete the work this investigation demands. Since Nolan was reported missing, local, state, and federal law enforcement agencies have worked around the clock investigating what happened to him. Every piece of evidence must be examined. Every credible lead must be followed to its conclusion. Every witness interview must be analyzed in context of all other evidence. The pressure for answers does not change what the work requires. Our responsibility to Nolan and our community is to complete this investigation thoroughly, carefully, without compromise, supported by the evidence and worthy of the confidence of the people we serve. I also understand that many people have questions about why more information has not been released publicly. In Mississippi, the rules of professional conduct restrict the information a prosecutor can release during an investigation. Our restraint in communicating facts and evidence is not an effort to keep the truth from the public. It is an effort to protect the integrity of this investigation and the grand jury proceeding. As your district attorney, I have an ethical obligation to avoid public statements that could influence witnesses, prejudice a proceeding, or compromise the fairness of the legal process. My obligation extends to and requires me to use reasonable care to ensure investigating agencies avoid making those statements and releasing information as well. These rules exist to protect the search for the truth, not to prevent it. As divided as the discussion surrounding Nolan's death has become, I know we all want the same thing: to understand what happened to Nolan. With that being our shared goal, we must also share in the goal of protecting the integrity of how the truth is discovered. If we sacrifice the integrity of the process in effort to satisfy today's questions, we risk undermining the confidence in tomorrow's answers. When the public asks, what about this, or have they looked at that, or did they think about this? The answer is yes. Those are the same questions investigators ask. The difference is that we can't publicly discuss the evidence, the interviews, or what those efforts have uncovered while the investigation is underway. Again, our restraint in sharing details of the investigation is not a refusal to share the truth. It is our commitment to protect the process that allows the truth to be known with confidence. There's a lot of information out there, and there is a heck of a lot of misinformation out there. I simply want the community I serve to know that this investigation is being handled with the care, professionalism, and commitment to the truth that every family in Jackson County deserves. As we continue this important work, Nolan's family, his friends, and all who loved him remain in our prayers.
So, Matt, you can't release the autopsy details?
You can, but I will tell you, I'll probably take a different tack than other people on this, having been the number 2 at a DA's office. These are the real conversations that are had. I mean, people have the real conversation about what can we release without affecting the integrity of the investigation. Now, whether she can release it under Mississippi law, I don't practice and live in Mississippi. I don't know what it is there. In Texas, it could be released. We don't have this, at least not that I know of. We didn't have anything where we had to hold an autopsy before it could go in front of a grand jury. So that may be an election on their part. I do think generally from a law enforcement standpoint, it is smarter to keep information in before it goes to a grand jury, before you disseminate it, especially in a case that is a high profile case. I mean, I just think that that's their ethical duty to try to be good stewards of the case that they're building. Whether they have to do that is a different question. Whether they always do that is a different question. I don't know those things, but I do know there's some benefit to being smart with that. But I will say on the opposite side of that, every time I see a statement like this, I think about Bob McCullough and the Michael Brown.
Yep.
And if you remember in those statements, what they tried to do is they tried to get people's assurance that you could trust the process by using the grand jury as this nebulous thing that exists out in the ether, and you can trust what's going to come from it because we took it to the grand jury. Now, I can't say what I ever did in front of a grand jury as a former prosecutor even, but I will tell you, at least in Texas, the only entity that has a right to go in front of the grand jury, like as a matter of course, is the prosecutor, not the other side. So what is said in a grand jury room? In fact, you might remember with Bob McCullough, they were frustrated. People were frustrated that they weren't actually endorsing a specific charge to the grand jury. They were asking the grand jury to see if they saw something, and then no indictment came for Darren Wilson from that. Now, I will concede, depending on the place that you are, I think sometimes the law is written that a grand jury should recommend a charge. So there's a legal way to look at that in different regards. But the larger point is, I think sometimes prosecutors in high-profile situations use the grand jury as a means of getting heat off themselves. And then if it comes down where there's no indictment, they can say, hey, we gave it to 12 people in the community. They looked at it. This is the mechanism for determining this. No blood on our hands. And I don't know that she's doing that here. I will say I think this statement was more robust than a lot of times you see from prosecutors, at least explaining part of the law. But I also recognize that she's got her own interest, which is looking like she's handling this correctly and maybe re-election down the end of at the end of her term, and that calls into question what's actually going on behind the scenes. But I do think there is a valid time to keep information in, especially in a high-profile case like this, especially where there's going to be 2 contingents of people on both sides of however it comes down. There's going to be a group of people who are happy about the outcome and a group of people who are very unhappy about the outcome. And I think they want to control as much information going out at this point. So it makes sense to me logically, but I also think that there may be some space where they could totally release the autopsy without running afoul of the law, and maybe they're just choosing not to do that.
Well, Candace, Matt decided to take your thunder. I was going to specifically ask you about that St. Louis case in terms of how they were like, well, we just took to the grand jury and, they decided. I mean, this is giving me shades of that.
And grand juries are sealed, right? So we don't know what that process is going to be. That will ultimately give us the decision after the grand jury process is complete. I think the other thing is that so far, they've released everything else. We've already had the police come to a conclusion that there was no foul play involved by like day or 2 or 3 after they found the body. We have information and audio and video and statements and people talking and press conferences. And now you want to stop at the autopsy. So we are already in a position where we have talked about this and any other case so much that your idea of an impartial jury and the 6th Amendment right to a fair and public trial it's already kind of diminished, right? We know that people are going to go in there and they're going to have to be reversed in terms of their thoughts, because everybody has information about this case. And you're supposed to go inside, say, as a potential person, as on a jury, as an impartial juror, someone who can clean the slate and go in there. So even we have all this information, give us the autopsy too, because we have so much already. It doesn't matter. We have too much that we've been discussing. Even with what the autopsy has given us so far, this red spot at the back of Nolan's neck, we've been talking about that for days now. Everybody everywhere, people who could potentially be on the jury and everything. We also know this about what happens in the court of law. Who knows what evidence is even going to make it inside of the trial if it goes to trial? It all goes through a process where really the evidence you have to go through a process, and certain evidence makes it and certain evidence doesn't. So we don't even know what's going to be considered. So we might as well see what all of it is, because this is all part of the process in terms of us being taxpayers, keeping the lights on at the courthouse, paying the prosecutor, paying people who are on the jury. It's our right to see everything, and it's our right as the public to have access to everything starting now.
Michael?
Yeah, Roland. This does seem like somewhat of a diversion to take heat off of the district attorney's office, take heat off of the Jackson County Sheriff's Office, because we still, not only are we still waiting on the autopsy, but we're still waiting on the toxicology report from my understanding. Okay. And then if it does go to a grand jury, will there be a suspect? So, you know, I don't know the law there in Mississippi, but I know in other cases, they would at least, like here in the state of Michigan, they would at least release what the finding of the autopsy was. Now, they may not have a big press conference,
right.
But they may say what the cause of death was based upon the autopsy. Okay, so this doesn't give me a good feeling. Okay, this doesn't, and you know, I hope they do their due diligence. Everybody wants that, but when you start talking about the grand jury, and I understand the process, okay, but grand jury is not all it's cracked up to be, because it's just, as Matt said, it's just the prosecutor there presenting the evidence. You don't hear the other side. Yeah. So it's not all it's cracked up to be.
Well, bottom line is we know what happened. All right, folks, let me get personal for a second. My mom had questions about her Medicare, so she called Chapter, a Medicare advisory company, and she texted me right after saying it's a great benefit. It was easy. A real person walked her through the whole thing, and now she understands better what's going on. But also, it's not just her. A woman in Yonkers wrote in saying the process was so simple, the enrollment was easy, and she was so glad she called. Then there's Marilyn, 90 years old, in Florida, living on Social Security. Her premium climbed every single year, north of $400 a month for coverage she could barely afford anymore. So what did she do? She called Chapter. They found her the same top-tier coverage for hundreds of dollars less. 90 years old, and finally somebody in her corner. I hear stories like that again and again from our community. The Medicare system was not built to work for you. Too much fine print, too many plans. Yet Chapter's advisors are independent and honest, the only Medicare advisors that compare every plan nationwide. They're focused on one thing, what actually works for you. If you're already in the right plan, they'll tell you. No games. And people who switched to a Chapter saved an average of $1,100 a year. All it takes is 20 minutes. You talk to a real person, and it's completely free help. So call Chapter at 724-264-8281, 724-264-8281. That's Chapter.
You're one sentence away from launching your website with Base 44. Since the beginning of the internet, there's never been such a fun, fast, and intelligent way to launch online. Landing pages, content hubs, e-commerce sites, you describe it and it's built in minutes. It's kind of wild how far a short prompt can get you. Right away, it generates a full site. Pages, structure, layout, design, it's all there. Next, styling. I shape it around my taste and ask for what I like. Darker palette, different font, this is the vibe. Now let's talk functionality. I want to capture emails, done. I need payments, easy. Anything else I need, I just keep going. From a few lines of text to a live website I can start sharing. No long setup, no back and forth, no waiting for anybody else. That's Base 44.
Family of a black teen in Mississippi, they want answers as to why their son is dead, and the group of white friends he went out with on the 4th of July weekend all returned home safely. A park ranger found the body of 18-year-old Nolan Wells on the coast of Horn Island on the Gulf Coast of Mississippi this morning. Nolan's mother, Christine Wansley, confirmed the finding of her son on Facebook, asking that everyone give her and her family time to grieve. Nolan was a recent graduate of Ocean Springs High School and a football player at Southwest Mississippi Community College. He was last seen with 3 of his friends on the island at around 3 p.m. local time on Saturday before he went missing. Authorities have not released details about what led to Nolan's disappearance. The circumstances surrounding his death remain under investigation. Now, what happened was his cell phone was found, but he was missing, and his friends could not articulate as to what happened. When did they last see him? And so, again, lots of questions are being raised here. The family sent out notices over the weekend. They were demanding for folks to assist them with finding their son. And again, no one could say what happened. And they kept asking the questions. Again, his friends, his white friends, they all came back. But Nolan actually died. He was his mother reported him missing late Saturday night. And the friends, of course, went out on a small boat for Independence Day. And he was, again, did not come home. And so, again, the question now begs, what happened? What happened? Did this happen on the boat? Were they on land? What's going on? I want to bring in my panel right now. Dr. Omi Congo, being a senior professor lecturer, School of International Service, American University, author of Lies About Black People, How to Combat Racist. He joins us from Washington, D.C. Thelma Anderson, creator of the Public Opinion Court, author, Shut Up and Prosecute, joining us from Dallas. Representative Jolanda Jones, Texas State Representative, lawyer out of Houston. Glad to have all 3 of you here. Lots of questions obviously are being raised here, Jolanda, what happened in this case. What's strange is he comes up missing. The other teams, okay, what information did they give? If you're going out, you kind of know what someone else is doing, unless they decide to just go off on their own. And that's why people are saying, what the hell? What the hell is going on? What took place here?
Well, of course, Roland. I mean, 4 kids left, 3 white, 1 black. The black kid didn't come back with them. They were on a boat to get there. So when they were coming back, they knew he wasn't there. Why would you leave? Why wouldn't you go figure out what happened? And, it just doesn't smell right to me. But, so many black parents try to put their kids in a better situation, or so they think, and they put them with white people. I mean, and I don't want to say, I hate to say it, because we hear this story over and over and over again, and they don't know what happened. Of course they know what happened. So the police need to be interrogating them to find out what's going on and what happened to Nolan. And I pray for his mom. I pray for his family. Who would expect that their son would go away with quote unquote friends and not come back? And when he's found, he's dead. So I suspect at the time that the kids have been back without him, they've been coming up with the same story. I suspect their parents have probably already contacted lawyers, and they're trying to CYA, you know what that means, cover their asses. But we hear this story over and over and over again. And Black people think that integration was great. It wasn't. In 2026, we see that a Black kid is not safe when he goes out with his white friends on an island. And I mean, I think Black parents need to pay attention.
Again, we do not. Here's what. Again, this was a photo that was posted, and the family shared photos all over the weekend in terms of looking for him. So we don't know.
No, I don't care.
No, 1 second.
We don't know.
One second.
Okay.
1 second.
Okay.
Okay. We do not know what happened. We do know that at one point he was separated from his cell phone. They went to this island. They went to. Thelma, was a remote island that was only accessible by boat. And so again, over the weekend, I saw a number of social media posts on Saturday, on Sunday, folks calling for national media to pay attention to this story. Again, speculation is one thing. Facts is another thing. And unfortunately for this family, they now have to bury their son after his body was found this morning.
Well, all I'll say is
one second, Jolanda, 1 second. Thelma, I'm a Congo. Just hold on. Thelma, go ahead.
What we do know is that this friendship with these young boys have been going on for years. We do know for a fact that they have been on the water several times with Nolan, and he's happened to make it back every single time. But this time, what we do know is there's a timeline. The timeline starts around 3 p.m. when there was a allegation that they could not locate him. There was another timeline that said around 4 p.m. they were still trying to actively search for him. But there's another allegation that around 7 p.m., that's when it was notified to the parents after they made it back with his phone. So in the interim, if those allegations are true based on the timeline, what was going on in the interim of those 3 hours? What I can tell you is that they have lost valuable evidence at this point, because what we did see is those young men on that boat drinking underage, which is a crime in the state of Mississippi. What we do know based off of the timeline that now we cannot collect urine samples to see how intoxicated these young men were. We can't collect any statements from them at the time of this happened to actually get a factual, accurate account of what they recall based on where Nolan was and where they last saw him. So now it's going to be upon the parents to get independent everything. They need their own civil rights attorney. They need their own trial advocate. They need their own ME expert, an independent autopsy done, not with the state solely, because it's too many questions that need to be answered. They're going to need a forensic phone specialist in order to determine what was going on with them phones, who made contact, who was talked to after the fact, what was the last contact with Nolan based off of cell phone service. It's going to be a lot, but it's some valuable time that has been lost. But what we can say for a fact is that they've been out on that water before with Nolan, and he's made it back every single time. But
so this is a Omekongo. This is from Capital B. They reported Wells was last seen on July 4th on the island, where he was hanging out with a group of friends. The friends returned home, but no one has come forward with any information about what happened to him. Later in their story, they say there's been no official reports or additional information from those who were present about what happened. That right there raises a serious red flag on Mekongo in order to understand, because if you get a friend and you go out, this is very simple. Did he fall overboard? Did y'all search for the body? Did they arrive at the island? Did all of you get off and go on the island? Were y'all together? Did you go separate ways? Did he run into someone there he knew and then he left with them? All those are the kind of questions that those friends are going to have to answer to authorities.
And these are the types of questions they should have immediately told the parents if they were being honest and upfront about what's going on. And I know that, this case is immediately becoming racialized, for obvious reasons. This also makes me think, Roland, we covered it here, 2022 with Shanquella Robinson. I believe she was from North Carolina, who went to Mexico with her friends, and they were all Black, and didn't come back. And then a video appeared of her being beaten and the like. And so we really have to, as been said here, we really have to pay attention to what Thelma was saying about all of the valuable time that was lost, because there's no way in hell I'm leaving with my friends to go somewhere and they all don't come back with me, and I'm not saying anything. I'm not talking to parents. I'm not coming home without them. So just the fact that these so-called friends left this person in whatever way, shape, or form, that automatically brings suspicion. And from what we understand, given the fact that their parents have been putting out the word to help find their child, it doesn't seem like these other kids came back saying anything. And that's the other part that leads to suspicion. And all of us who got kids in this area, in this age, whether it's our own kids, nieces, nephews, whatever, kids in the community, cousins, it hurts at a deeper level. It hurts at a deeper level. And given everything that's going on in this country, of course, we're going to expect things, racially. But at the end of the day, parents lost their child under suspicious circumstances, and there are people who know the answers who are not talking right now, and that is unacceptable. And as more information comes out about this, the Black family, the Wells family, I'm also hoping that people are looking at ways to support them, to get them everything that Thelma talked about they may need, particularly as it relates to financial resources to get those things accomplished.
So this is from WLOX.com, the local TV station there. The United Cajun Navy is a rapid response team when it comes to cases like this. And this is a quote from Brian Trasher. He said, there were some people that thought he might have wandered off to the middle of the island, maybe into that lake. We'd sent people up there today, and if he was barefoot, there's no way he made it up there. There's cactuses and a lot of thorny brush. He would not have been comfortable being able to make it to the middle of the island. He probably would have turned around and went to the beach. And this was the story that they reported as it was going on. And the sheriff's department was asking for additional information as well. And again, as I sort of see this story, I do wonder, Jolanda, what type of investigation was happening immediately did authorities, did they see the story of these other individuals as being sketchy? Because if you look at that description, you're going to this remote island. To that point, if you're barefoot or whatever, you're not walking around the island. And then, so it's just, obviously there are a lot more questions that people have. And Thelma is right. As for this attorney, they absolutely need a very strong legal advocate right now, demanding those answers to ensure that there's a proper investigation conducted.
30 years as a 30-year trial lawyer, criminal defense lawyer, Roland, let me be clear. One fact we know is that 4 kids went, 3 kids came back, right? So yes, of course I want to know, what time did he go missing? What time did they call the police and let the police know that there was a problem? But at the end of the day, like Thelma said, yeah, we need to know those things. But I find it curious that those kids haven't said anything, or if they have, no one has said anything about it. And I would be super surprised if those kids' parents hadn't already lawyered up with them so that they can get their story straight. Nothing about this sounds right. I don't care if they've traveled a whole bunch of times and made it back. This time is really all that matters because Nolan is dead. So, and they are going to need financial resources. Medical, having your own independent autopsy done is important. Having forensic experts is it's important and it's expensive. All of these things are expensive. Having a really good lawyer is really expensive. Having a team, because trust me, the state's going to have a team, and I suspect these 3 kids as parents will have lawyers to protect them. So nothing about this smells right. Nothing about it. If it were me, I would have never come back on that boat without my friend. I would have stayed there. I would have helped look for my friend. I would have called the police. That's what I would have done. So the appearance that they're friends, and there's a nice, pretty picture of the black kid with the 3 white kids. I think it looked like they were fishing. None of that matters because Nolan is dead.
Well, that photo was what was posted, and so that was the last known photo of them being out, and so that's one of the reasons why that photo was gone out. And so again, I really do hope that in terms of when we talk about the legal ramifications, they absolutely need their own advocate. Now, the other issue is here, and I ought to ask Control, y'all need to verify for me. So one of the stories said that there are a number of GoFundMe campaigns that have been up that were not authorized by the family. So no, do not show that. I want to make sure that what we are showing has been authorized by the family. Okay, all right, got it. All right, so this GoFundMe account, Nolan Wells' mother posted on her Facebook page. This is the official GoFundMe that they have put up, and so this is and so again, when these things happen, folks just jump out, on their own. But this you see, in loving memory of Nolan Xavier Wells. This is the 1 second, because I want to pull up. The family is seeking approximately so do this here. So switch to my iPad. So the family is seeking, as you see right here, $12,000. They're going to need more than that. I can tell you that right now. So far, $2,513, 30 donations has been raised. So if you're interested, what you do is, so just so you know, this is what the page looks like, in loving memory of Nolan Xavier Wells. And so that's what you should be, that just so you know. And it's right here, Alea Dennis is, you see the information right here as well. So just so you know, you have the correct information in terms of you want to support this family, and you see all the information right here. All right, folks.
All right, folks, let me tell you about Chapter. Now, if you're in Medicare or about to be, the system is not set up to work for you. Too much fine print, too many plans, and too many people making money off of your confusion. And look, we're used to this. We're no strangers to systems that don't have our best interests at heart. But we don't have to accept it when it comes to Medicare. That's why I'm telling you about Chapter. Their advisors are independent and honest. In fact, they're the only Medicare advisors that compare every plan nationwide. And they're focused on one thing: what works for you. If there's a better plan out there, they'll find it. If you're already in the right one, they'll tell you that too. There are no games. Just last year, people who switched with Chapter saved an average of $1,100. It's 20 minutes and a real person. It's completely free. My parents actually have already called. My mom sent me a text. Folks, Give Chapter a call at 724-264-8281, 724-264-8281, and connect with someone you can trust. Folks, these are the kind of services that we need for our audience here at Roland Martin Unfiltered and the Black Star Network. So call Chapter right now, 724-264-8281.
Folks, the investigation into the death of 19-year-old Nolan Wells is ongoing, and increasing speculation online is focused on one of the families linked to the July 4th boating trip. Ashley Cole, a judge on Mississippi's 16th Chancery Court, the stepmother of Warren Hudson, one of the white teens who accompanied Wells on the trip to Horn Island before he disappeared, issued a public statement after deactivating her Facebook account in response to the growing rumors about her family. Yeah. This is what she wrote. Our family, along with the community, grieves the loss of Nolan Wells. Our thoughts and prayers are with Nolan's family. Our son, Warren, loved Nolan dearly. Unfortunately, I feel that it is appropriate for our family to dispel some rumors with facts based upon the social media attention that is being diverted away from the Wells family and their loss. Yes, I deactivated my Facebook. Given the very heightened emotional state of social media right now, I fear for the safety of my child and my children. My husband and I have 6 children, and we covet their privacy. We do not believe it is appropriate for our minor children's photographs to be circulated throughout the internet, presenting potential threats to their safety. I graduated high school with Christine Wells Wansley. We are from the same community. I have the utmost respect for her and all of the Wells family. We mourn the loss of Nolan with them. Our prayers have been and will continue to be with them. My husband and I were not at Horn Island at any point on the 4th of July. No one in our family is trying in any way to impede with the investigation by law enforcement or to otherwise hamper the family and law enforcement's quest for answers. Warren was interviewed by the Jackson County Sheriff's Department and cooperated fully. He saw Nolan last at around 3 p.m. on July 4th. They left around 4:30 p.m. when the boat was taking on water and they had an issue with the bilge pump. Nolan made a decision to stay on the island and return inland later with another group of friends. Yes, I am a judge. I also value transparency. I apologize if anyone was offended that I deleted my social media. There were no nefarious motivations in my deleting my social media. Social media has a lot of positives, but a whole lot of negatives. We live in a world of clickbaiting, sad but true. My family is hopeful that this information will help to redirect the attention to the Wells family, their grief, and their need for our community support. Folks, Nolan's family is waiting on the results of an independent autopsy that's actually being performed, according to attorney Ben Crump. This still, Robert, is a rather strange story. So here she says that they left around 3. Nolan chose to come back with another group of friends. Okay, where are those friends? And also, we've seen the social media video. There were a lot of boats in that area. Y'all have the video, play it, where they recorded Nolan arguing with several white male teens.
Yeah, well, I think the issue that many people have, and to the judge's statement on social media, that it has both positive and negatives. One of the positive is it makes it very hard for people to bullshit you. In 20, 30 years ago, something happened, you have to take someone's word for it. But in 2026, there's GPS location on nearly every phone. Any Gen Z is recording 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. There's a live stream. There's not just what people saw or what people said. It is about what is recorded. And I think one of the important things is going to be is police have already, anybody who watches First 48 knows that initial period of time is what is important. Police should have interviewed every single one of those teens that were there. They should have subpoenaed the cell phones of all individuals involved to make sure they, not just that they had all video, but no videos were being deleted. We will probably never know how many different angles of what happened are recorded, and we probably don't have the ability to track those things down at this point in time. But to the judge's statement, she's only making things worse. She's only making things seem as if there's a bigger cover-up going on. I've had the same 5 best friends since freshman year of college. It's been 24 years. We've all been friends. I know where all of them are at any given time. And if one goes missing for any period of time, we will all come together like the Avengers to make sure that I'm usually the person missing. But with that, this idea that nobody saw anything, nobody has any concept of what happens, I think is very unsettling to most people. And now there's a social media trend happening called Check on Your Brothers, where black men are literally walking up to black men who are the only black kids or black dudes in their social circle and just checking in with them to make sure they are okay and make sure they know that they are seen, that they're looked out for. And if anything happens, you have a brother around here who can help out. And I think it's important for us to reform this sense of community, this ability to communicate, because we've seen this happen too many times in recent years to the point that we can no longer say it's just a coincidence that so many times there's a group of people and the only black person is one who ends up dead.
Here's why I'm confused, Rebecca. This is a News Nation story. They were looking for him. It says Wells didn't have his cell phone when he went missing. His parents, Christine and Elmore Wansley, now have the phone. Okay, Rebecca, for the life of me, I don't know any Gen Z that is not always with a phone. I'm Gen X. My phone's always with me. They are never not on my person. And so it's like, okay, so if he decided to stay back with another group of friends, he wouldn't have his phone? Why would his phone go back with the first group of friends?
That judge should have kept her mouth closed, because here's the other thing. In addition to how we know how people are with phones, especially 18-year-olds, especially teenagers, we know that phone is basically glued to their hand. Like they literally do everything in life with their phone. They go to sleep with the phone in their hand. They shower with the phone in their hand. They go to school with the phone in their hand. Unfortunately, they be driving with the phone in their hand. Here's the other thing that we also know. If your child does not come back and it's now getting dark, guess what's happening? Not only is that parent or those parents, those guardians calling law enforcement, they're also calling the parents and the kids that their child was with. So you mean to tell me, this is what my assumption is. You mean to tell me that a mother is calling around trying to figure out where her son is, but no one calls the police? You mean to tell me that they're telling their parents, presumably maybe this judge's kid or stepson or whoever the kid is in relationship to the judge, what they would say, oh, well, we left him because he said he'll figure out his way back, but oh, we also have his phone. So you mean to tell me within these households, there wasn't conversations that happened that evening before the police was called by Nolan's mother? Like none of that even makes sense. And so for her to even put together these words, like actually type these words and then post these words, she's a judge. And I know some of these judges aren't properly vetted, but come on.
All of this is baffling to me, Joy. And again, I'm just going to start with, if a person decides to stay back, they don't let you take their cell phone. A young person is taking pictures, taking videos, all that sort of stuff along those lines. How does a phone get separated from the kid?
I don't know. Listen, I unfortunately disagree with some of my co-panelists here. I don't think there was anything wrong with what this mother said, and she chose to say she was going to get off social media. Hell, I've gotten off social media when things get too hot. So I don't really have an issue with that. We don't know her son's involvement, what to the extent. We don't know anything. What we do know is it's suspicious. We do know that. I agree with you, Roland. I think it's very unusual that a young person, any person, would be separated from their phone, especially if they were that far out, right? That just feels unusual to us. The investigators are getting a lot of information right now. And what we have got to do is make sure that we are keeping the pressure up, that we want regular updates on this story, that we want to make sure everyone is investigated, including some of the parents who may have been engaged with some of they're adults, but some of their young adult children who may have gone to their parents and talked to them after the fact. We don't know that, right? So I'm sure everybody's cell phones will be, looked at, subpoenas, et cetera. All of that should happen. We should have a record, not just of the, parent social media. The parents weren't there, so that's likely irrelevant, but the children's social media is absolutely relevant. So if they eliminate their social media accounts, I think that's a horse of a different color. I hope that we're all seizing that information, that evidence right now. We need to know everything that happened on that island, proceeding to it, and importantly, after. What did they say about that situation? Did they try to coordinate their stories? All of that is information we need, both from the friends that he went there with, the so-called friends that he was remaining with, the girl that he was with, all of those people. I know they're being investigated now. That's the information that I'm looking for. The mother who happens to be a judge, I feel is a red herring, and I'm just not going to go down that rabbit hole. I think the main goal is, are we making sure the investigators, the sheriff, are they doing a thorough investigation, and are they being interfered with in any way, shape, or form in that investigation? Is it happening quickly? That's what we want to know. And what do his parents say about their engagement with the cops? Those are the things that I'm looking for.
We certainly will continue to cover this case.
All right, folks, let me tell you about Chapter. Now, if you're on Medicare or about to be, the system is not set up to work for you. Too much fine print, too many plans, and too many people making money off of your confusion. And look, we're used to this. We're no strangers to systems that don't have our best interests at heart. But we don't have to accept it when it comes to Medicare. That's why I'm telling you about Chapter. Their advisors are independent and honest. In fact, they're the only Medicare advisors that compare every plan nationwide. And they're focused on one thing: what works for you. If there's a better plan out there, they'll find it. If you're already in the right one, they'll tell you that too. There are no games. Just last year, people who switched with Chapter saved an average of $1,100. It's 20 minutes and a real person. It's completely free. My parents actually have already called. My mom sent me a text. Folks, give Chapter a call at 724-264-8281, 724-264-8281, and connect with someone you can trust. Folks, these are the kind of services that we need for our audience here at Roland Martin Unfiltered and the Black Star Network. So call Chapter right now, 724-264-8281. As his family awaits the autopsy results, the independent autopsy results, speculation of what happened to the 18-year-old grows. Brian Trasher from the United Cajun Navy, a volunteer organization that assisted in the search for Nolan, told CBS News he was flying a plane over Horn Island when Nolan's body was found. Trasher said that with all the crowds out in the water that day, he finds it hard to believe no one would have noticed a distressed swimmer.
I was told that there was a boat he thought he was going to get on that was leaving and that he might have been trying to swim to it. The only problem I have with that story is that if the people in the boat knew he was trying to swim to it and they saw him getting carried off with the current, they would have known about it. They would have been able to react to it. Not only that, even if that wasn't the case, if he went into the water at all and became distressed, it was so crowded that day that it seems hard to believe that nobody would have noticed a distressed swimmer in the water. So again, it's a story I was told. There's a lot of reasons why I question it. What I do know is that he went out there with a number of boys that has been his regular friend group since he was young. They were ready to leave at about 3:00. They told him it's time to go. I was told he had started talking to a young lady and he wanted to hang back and keep talking to her, and that he would believe that he could get another ride. Now, some people have been criticizing, saying, "Oh, you never leave your friend." Well, technically, they didn't leave him. He requested to stay behind. And if you know anything about how these barrier islands are and how they're used recreationally, people go out there on one boat, they might come back on another boat. Like it's almost like a community ferry system, because not everybody has a boat, and you might jump on with another group of friends, whatnot. What we have to find out is, after his friends left, who was Nolan in contact with? Who did he believe he was supposed to get a ride back with? Did that boat give him a ride? Did he get on any boat? How did he end up in the water? Did he wade into the water on his own? Did he get on a boat and fall off? That's what we have to find out. On those particular islands, you're not allowed to camp out or be there after dark. And so the Rangers, as it gets to be sunset, they start running around looking for, if there's still any boaters or people out there saying, "Hey guys, it's time to go home." So I would not think that Nolan was just wandering around the island when it got dark. My instinct tells me that he got off the island, either tried to swim off or got off on a boat and somehow ended up in the water. But because of the Rangers' presence, I don't think it's likely that he just spent the night on the island or was there after dark.
Again, we'll wait for the autopsy result. Folks, we continue to seek answers into the mysterious death of Nolan Wells, the 18-year-old African-American who was found dead in Mississippi after he went out boating with a group of white friends on July 4th. Independent autopsy is being done on his body. The Mississippi officials say they continue this investigation. And again, we continue to, ask the critical questions. What happened? What happened to this young man? And how did he end up dead? Joining us right now is Christine and Elmore Wansley, the parents of Nolan Wells, also the attorney, Ben Crump. I'm glad to have all three of you here. Certainly our condolences go out to you, Christine and Elmore, on the loss of your son.
Thank you.
I want to be clear in terms of trying to understand this timeline. What time did Nolan go out with his friends? What time did they go out boating on July 4th?
So that was sometime in the morning. I don't have the exact time. I do still have his information up on the Life 360, but it was earlier in the morning on July the 4th.
So, and so he said, "Hey, July 4th, we're going out for the day boating." Was this something that he had previously done with his group of friends?
Yes, it was, and there was no issues, and my son came home.
So, did he indicate for you what time they would be coming back?
No, like his dad has stated in multiple interviews, it was his last hurrah before reporting back to school. So we were just, going to let him have that time to really just decompress because, football can be a lot on you, especially too, he was a student athlete. So he wasn't just, doing one thing. He was having to manage both.
So the evening arrives. All of a sudden, it's getting darker. You have not heard back from your son. What then happened? What time did you and your husband begin to get concerned when you had not heard from or seen Nolan?
So honestly, we got concerned when we got the phone call. There have been times when Nolan has come in later because he and his friends are, watching movies or again at some type of party. So, that wasn't necessarily uncommon. But when I saw his friend call me, my heart dropped because I knew something was wrong. His friends do not call me like that.
What time? What time was that?
That was around. That was, I think, 11:07 is when he called, and he said,
in the morning.
So he left the evening before. So him and his friends, they all stayed the night at one of the other friends' house.
Okay, so July 4th was that Saturday. So they stayed the night with some friends on Friday. So y'all last saw Nolan on Friday, and then he goes out with them on Saturday. You learn 11:07 p.m. on Saturday. Then you get this phone call. We've heard about them having his cell phone. When did they turn over his cell phone to you and your husband?
So they actually gave the cell phone to my friend. Whenever I got the call that Nolan was missing, I was like, you know what, let me call my friend Tashima because her sons, Jalen and Javon, Nolan actually, those are the guys he actually grew up with, right? Like from playing City League on up. We were very familiar with Jalen and Javon and their mom, again, they're friends of ours. And so I called her and I was like, hey, have you seen Nolan? Can you ask the boys? Have they talked to him? And she was like, you know what? And the boys, of course, they were like, no. So they're pulling up their location tracker on Snapchat because they all follow each other. And they, were able to help pin. I'm pulling mine up on Life 360. So between the two, we were able to determine where his phone was, which is not where his car was. So the car and the phone were in two separate locations. Elmore and I were trying to, after we got off the phone with Tashima, because she was like, hey, look, don't worry about it. I'll go get it. We went ahead and started calling authorities to see who we needed to file the missing persons report with.
And when you got the phone,
Elmore, I have. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Ben. Go ahead.
You asked about the phone. It was important when they got the phone.
So it took a while. It took a little bit before the phone was handed over to my friend. And then we did meet up. And of course, we met up soon after. We filed the police report finally. And then she was on her way back towards Ocean Springs. So we met up at the second house to pick the car up, which is where he stayed overnight.
Elmore, I have raised. Yeah, go ahead, Ben.
The only thing I was going to point out that is very important, we believe, some of the Snapchat messages seem to have been deleted and some text messages seem to have been deleted. And we believe that could prove very relevant.
Elmore, I've raised 6 nieces. And first got nieces when they were as early as a year and a half and raised them all the way through. They were, even now my twin nieces, and they're 22 years old. I don't know many kids today who they're never without these. And did that cause you suspicion that, and when you think about your son, was his phone always with him? Was he always on his phone? Was he always using his phone? Yes. You talked about, Christine, you talked about the life tracker. I would assume, just like my nieces, his hand was attached to the phone.
Yes.
All the time.
His hand was attached to the phone all the time. His hand and his phone was always in my face messing with me. So he wouldn't go to it without his phone. He wouldn't give someone else his phone and go off a whole nother way. It just wasn't in his character. We didn't raise him like that. For him to not stay with the people that he came with, we taught him that, like, if you go with someone, you stay with them. You go with them, you leave with them. You don't go off. You don't split from the group chasing a girl. There's girls back where you at. There's girls everywhere. So she's not the only one. You can find another girl. So I constantly drilled in his head to always stay with the group, always just be mindful of your surroundings. And you know,
all of the kids really.
I constantly had those conversations with him until it's like he got, and I could tell he was getting tired of, Dad, you're nagging, but I kept saying, son, one day you're gonna blame me for me nagging you like this, because you're gonna say, no, Dad was right. And when that day comes, I want you to pick that same phone up and call me and tell me I'm right. So let's say it's just hard for us to believe that he would choose to stay on an island without any kind of forms of communication.
And see, that's the thing that jumps out at me. Again, knowing how young folks are today, if he says, okay, I'm gonna go with somebody else, they don't leave this. They don't, like, hey, be sure, give me my bag, make sure I have my phone. And being, that's what immediately jumps out, that he's separated from his phone. It takes so long for his parents to be notified. And then when you said it appears as if some items have been deleted, obviously people don't realize text messages cannot be deleted permanently. Have you already communicated with the cell phone company to be able to pull those records?
Yes, we are reaching out to experts to try to not only retrieve the deleted Snapchats, but the deleted messages, because we know on the video rolling that's been circulating all around the internet, we know there was some kind of argument where you hear Nolan saying, give me my freaking phone. What are you freaking doing? And then for him to not come back, but his three friends who were in the boat with him all come back with his phone, and he comes back a couple of days later on the shore dead. It doesn't add up, and it makes it hard for the sheriff to say, where there's no foul play that we found. Well, that's foul play there. When you're talking about an argument over a phone, and then they take his phone and leave him on an island, it makes you scratch your head and say, this isn't adding up.
Have you, Christine, and first, have y'all had did you have any conversations, any discussions with these, and was it 3 young men who went with your son, or was it more?
I think I'm pretty sure there were probably more present. 3 of them have reached out. And I know, and I've been sitting here kind of trying to go through all the facts and everything, because again, we're still grieving. Like it hasn't even been that long since our son, 4 days since he's been found. But I think maybe two or 3 parents have reached out. And I'm just, I'm in a mindset right now where I'm trying to protect my family. I'm trying to protect my peace, make sure my husband's okay. And it's a lot, because social media is just so nasty with what this pain that we're going through. Like, they think it's a joke, and it's horrible. And I pray that they never have to go through anything like this.
That's it.
Unfortunately, and Ben knows this, I've had to interview far too many of his clients. I always say this is a fraternity or sorority that no one wants to be a member of.
Absolutely.
What is so difficult here, again, is sort of like there's this fog, if you will. When you said that they've reached out, the only explanation given was that, and did it come from his friends that he just decided to stay? That was it? They didn't convey anything else?
Yes, that was it. They said that that he wanted to stay and hang out with this girl named Katie. And also, and this was the initial conversation, me being alerted to him being missing. It was, oh, well, Katie's also missing, but we don't know who she is. Like, that was our first time kind of seeing her type of thing. So then when I'm going to social media,
wow,
I'm coming from a place with information that was given to me by people that were there.
Ben, and you mentioned the video circulating. There appeared to be a lot of boats in that area, and they were shooting video. In terms of this investigation, are you troubled by the lack of urgency that you're hearing from this sheriff, who's just sort of being somewhat nonchalant about what took place with Nolan Wells 4 days ago, or 6 days ago, if you will?
Yeah, Roland, we're very concerned because from the very beginning, his response was that, well, we don't think it was foul play. Well, how do you know? You haven't even investigated anything. And that video certainly makes you think that there's something that doesn't pass the smell test. And the fact that you have the young lady who said that Nolan said he was going to get back on the boat with the boys. And then the boys said, no, Nolan told them that he was going to stay with the girl. Which one is it? Somebody must not be telling the truth. And again, we cannot overstate it enough. What 18-year-old teenager says, I'm going to stay behind on the island and don't ask for their cell phone?
Well, especially when you look at the map that shows the distance this island from from where they came from. I do want to ask Christine, her husband, is here. So the photos that we've been showing, were those photos taken on that day, or was it a previous boating trip?
We think on that day.
That was taken on that day, specifically the one with all three of them. Whenever I had made the post asking for information, there was a young girl who reached out to me and she said, hey, Miss Christine, I know that in the report it's stating that he had black shorts on, but she was like, he actually had blue shorts. And those are two very different colors. Like, you can't get those two confused. And so what she did is she's like, I'm going to send you these pictures to show you. So, I could use to show everybody, like, this is actually the color of the shorts he was wearing. Because she was concerned too
So they had sent those photos to her, or had they?
No, these are pictures that she took. No, she took the pictures.
Okay, so she was.
Yeah, she took those herself, and she sent them to me.
She was out there.
Yeah, she was out there.
Got it. Obviously, it has been 4 days since your son's body was found. 7 days since you last saw him. Are you concerned with the pace of this investigation? I would also ask Ben. I mean, do you believe? Initial reports saying that the young men have been questioned. No one obviously has been taken into custody. Any thoughts and concerns about that? The pace of this investigation, that here we are, is 4 days later, and there still are so many unanswered basic questions.
Yeah, I know the family is very concerned. That's why they wanted an independent autopsy done, Roland Martin. And so the body was flown from Mississippi to Washington, D.C., because they want to have a doctor do an exam of his body that had no connections, no influence from the law officials in the state of Mississippi, because it's inescapable that, Roland, had the roles been reversed and you had 3 young black men and a young white man on a boat, and the white man dies or is killed, you will see a completely different investigation, Roland Martin. I mean, especially, and you got his cell phone, and you back on the island, and you leave him on the island. I mean, it's so many things that says you all are not doing a zealous investigation on behalf of the family of Nolan Wells. We want the same kind of investigation that you would have did if the roles were reversed for a young white man for our son too.
Absolutely.
Elmore, it has to be. I listened to you as you talked about your son felt like you were badgering him when all those questions. And the reality is, fathers and mothers desperately want to protect their children, want to provide them with as much cover as possible. And so, as you think about those many conversations, you absolutely believe that you gave your son so much information that you don't believe for a second that he would decide on a whim just to make some crazy decision and just go off with some other people he had no idea, didn't know who they were at all.
I believe I gave my son, like I said, enough information to not do that. He had too much at stake. He had a plan for his life. He knew what he wanted to do. He knew what he had to do coming up that following Monday, which was get down to business so he can get on with his life and get his future started. So for someone to tell me that Nolan decided to stay on the island to chase a girl, I do not believe you. No one is going to get me to believe that. Not one bit. No, I can't believe that because he wasn't raised like that. I had him super focused on what he wanted to do. He was finally buying into what I was talking about as far as sports and business and really taking it serious and understanding that if he wanted it, he had to put in the work.
Just a couple of questions left. Christine, you talked about how nasty folks are on social media. It has to be extremely painful and difficult for you and your husband to see people who you don't know, who don't know you, who don't know your son, question you allowing him to be around white teens, questioning how you raised your son.
What I would say to that is the amount of love and support that we've received from our local community, people outside of our community and even his friends, it's a testament to his character. It's a testament to us as parents. And this is the thing, I would never, and my husband the same, we would never tell our child, any of our children, you are not allowed to associate with this person over here because of the color of their skin or because this person over here is purple. Absolutely not. And just the way Nolan's heart was, he was a friend to everybody. Like his heart was that big. So like, I don't care because at the end of the day, I know we did everything we could as parents, raised our children as best as we could. We have always told them to be kind, caring, and respectful to others, no matter who they were. And that's the way we were raised. So if anyone has an issue with that, then that seems like that's a you problem, not a us problem.
Ben, final question for you. Have you gotten any indication? First of all, Ben, who's leading this investigation? Is it the sheriff or is it the Mississippi Bureau of Investigation?
I think at this time it's still the sheriff because the sheriff is the one who's making the statements. The sheriff in Jackson County, Mississippi.
Do you want to see the MBI take this over?
I want to see somebody lead the investigation who's going to do so zealously. We are in a ferocious search for the truth. I mean, with every day that goes by, that makes it a little more daunting, a little more challenging. So time is of the essence. I mean, we don't want not one more sleepless night to go by just because they don't have answers. We know they're never going to have peace because, you know, their baby, as they talked about, bought their family so much peace. And so there's a void in their hearts and in their families forever. But let's at least give them the transparency that they deserve as Christine said, any parent, black, white, brown, or red, you would want answers. If somebody came to you and said, we went out with him, we left him, and now he's dead. No, we got to get answers, Roland Martin. We must get answers.
Christine Elmore Wansley, again, our condolences go out to you. It's absolutely difficult, and as you said, it's even more difficult when you're trying to grieve the loss of your son and you're having to do interviews and, frankly, put the pressure on officials to get answers as to what has taken place. And so I appreciate both of you joining us. I appreciate Ben Crump, you being here as well. And certainly we've been covering this story from day one, as we always do. We're going to continue to cover this story because it needs to be told, and we need answers as to what took place to 18-year-old Nolan Wells. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Roland Martin.
Thanks a lot. Quickly go to my panel here. Candace, when we talk about evidence collection, what is bothersome here is that these boys come back, they call the mother at 11 p.m., they don't get the phone until the next day. Anybody who understands investigations, you are most concerned about the destruction of evidence. In this case here, we're dealing with water. And so now, again, you don't know. Did they change clothes? Now you're talking about, was there a fight? Scratches on their body? What kind of interviews took place from the authorities? There's so many people, there's so many things here at play that could determine not knowing what actually happened.
Yeah. And you said the key word there, and that is the evidence, because the evidence begins right now. And if there are any lawsuits, that's what this part and this time is for, to collect the evidence and make sure that people are held accountable so that evidence plays out well in court, whether it's a wrongful death suit, a negligence suit, or any other criminal action that comes down the line, which there probably will be. Now, I'm not sure, and this is the question that I wanted to hear from them, and maybe you know this, if any of those young men that were with him did get legal representation. I've heard it. I'm not sure but to search for an attorney and not be a part of the search party is ridiculous. And that is evidence. And that is evidence that it goes against any story that they have. At this point, it seems to me, I think about it this way, Roland, when you want to punish a child that's 18 years old or 8 years old, the first thing that you do is you take away that phone. And we know that there was confirmation from Crump. There was, audible. You could hear audio that was confirmed that was Nolan, that he did say, give me back my freaking phone. Why were they punishing him by keeping that phone away from him? There's something that somebody is hiding. This is what we know. And it all has to do with that phone. The fact that they went home, sat on that phone, that a friend of hers had to go retrieve the phone. Nobody offered that phone up. Are you kidding me? This is all the evidence building that is not going to play well for those kids in court, which is why one of the kids' mothers, that judge whose name escapes me, that's why she started her evidence and seeding of it now. That my child, he's been cooperating with everyone and everything is fine. And maybe I canceled my Facebook account, but don't take it personally. People out there are mean. Everybody is pulling together their evidence, and that's where we are. And it does not look good. And it is because of that phone. It is because of that. That phone is telling the story, and it's going to tell the story in court.
Matt.
Yeah, I want to stay on that same thought. So I have literally proven a murder case off of deleted text messages from a cell phone. The police may not have thought they had probable cause to search the phone, but phones get dumped. So what people don't know is even if you delete messages or delete data on your phone, there are various levels to the phone where things are saved. So like I said, I literally proved a murder case off of deleted text messages. There's a lot of evidence surely in that phone. And there are a couple things I don't understand in this case. The first thing I don't understand is if you have a video that's contemporaneous with their time on the island with Nolan, and they come back with his phone and he's protesting them having his phone, you have a theft. So how you don't issue an arrest warrant immediately for the theft, how you don't decide to dump the phone, how you don't send an exigency search warrant to Snapchat, to social media, to the phone provider. I mean, they do that all the time. When somebody's missing and they have reason to believe there's been foul play, the police routinely do that, and the phone companies and other providers have a means whereby they can get them information in an exigent circumstance. Here on the 4th of July, this young man goes missing. The family realizes he's missing. It seems to me the police had a number of things they could have done to truly investigate this and preserve that evidence. And, Ben Crump is one of the best in the country, so I suspect his team is going to do this. But the absolute first thing I would do is get a private forensic examiner on that phone. I would do a logical dump, a physical dump, find what is in that phone. And there may certainly be things that were deleted, right? And then even if those things are innocuous, right? Even if they're text messages that don't have anything to do about the conflict, then you have a question of chain of custody. Okay, y'all had this phone for X number of hours before it was provided to his family, and there's something that was deleted that was sent after the time Nolan had the phone, or rather deleted after the time Nolan had the phone. It stands to reason you got tampering with evidence. So maybe, this is something the Mississippi Bureau of Investigation will have to get into, but police officers do these things routinely. And I think what this might be is a situation where they want to take the path of least resistance and assume there's no foul play, despite the fact that they had incontrovertible evidence that this young man was not only in a conflict, but that they had expensive property of his, which they would normally call a theft. So how they didn't go down that road, I don't understand. Hopefully Ben and his team are able to develop some of that, and that evidence has been preserved despite presumably someone trying to delete it or otherwise obscure it.
Well, Michael, what's so bothering for me is for a sheriff to say, we don't believe there was foul play. I'm sorry. An 18-year-old, extremely healthy young man goes on an island with friends, doesn't come back. They come back. He's missing. And I'm sorry. That's called doubt. That's called suspicion. And so you don't just come out and just make that kind of statement. That raises questions as to the thoroughness or the quality of the investigation that this sheriff is going to actually conduct.
Yeah, Roland, I agree. I think it's premature to say there's no foul play suspected. You could just say we haven't been able to conclude that at this point in the investigation. The other, so
or you just simply say this is under investigation.
This is under investigation.
You don't give a definitive statement like we don't believe that was foul play.
Right. So I agree, Roland. I watched the press conference today. I also saw the interview this morning on Good Morning America that Nolan's parents did along with Ben Crump. And I watched the interview on CBS this morning. And I have like 15 questions, but I'm only going to ask 2. So I heard you, Roland, say that someone called the parents at 11 p.m. Was that to say we have Nolan's phone, or what was that call regarding?
Well, the mother answered that. She said that the call she got was that Nolan had not come back with him.
Right. Okay. Now, one of the questions I had is when the father went to go retrieve the phone, the boy or the man or the young man he retrieved the phone from said Nolan was like a brother to me.
The father. No. The father didn't go retrieve the phone. The mother said a friend of hers was the one who went to go and retrieve the phone.
Okay. I misunderstood it at the press conference today. Okay.
Yeah. Well, again, I didn't see that. Here's the deal. I didn't see the news conference. I'm just simply saying what the mother just said, and I just interviewed her. So in terms of, so I don't know that. But so the bottom line is here. Okay. Clearly, they're not giving answers as to what actually is taking place. It has been 4 days since his body was found. 7 days, 7 days since they last saw him. 6 days since July 4th. And it's clear folks are clamming up. And so I would hope the sheriff is doing a real investigation. And the problem is, if he's not, for every day that you get away from this, the problem that you have is you have a lack of evidence. As we said, evidence could be destroyed, evidence washed away, all that sort of stuff. And that's really what is of great concern.
Yeah, Nolan Wells went on a boat with friends on the 4th of July and out to, I believe it's Horn Island off the Mississippi coast. He was the only Black person in this group. He never made it back to shore with them. Days later, his body was recovered on the island.
His family, supported by attorney Ben Crump, Reverend Al Sharpton, and millions around the country, have been begging for a transparent investigation ever since, because the story just keeps shifting. And because there's still no real answers for why he was left behind on the island, why his phone was never found with him, what happened in those missing hours. Like, we're still looking for all of that.
Yeah, and Nolan case doesn't just exist in isolation, right? In the last year alone, we've seen disturbing numbers of Black and brown people found hanging from trees in public places. From Mississippi to Georgia to New York, each one quickly labeled a suicide, each one leaving families and communities with more questions than peace.
Right. And it's not to say that mental health in the Black community, but the specifics of Black people hanging from trees. At this time, white supremacy is on the rise, needs to be really addressed, and the quickness to label it suicide. But, at the same time, thousands of Black children and adults missing every single year with almost no media coverage at all. Even in the Nolan Wells case, traditional media spaces have not been covering it. And, there's this underlying truth that Black life is too often treated as disposable. Black death is often treated as unremarkable.
When we think about cases like Nolan Wells or the recent hanging deaths across the country, or the missing Black children that are happening in places like my hometown, Philadelphia, to places like Chicago. From your reporting, what do you think typically goes wrong first, but both with how law enforcement responds, but also the lack of media coverage in those stories?
I think that it starts with the media. I personally just see that the media has such a big role to play in how the world responds to certain situations, including law enforcement. And so I do believe that a lack of media coverage is what leads even local law enforcement to not take cases seriously. And then that delay leads to families never getting answers for what happened to their loved ones. I did a Substack essay when Nolan Wells was first reported missing about the lack of media coverage to his story. And I spotlighted how this situation, if there's anything to learn from it, proves how much local news really matters, because it is small local newsrooms that make stories like this catch fire so that there can be some sort of fight for justice, for answers. And there's one case that always sticks with me of this young 22-year-old Black woman who disappeared at 8 months pregnant and was never found. This was February 2024. And that sticks with me because I just can't imagine her family and going, from the joy and excitement of welcoming a new life into the family to losing that, as well as the young woman that you were raising. I felt so badly for her father. And so with a case like that, I'm like, how do we never, it's been 2.5 years, how do we never figure out what happened?
Yeah.
So the cases like that are just devastating to me.
Yeah. And I think to your point, it's because there's no closure, but it's also just after so long, you really found nothing. And I think it begs the question of just what are these law enforcement agencies doing, and what resources are they actually lobbying? And sometimes I do wonder if our expectations are skewed because of the true crime television, and we think that investigators are investing more energy across the board. But just for families who are going through this in real time, what does an actual, thorough, trustworthy investigation look like? What should that look like versus what they actually get?
I think what families actually get is what we're seeing happen with Nolan Wells in the age of digital media, is when someone first goes missing. I know last night there was a young Black girl who was reported missing near Knoxville, Tennessee. And that is what families have to do immediately, is turn to social media. And what happens is either social media ignores it, or the polar opposite is that it becomes this frenzy of misinformation, because everyone is now, there's too many cooks in the kitchen and everyone is trying to play a part. And typically that only happens with stories that the internet deems juicy enough to care about, unfortunately. And so I think what needs to happen is that these investigations need to stay local, and they need to be hyper-focused on real information. I just think there has to be a middle ground before we get to social media. I know that it's really important in the early stages, but I think we need to, I don't know what everyone's opinion is about in regard to law enforcement, but I think that if we're going to turn to law enforcement, I think we need to have some sort of trust in those systems. Otherwise, I'm not sure why we turn to them. I think we should start working on an alternative to finding our loved ones when they get lost.
No, absolutely.
As someone who is not an expert in missing persons cases, right? These are stories that I cover and I see, but so many of them have the same end result. So I can't tell you from my own perspective what a good investigation should look like, but I can point out where they go wrong. And it's typically when the family loses control of the story and it becomes a narrative that everyone else is running with.
Yeah, no, that's so true. I feel like the hundreds that we've seen reported online, like in our flag through like social media posts, I can only imagine the ones that don't make it to social media because their families are just not sophisticated enough to post it online, right? Or that their story, to your point, isn't juicy enough for folks to care about it or for it to gain traction. And I think that's one of the most frustrating things about stories like Nolan, because imagine if the family hadn't said anything and they just took the word of his friends as that they left him on an island randomly, which I don't know any friends, my friends wouldn't do that. But the inconsistencies, the disparities that we continue to see in regards to the timeline or the red flags, right, that are coming from these young people's stories or the stories of the attorneys. What have been some of the disparities or the red flags that you've seen in the timeline in your own reporting so far?
I think because there's been so many updates, I say, because they're coming from people and sources that we can't 100% verify.
Yeah.
It's become very muddied. And so I know that last night, CBS released a report where they used GPS data that was given to them by a official department in Mississippi that has to do with the waters down there, you know, how boats travel. Forgetting the name of that agency, but they provided them with the GPS data of how that boat moved. And so they confirmed, you know, the boat left Ocean Springs at 9:56 a.m. They arrived at the island at 11:10 a.m. They left the island at 4:31 p.m. So that data does verify what the group of, you know, young men are saying about what time they left the island. I'm curious to know how they're going to prove that Nolan was not on that boat. And if they can prove that, I'm still not sure how anyone is accounting for the fact that they're saying they last saw Nolan at 3 p.m. and they left the island at 4:31 p.m. This is not, you know, I'm not sure if anyone has like looked at Google images of, you know, Horn Island or watched the videos.
I have, yeah.
Like, this isn't Cancun, you know, this isn't like this is a sandbar. It's called an island, but it's a sandbar. It's not huge, right? So you can do that lap. Where was Nolan in the 90 minutes between when you're claiming you last saw him and when you actually left the island? Because 90 minutes is a lot of time. Especially, like, I know, you know, people who work in media always joke that like that 30-second break that you get, 30 seconds is a lot of time. So 90 minutes is a lot of time. So where was he?
Yeah, and to your point too, I think that's one of the most frustrating things is why did y'all have his phone? Why did you have his phone? And now that the mother is saying that there was things taken away from his phone or stuff like that.
I don't think it's insane because again, and this is something that I need to be 100% sure about. I would say I'm about 90% sure, but I've seen that his best friend Javon also left the island. He was on a different boat, but he also left his phone with Nolan's phone on the other boat. Like, I don't think I personally do not think it's crazy that everyone apparently leaves their phone over on the boats.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know, when I go to the beach, I do hide my phone in like a bag and leave it somewhere so the sun doesn't kill it. So like, I'm curious to know when did they notice that they had it?
Yeah.
That is the big question. You know, I had seen some of the snippets from Christine's interview and also some of your coverage, because you've been at a lot of these presses, you've had conversations with the family, and so seeing your quotes that come from it. And she had said on multiple occasions that she did not get the phone back immediately, and then she also, to clarify something that was said earlier, that she had to reach out to ultimately get his things back. That it wasn't like someone, you know, was like, hey, we have his stuff, we haven't been able to get in touch with him, so here it is. Like she had to go chasing after some of his things. Did I misunderstand that, or?
So Christine Wonsley, Nolan's mother, tracks Nolan via Life 360, which is a GPS app. And so when she checked Nolan's Life 360 location, it showed that he was somewhere else. It showed that he was on land, but it showed that he was somewhere else. I'm not certain, like, she has not clarified where it said she was. It could be that like it showed him on a random street and she's not sure, you know, what it was saying. But so Nolan's friend Warren was the one who called Christine at 11:07 p.m. that night, according to her, and said, have you heard from Nolan? No one has seen him and he's not with us. And then that friend also is the one who called the Coast Guard, reportedly. Christine then reached out to her friend, whose son, Jalen, is Nolan's best friend. Her son said, I haven't seen Nolan. The last time I saw him was on the island. He's not with me. He said, let me check his Snapchat location, because they all share their locations on Snapchat. So then he checked and it said that it was at someone's house. And so when he looked at the location, not only was Nolan, I don't know if anyone is familiar with like the Snapchat map and what it looks like,
Yeah.
But like it shows you on a map and it shows like your avatar. And so what he and his mother said is that when they looked at the map, it was not just Nolan, but it was like a bunch of people were in this one concentrated area. So then they traveled to that house and they knocked on the door, and that is when they learned, like that's when they got the phone. And so I don't think that's the friend from what I'm trying to connect, because I will be honest and say the interviews, no one who has interviewed the family has taken the opportunity to, in my opinion, clearly, clarify the timeline of events.
Yeah.
I think that it's been bits and pieces here and there. And so it's up to everyone else to try and like string them together. So I don't think that the friend who called Christine was at that house or had I think that was a friend who was at the beach and is separate from the group of people who had Nolan's phone. That's what I am surmising from the story that I've heard.
Okay. That makes sense.
But I am curious to know, and I did reach out to Christine, but unfortunately what has happened is that because Ben Crump is now, and it appears to be prioritizing national media, it's very hard to get answers now. Whereas in the early days, I was getting confirmation in quotes rather quickly.
Yeah.
I this week like re-downloaded Snapchat and like did an experiment where I was having my friend track me and I was changing the settings and shit. So like Snapchat does not track your location in the background.
It only tracks when you post, right?
It tracks it if the app is open.
Okay.
Or it tracks it in the background. Like even if you like quit the app, it'll track your location in real time if you have that setting saved. And so I'm curious to know what Nolan's location services settings were on his phone. Was it set to always track my phone so that even if Snapchat hadn't been used, then okay, it makes sense that it tracks me wherever it goes? Or is it set to only when I'm using the app? Because if that's the case, then that means that someone opened the phone at that house.
Right. Okay. And these are all such important questions. And I know that you said earlier, you're not an expert on investigations, but these are the sorts of questions that we do want to believe that law enforcement are asking themselves and converging on and getting to these things. It was just devastating to hear the father saying we would have been out there on the water sooner, but we didn't have access to a boat. And it just being like, why does it fall on individual families to have access to these, hulking things that are very expensive to get the searches going, or, it takes the United, Cajun Navy to get out there. And if you can't get any of that to happen fast enough through social media or law enforcement, then you just don't get access to it. But I appreciate the questions that you're asking. I hope that national media is really taking because I will say something that's been happening on social media is there's a lot of anger at what seems to be, what's perceived to be the white friends and their family members like closing off. And that could be just a perception and social media running with, but there's this perception of like people are not working with the investigation. And so now the family has to get a separate autopsy and they have to do their own things with other.
Yeah, it's like why in your social media accounts, why isn't the response to think of how can I be supportive in the family, getting clarity so that way our community can move forward and like being able to mourn him versus like this investigation.
And is that something that you feel like from your interviews, you're like, oh, that's blown up on social media? Do you feel like there is a closing of ranks?
I think that it is a result of social media. And I was talking to someone this week. I'm going to Mississippi tomorrow. And I am trying to get as close to Nolan Wells' inner circle as I possibly can. But I'm also going to visit Horn Island and I'm going to visit the dock where the boat, because now we have like the location of where the boat came and went from. And so I want to see what businesses around there have cameras. Does the marina have cameras anywhere nearby? I'm sure that these are questions that the police are already asking, but I want to see it for myself. But the issue is, I was talking to a journalist, a friend of mine, and I was sort of venting about this case because I told them, social media from the moment that this story hit the internet immediately started finding these people and tagging them. And what I told my audience is outrage is completely warranted in cases like this. It is expected and it is fair for all of us to be angry that a young Black boy is gone and to want answers for that. But one, like using my platform, I'm not sharing anything that's speculative because I do not want to, no one should be trying to create outrage. And unfortunately, social media incentivizes it. But another thing that I have an issue with is that the way that people immediately accused these people of wrongdoing and insinuated that that they are suspects, right?
Yeah.
And that was before Nolan's body was even recovered. So that was before people even knew for certain that he was dead. It's not surprising that people, especially like white boys with resources and families, you know, who come from money, it's not surprising that they were like, yeah, we're going to disappear now. And so what makes it hard is that as a journalist, these are people that you would typically be able to reach out to. Like, you know, even if it's not the 3 friends who are on the boat, like typically as a journalist, you can go onto their profiles and find their friends and tag them and message them and say, hey, you know, you can stay anonymous, but, you know, were you there that day? And now no one is talking because everyone is being made out to be a suspect. And so I do think that in some ways, the response from social media has made it harder to get answers.
That's real. No, and that's a really great perspective that I don't think a lot of people take into consideration of like, yeah, imagine if something tragic happened to your son's friend group, like your immediate reaction would be probably to mourn, but also like, damn, I didn't think my child will then be held accountable. And I think this speaks to a larger conversation of, because of the deep rooted history of Black kids going missing or Black kids or Black people being mistreated in white communities, that our automatic response, right, which is a trauma response at its heart, our PTSD, is to believe a foul play. And the question I would pose is like, well, I would ask ourselves is what's the chicken before the egg, right? Are they shutting down as a response to because they have something to hide, or are they shutting down because they know that the public will have a negative impact or have a negative perspective because of the history of violence for Black kids? What can everyday people do, right? Not just journalists or lawyers, actually, what can everyday people actually do? And you kind of alluded to that, right? Like not sharing misinformation, actually we're waiting for, not perpetuating or promoting unverified claims. Like, but what can everyday people do in situations like this? One, to raise awareness, but also to ensure that we are not creating more noise than that actually prevents us from getting clarity in cases like these.
I would say that the first thing you can do if a case like this really, really matters to you is to try and support the family in ways that you can. And immediately when someone is reported missing, try and spread that. Really try and think hard. Like last night, I was like, who do I know that's in Tennessee? And I started sending them, you know, that missing persons report that had just come in from Tennessee. But in the case like Nolan Wells, try and support the family via their GoFundMe if you're able to do that, or support organizations that do the work of trying to keep these stories alive and find people who have gone missing or get closure for their families. But I think the most important thing to do, and I feel like this is kind of like it won't come across as like a very, this won't feel like a brilliant answer, but I think that people really need to start thinking about the ways that their engagement online is capital and spend it wisely.
Yeah.
Stop rewarding the pages that are just so blatantly using this story for clicks and views. I see accounts that are like real estate agents and food critic reviews and like film reviews or pop culture commentators who are now completely focused on this. If an account has more videos about Nolan Wells than the media has news stories, that should tell you something.
Yeah.
Like you should not have been able to make 10, 12, 15 posts about Nolan Wells. You can't, I can't script 15 videos about Nolan Wells, you know? We don't know enough. And so my number one thing in cases like this, and just in general, I think we just have a media literacy issue, is stop rewarding pages that are doing harm. Block them, actually.
I agree. Couldn't agree more. Okay. So how does folks, go ahead, Bria.
Oh yeah, I was just gonna say, no, that's so real. And I think just one last thing to leave people on is like, Nolan is not content. Like, please, even people who think they're well-intentioned, well, I'm just posting things to try and get people to act, but like you're treating him and his family like content, and that's not fair. And allow the family to actually get the answers. Because listen, even if we believe and feel like there is absolutely proof of foul play, we don't want people to disappear off the face of the earth with the only evidence that this family might have access to, right? We want them to be able to be held accountable in the proper channels, and not that social media's witch hunt is clouding and getting in the way of that. Again, even with well intentioned, because he's not.
I really want people to remember that like Nolan Wells' mom, first of all, is so sweet and like so brave and strong. Her resilience is remarkable. I would not be able to do what she is doing, and his father as well. remember that Nolan Wells is gone, but his family is here and they can see what you're saying. And as much as people think that they are helping, by sharing stories that they hear, by trying to say, like, you know, I've heard just the wildest conspiracy theories about what people think happened to Nolan Wells. And when I tell people, you should not be sharing this, you really should take this down. And if you're connected to someone who told you this, get them to share it with the police. But this shouldn't be online. And everyone gets so mad at me because they think that I'm trying to like suppress this. And I'm like, guys, Nolan Wells' family, my son is only 4 years younger than Nolan Wells. And I'm like, Nolan Wells' family does not deserve to come online and have to be inundated with all of these conspiracy theories. And imagine the horrific things that may have or could have happened to their son. Let them get to the truth, but we don't have to further traumatize them along the way while they fight for justice. That is so cruel.
When I was called about what happened to Nolan, and as the days went on, the parents came to our Harlem headquarters of National Action Network and told the story as they knew it at that time. Attorney Ben Crump, who I call the Attorney General of Black America, began looking into this situation. And since then, every day, I have thought about what this means and what it could mean. And a lot of what this could mean, it could be the healing or it could be the poking of the wound. That's going to be decided by what we do. The senior pastor of this church had the courage of his faith to open the doors of this church and let this family funeralize him, even though he knows that some, I'm sure in the city, would wonder why he would even do that. And the dividing of our children of God is something that we have to get over. One of the things that I'm glad to see is that there are people of all races at this funeral. And there are people of all ages. All whites are not racist, and all blacks are not angry. Somewhere in the middle, we've got to meet and find what is just and fair. And that is why we want to celebrate Nolan, and at the same time say we want a full and thorough investigation. We don't want nothing sugar-coated either way. But for an 18-year-old young man to no longer be with us, we want answers. Not biased either way, just answers. And I think that for the family, the closure can come if there is justice. We will see where it goes. Some have prejudged. I do not think that it is appropriate for either side of opinions to prevail without a backup and fair investigation. We cannot say it was racist, but we cannot say it was not racist. So let's not judge either way until all the evidence is in. And in that light, let me say this, and I'm going to take a brief text and I'll move on. There are those that are so full of hate that they would send hate messages to the house of these parents. They sent one that Christine shared with Attorney Crump and I, and it accused her and Elmer of just stirring trouble and accused the lawyers, Attorney Crump and I, or they just want money. First of all, I don't get any money in any of what we do. Most of the cases that you have seen us do, we help to pay the funerals and all of that, and never ask for a dime back, even if they got settlements. But since Mississippi's so special, I'm not only saying we don't want nothing, I want to say right here now, and I'm inspired by who accused us of that I want to put up from National Action Network and me. I want to offer a reward of $50,000 to anybody I want to put a reward up for $50,000 for anybody that could give the information that will lead to an arrest and a conviction in the case of what happened. He was not on that island by himself. Somebody saw something and knows something. So I didn't come to make money. I came to give money. Stand up and tell the truth. Whatever it is, good or bad, we're not going to prejudge it, but we cannot end it until we know all the facts. So all you got to do is reach out to Attorney Crump's office, and National Action Network could do that if it leads to an arrest and conviction. And I guarantee you, you'll have it before the sun goes down. I want to thank Tyler Perry, who has paid for the funeral. We didn't call him. He called me and said, I want to pay for that. I want to thank Byron Allen and others that have contributed, some that don't even want their name called. I was thinking as a scripture in Genesis, the 4th chapter, that passage that starts at the 2nd verse said, and again, she bore his brother Abel. Now, Abel was a keeper of sheep, and Cain a worker of the ground. In the course of time, Cain brought unto the Lord an offering of fruit of the ground. And Abel also brought of the firstborn of his flock, and their fat portions. And the Lord had regard for Abel and his offering. But for Cain and his offering, he had no regard. So Cain was very angry, and his face fell. The Lord said to Cain, why art thou angry? And why has your face fallen? If you do well, will you not be accepted? And if you do not do well, sin is crouching at the door. Its desire is contrary to you, but you must rule over it. Cain spoke to Abel, his brother. And when they were in the field, Cain rose up against his brother and killed him. Then the Lord said to Cain, where is Abel, your brother? And he said, I do not know. Am I my brother's keeper? And the Lord said, what have you done? The voice of your brother's blood is crying to me from the ground. May God add a blessing to the reading of his word. The story of what we have faced in America is a question that started in the first book of the Bible with the first sibling. Am I my brother's keeper? Am I my brother's keeper? Or will we, out of some emotions, some anger, some jealousy, some envy, maybe some bigotry, decide rather than deal with building up the beauty that God put in us, that we will harm our brother and that we will harm our sister and through some malice try to hide it? But the Bible says that the victim's blood cried from the ground. I hear this morning Nolan's blood